Back then, he was just an ordinary boy, quiet by nature, spending every day at his grandfather's side and learning the work of a pharmacist. But that calm little life was never meant to last. Then one night, a killer from the demonic sect stepped out of the darkness and took his grandfather's life. From that moment on, Bu Yunseal's whole world shattered. With revenge burning in his chest, he left that peaceful life behind and walked straight into the darkness, joining the very sect that had destroyed everything. Now he finds himself in the ruthless world of martial arts, where power is the only thing that matters, and this boy, who was once so pure, has to learn how to fight, how to deceive, and how to claw his way up through the ranks of the demonic sect. He endures all of it for one reason: to uncover the truth and face the man who killed his grandfather. But somewhere along the road to revenge, he may end up finding the reason he was meant to live in the first place. This is the story of Bu Yunseal. This place was known as the force powerful enough to stand against the Martial Alliance, the greatest power of the demonic path. People called it the Demonic Hall. The man let out a low, controlled sigh. Ha! Packed in there like ants. The pale-bearded man beside him squinted at the crowd below, rough stubble showing along his jaw. Of course they are. What did you expect? They say if you've got talent, your past doesn't matter here. Anyone can be taught demonic arts. A chance like this comes once in a lifetime. Who would just walk away from that? The other man gave a crooked little grin. Honestly, if I were a few years younger, I'd probably be down there pushing people out of the way myself. Then the bearded man suddenly stiffened. Huh! Right in the middle of that crowd, he spotted a young boy standing there alone, small and strangely out of place. What is this? Some kind of murder scene? The other man raised an eyebrow. A murder scene? Here? The demon appraisal tournament hasn't even started yet. What are you talking about? Even so, a slight uneasiness crept across his face. But the bearded man kept staring at the boy. The child stood perfectly still, head lowered, his face hidden in shadow. What's with that little undertaker over there? The boy tightened the strap of the wooden box on his back, then slowly lifted his face toward the sky. A dim red light stirred in his eyes, spilling over with hatred. And in truth, that was where everything began. Grandfather. Back then, I was just a tiny child, no older than 5, curled up helplessly in the snow. Bu Yunseal. That was the precious name you gave me. With a gentle smile, the old man stepped forward and reached out his hand. He took in a child abandoned to the cold, and from that day on, he raised him with care. I followed you, a mortician, and learned the trade at your side. Bu Yunseal sat beside him, watching closely as the old man treated the wounded. To the boy, his grandfather looked every bit as impressive as some legendary swordmaster. The old man let out a soft chuckle. Oh, and what makes you say that? The boy's eyes opened wide, his face glowing with excitement. Even if the work was difficult, even if people looked down on it, none of that ever bothered him. The old man looked frail on the outside, but his calves were unusually firm, and the muscles along his legs carried the traces of a swift, deadly sword lineage. The old man suddenly placed a hand on his head, catching him off guard. You've got sharp eyes. He laughed, warmth plain in his voice, pleased by what he had noticed. This child really had been born to be a mortician. The boy pressed his lips together, his eyes shining. No matter how hard life got, you were always there with me. Until the day fate finally arrived. Moonlight slipped through the torn matting of the old room as the old man quietly pushed aside his blanket and sat up. Outside, the bamboo grove stood still beneath the night sky. Then, without warning, a gust of wind tore through the grove, and the bamboo began to sway and creak in the dark. He turned his head slightly and looked toward the window. A deep, quiet thought settled across his face. He closed his eyes, lowered his head a little, and murmured to himself, "Those who should come do not come, and those who do come bring no good. So, it really is today." He gently wiped the boy's face and whispered, "Bu Yunseal, wake up, my child." Patting the child lightly on the shoulder, he spoke in an easy tone. "Come on, let's play the pretend dead game again." Bu Yunseal rubbed his sleepy eyes and mumbled, "At this hour, Grandpa? You've got to be kidding." The old man answered in a soft voice, "If you do well this time, I'll buy you that ceremonial robe and the blue Tao sword you've always wanted." At that, the boy's eyes lit right up. "Really, Grandpa?" The old man nodded. "Yes, really." Bu Yunseal smiled brightly and climbed into the wardrobe. "Okay." From outside, the old man narrowed his eyes gently and reminded him, "This time, you have to hold out until sunrise." Bu Yunseal flinched. "Huh? Until sunrise?" The old man said nothing else. He simply shut the wardrobe door tight. His hand clenched the sword sheath so hard that the veins stood out sharply. Then he carefully stepped out of the house. His eyes were filled with caution and killing intent, and he moved with the wary stealth of a rat slipping away from a cat. Before long, a figure appeared, wrapped in a large hood and carrying a sword. Right? The hem of the stranger's robe fluttered under the bright moonlight. Oh! The seven-fingered demon blade, Bu Jianyang. The old man's face tightened into a frown. It has been a very long time since anyone called me by that name. Behind the cloth covering his face, the assassin's crimson eyes glinted coldly. I never expected that the man who turned down the vice-master position of the demonic hall would fall this low just to stay alive. With a crazed scream, he lunged forward and swung his sword. Their blades crashed together in an instant, exploding with blinding light and a murderous force fierce enough to rip through the silence of the night. I, Mortician Bu Jianyang. The old man fixed him with a hard glare and said, I do not live like this to survive. I live like this to pay for my sins. The man stopped dead, his eyes blazing with fury and madness. Bu Jianyang's brow tightened a little. If you want my life, then take it somewhere else. Don't wake the people around here. They get ugly when someone ruins their sleep. The other man eased back a step, lowered his face, and let out a low, mocking laugh. With one hand resting at his waist, he turned his back and said, Fine, but don't start thinking you can escape. Bu Jianyang's eyes narrowed as his expression grew heavy with thought. Right then, a faint noise came from inside the house. The tall wardrobe gave a tiny shake. Bu Yunseal sucked in a breath, then shoved the door open so hard it toppled over. Biting down on his lip, he hugged himself and shook from the cold as tears gathered in his eyes. Ugh, I can't stay in there anymore. Even if I grab the robe and sword, I'm gonna freeze to death first. Then suddenly, something felt off. Ha! Bu Yunseal stumbled out, still unsteady, and looked around. Where did Grandpa go? He always waits for me. Did someone from the manor drag him out again? With an annoyed breath, Bu Yunseal shut his eyes for a second and pushed open the front door. Honestly, those people had never shown a shred of respect to morticians anyway. But the instant he stepped outside, he stopped cold. His pupils shrank. What? Everything beyond the door was strangely empty, like the place had been ripped apart and abandoned. A sharp gust tore past him, and for a moment, all he could do was stare blankly up at the sky. His throat tightened. He swallowed hard as dread slowly wrapped around his chest, then forced his body to move, and the next second he was running full speed toward the bamboo forest. But the deeper he went, the more his steps began to slow. Then he stopped altogether, rooted to the spot. His eyes flew open wide, and tears spilled out before he could stop them. Right there in front of him was his grandfather's frail body, slumped down with his hair in disarray, eyes closed, blood soaking into him. Bu Yunseal screamed. The old man was leaning against a tree, and both of his arms had been completely shattered. Grandpa! The boy dropped beside him on trembling knees. Grandpa, what happened to you? Fighting for breath, Bu Jianyang barely managed to answer. Seol? Is that you? Crying so hard his voice broke, the boy shouted, Yes, it's me. Grandpa, what happened here? In a frail whisper, the old man answered, I'm sorry. My boy. Blood ran from Bu Jianyang's eyes as he spoke with eerie calm. Looks like this old man will be the one leaving first. He coughed up blood between every word. After I die, don't bury me. Bu Yunseal's face drained of all color. Grandpa. The boy's eyes widened in pure fear as he caught his grandfather's sagging body. Please, stop talking. Bu Jianyang leaned toward him and said, Bu Yunseal, listen to me carefully. With no strength left, he let his body sink into the boy's arms. No matter what happens, do not seek revenge. Tears flooded Bu Yunseal's eyes until everything in front of him turned blurry. He clenched his teeth so hard it felt like they might shatter. Then Bu Yunseal burst out, his eyes burning with madness and killing intent. They did this to you, Grandpa. I can never forgive them. He grabbed tightly onto his grandfather's clothes and pressed his forehead against the only family he had left. In a voice that barely held together, he murmured, If that's how it is, then maybe I should just go with you. You told me before that the underworld isn't much different from this world. If living here means living without you, then I'd rather follow you there. Bu Jianyang closed his eyes, and his face softened. Through the pain, he bitterly thought to himself that this foolish old man had only wanted to leave without worry. In a fading whisper, Bu Jianyang said, Seol. This is my last request. Leave this place and go far away. Then he lifted his head and gave him a gentle smile. The time I spent with you was truly happy. Bu Yunseal's eyes widened, his pupils tightening, as his grandfather's body suddenly went limp. The body slipped from the boy's arms, and Bu Janyong dropped helplessly to the ground. Slipping fully from his embrace, Bu Janyong collapsed onto the earth without another sound. Bu Yunseal just sat there, frozen in silence, his face pale as snow. Grandpa. Bu Janyong did not move again. He was completely gone, and all that filled Bu Yunseal's widening eyes was unbearable pain. Little by little, the tears stopped coming, and his eyes slowly narrowed. The light faded from his gaze. His lips tightened, and with an empty expression, he turned his face away. He carried Bu Janyang's body back toward home, whispering the whole way, "Grandpa!" Once there, Bu Yunseal gently brushed his hand across his grandfather's face. His pupils glowed red as he whispered, "But I can't follow your final wish." Hatred took over his face, and tears kept falling no matter how hard he tried to hold them back. Inside his head, the scene kept replaying over and over. His grandfather being struck, both arms severed apart in a single sword slash. He began reconstructing the fight in his mind. An upward reverse slash. A sword technique so rare it was almost never seen. Bu Yunseal pulled open his grandfather's eyelids, and in that instant, the image of Bu Janyong being crushed under overwhelming killing intent became horribly clear in his mind. In the middle of the strike, the killer had even twisted his body and driven the sword straight through both eyes. Bu Yunseal bit down so hard his teeth ached. That kind of cruel, twisted swordsmanship. There was only one possibility. When he opened his eyes again, his dark pupils had tightened, and the hatred inside them was so deep it looked ready to swallow everything else. Still kneeling between his grandfather's legs, his face half hidden in shadow, he muttered to himself that among demonic sword arts, only the heavenly truck muscle control technique could leave wounds like these, an art that controlled flesh and bone as it pleased. He went over the body in silence. Bu Janyang's back was covered in slash marks and tiny round holes, 93 in total. Even the full bloom rain technique at its absolute limit could only fire 66 hidden weapons. Piece by piece, he rebuilt the scene in his mind again. A masked attacker had struck from behind with flying needles, and there didn't seem to be any accomplices. Then could it be the demonic emperor's hidden weapon, the one said to unleash hundreds at once? Carefully, Bu Yunseal pulled out his grandfather's tongue and checked underneath it. The underside of the tongue, even the fingernails, had been stained by a strange demonic energy. The color had completely turned. Bu Yunseal's eyes widened at once. This was the sign of flesh-rotting blood poison. One clue led straight into the next. The demonic emperor's hidden weapon, and on top of that, flesh-rotting blood poison used alongside it. A demonic expert capable of using both. There could only be a handful of people like that. He slowly pulled in a deep breath, trying to steady the tremor in his chest. In front of him lay Bu Janyang's body, motionless, as if it were already slipping away from the world itself. Bu Yunseal slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, blood was running from the corners. "No matter what it takes, I will find you." A single tear dropped onto the thin parchment. It slowly spread into the page, darkening the space beside a name written neatly in black ink. Head lowered, he signed his name at the gate of the Blazing Sun Martial Alliance. Leaning on his spear, the gatekeeper gave him a lazy look and clicked his tongue. The Blazing Sun sect? Another bunch of nobodies trying to ride the demonic hall's coattails. Bet they'll lose their nerve the second they see a death contract. The guard frowned and snapped, "Hey kid, if you're too scared to leave your mark, quit acting tough and go home." The boy slowly raised his finger, and the guard's eyes stayed fixed on it. Bu Yunseal's pupils turned red as blood, and he bit into his fingertip, tearing it open himself. Both gatekeepers went completely still, caught off guard by what they had just seen. Bu Yunseal pressed his finger down hard. "From the moment you died, my life was broken beyond repair." When he lifted his hand again, a deep red fingerprint was left on the paper. From that point on, only one path remained in front of him: revenge. The two guards looked down at the registry, then watched him pass in silence without saying another word. And now, here at the tournament, the man who had mocked him before could do nothing but stand there with his mouth hanging open. Bu Yunseal pulled the strap on his shoulder tight, hatred burning in his eyes as he stepped through the Martial Alliance gate, the first real step on his road to revenge. Like two powers fated to stand against each other, a proud golden dragon and a savage black tiger faced one another. Righteousness and evil. For generations, The martial world had been shaped by the clash between those two forces, with the heroes praised by history standing opposite the heretics condemned in its records. On the righteous side stood the martial alliance, a force that claimed justice as its highest rule. On the demonic side stood the demonic hall, where only absolute strength mattered. For a long time those two sides kept a fragile balance. But the moment either one reached for more, that peace was bound to break. Beneath a bright blue sky hanging over a chaotic world, the righteous factions longed to shatter that balance. So 18 masters gathered under one banner and were celebrated as the great heroes of justice. But darkness raised its own champions as well. Feeling the pressure from the martial alliance closing in, the demonic hall moved to strengthen itself and launched the 10-demon successor project. Before long, an official notice was sent out. No matter what background they came from, the demonic hall declared that it would pass down its secret arts to the 10 most talented prodigies. It was a shocking announcement, one that ignored sect boundaries and openly broke the old rules surrounding demonic teachings. The resolve in Bu Yunseal's eyes only grew fiercer. Then the gates opened, and inside, more than 100 people were already waiting. The demonic hall's announcement had drawn in young martial artists from all over. Every kind of person had gathered there, and not one of them looked at him with any warmth. The moment he entered, eyes from every direction turned toward him. Bu Yunseal adjusted the strap on his shoulder and quietly scanned the room, already sensing that something about the crowd felt wrong. Then all at once, his focus caught on someone in the crowd. His stare sharpened as if he were trying to cut through every face in front of him. Could one of them be connected to the person who killed my grandfather? In the back of his mind, the image of that masked assassin still lingered behind the cloth that hid his face. Bu Yunseal pressed his lips together and fell into thought, certain now that the killer was no ordinary fighter, but a master far beyond that. Without even noticing, he reached one hand out, as if that man were standing right there in front of him. If I want revenge, I have to climb to that same level. I don't have a sect. I don't even have martial arts of my own to lean on. His eyes burned with hatred as his hand tightened into a fist. Becoming one of the 10 demon successors is the only way I can gain power fast enough. Then suddenly, shocked gasps started rising from all around him. A tall man wrapped in a magnificent white fur coat stepped into view. The man threw his head back and roared, "I am the chief instructor, Hyacryan Young, the crimson-eyed tiger." The crowd instantly broke into shocked whispers. Chief instructor? That's really Hyacryan Young? The crimson-eyed tiger. Hyacryan Young swept a hard glare across them all. This place exists for one purpose only, to find the greatest prodigy on the demonic path. His words rippled through the crowd. Only those who survive every trial prepared by the demonic hall will earn the right to stand as official candidates for the 10 demon successors. Off to the side, Bu Yunseal said nothing and simply watched him. For the first trial, Hyacryan Young said, flicking one hand forward, the men of the Medicine King Hall will examine your tendons and bones. The people below immediately burst into complaints. Wait, that's a trial? No way. A real match would have made more sense than this. Then several men in black cloaks and straw hats rushed in at once, wrenching arms, twisting joints, and cracking bones so hard the candidates cried out in pain. One of the examiners spoke in a flat voice. You pass. The candidate, whose arm had nearly been torn apart, just blinked in confusion. Ah, right. Maybe a real fight would have been even worse. Bu Yunseal watched without a word. So the ones who get through this move on to the next round? Tendons and bones. So that's what it is. Bu Yunseal stayed where he was, not moving an inch. Then the examiner reached a hand toward him. His fingers closed firmly around Bu Yunseal's shoulder. The man's jaw slowly fell open, and his eyes widened. Impossible. He tightened his grip on Bu Yunseal's elbow, his voice turning unsteady. His tendons. They're completely destroyed. The examiner lowered his head, baffled. How strange. How did someone like this even make it into the tournament? But Bu Yunseal said nothing. His blood-red eyes glowed with killing intent that was impossible to miss. The examiner flinched and instinctively stepped back. That murderous aura. Hardly anyone here could match it. He coughed awkwardly and started to turn away as if he meant to move on. But it was obvious he couldn't pretend he hadn't seen it. Bu Yunseal pressed his lips together and squeezed his shoulder the way his grandfather had once shown him. All I ever learned was how to prepare the dead. The way I am now, there's no way I can pass a test like this. He let his hand fall, but even then, he knew he couldn't stop here. Under the blazing sun in the courtyard, a loud voice rang out. The first trial is over. One young man ground his teeth, veins standing out across his forehead. Then he shouted in fury, What kind of rule is that? Facing Hyacryan Young head-on, he yelled, if the 10 demon successors are chosen by tendons and bones alone, then why hold a tournament in the first place? He raised his voice even more. This is unfair. Another shout came from the crowd right after him. That's right. It's completely unfair. Hyacryan Young answered without any emotion. The essence of the human body lies in its foundation. For anyone who wishes to practice martial arts, the quality of the tendons and bones matters most. That is exactly why the demonic hall holds this grand selection. Then his gaze dropped coldly. If you can't even meet the most basic requirement, what right do you have to speak to me about fairness? The man froze, his spirit crushed, but still forced out a reply. Then, at least give us one more chance. Hyacryan Young shot him a savage glare, and the force of it alone made the challenger stagger backward. There is no need to worry. The pressure pouring off Hyacryan Young flared out and bore down on the man like a crushing weight. For the second trial, he declared, I will personally select those whose bodies may be lacking, but whose talent for martial arts is exceptional. With that, he turned and strode off. The second trial begins now. Then Hyacryan Young glanced back over his shoulder, his warning as sharp as a blade. From this moment on, you will kill one another. Those words sent confusion sweeping through the crowd. To claim the right to survive. Panic broke out at once. Kill each other? He can't be serious. Sure, we're from the demonic path, but what kind of insane test is this? Is he really serious about this? The same man from earlier tightened his grip on his spear and let out a sneer. So that's how it is. A cruel light flashed in his eyes. Fine. We were going to kill each other sooner or later anyway. His gaze settled on Buyunseal, who was standing not far away. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he clenched his spear even tighter. Wumenchong gripped his spear and shot toward Gok Ryong like a lightning strike. Without a second of hesitation, he drove the spear straight at him. Then a faint, satisfied smile touched Wumenchong's face, almost like relief. At last, he said, I've killed you today. Across the field, blood poured from Gok Ryong as he gritted his teeth and shouted, Wumenchong! But the next moment his legs gave out, and he hit the ground with a heavy thud. The onlookers stared at Gok Ryong's lifeless eyes fixed on the sky and gasped in horror. He's really dead. There's so much blood. Buyunseal lowered his gaze and calmly studied the body. Impressive. The spear had slipped between the ribs and pierced the heart almost perfectly. It wasn't flawless, but it had been fast and precise. Wumenchong yanked his spear back out and shouted with pride. Come on then. Anyone who wants to end up like him, step forward. I, Wumenchong, will take all of you. From the platform above, Hyacryan Young looked down on the scene with cold amusement. His technique isn't bad, but his head clearly isn't keeping up. The subordinate at his side quickly nodded. Exactly, sir. Buyunseal quietly read the situation for what it was. In a place like this, the second you stand out, you put a blade on your own back. Better to let the idiots kill each other first. Below, fear began spreading through the crowd, and panic followed right behind it. What are we supposed to do if this keeps going? Then one man suddenly broke and slashed at the person beside him, screaming, Die! But in the very next second, terror washed over his face, and he stumbled backward. I didn't mean to. No one even got the chance to react before another man drove a blade straight into his stomach. From high above, Hyacryan Young looked down with icy eyes as screams and cries of pain rose from every direction. And with calm indifference, he thought to himself, children who still haven't gotten used to death. Down on the ground, terrified faces were everywhere, along with desperate fights where every swing decided who lived and who died. In only a few moments, the whole place had turned into chaos. And Hyacryan Young kept watching in silence, thinking to himself, the moment death is right in front of you, reason is always the first thing to break. Then suddenly, something caught his attention, and a low, interested sound slipped from his throat. His subordinates followed his line of sight, and their faces quickly changed as they understood what he had noticed. So they've spotted Buyunseal and that other one. One of the subordinates muttered under his breath. Looks like not every single one of them is an idiot. In the middle of all the blood and screaming, only Buyunseal and one tall man remained calm, standing quietly by the wall. As the slaughter played out right in front of him, Buyunseal looked on with a faint glint of contempt in his eyes. Fools. They let the fear of dying cloud their thinking. Hyacryan Young said to survive until only one person was left. Which means the point here isn't killing. Staying alive. With that, he sat down and reached toward a corpse, murmuring under his breath. If I stay calm and keep my head clear, I can survive this. Yes, I have to survive. And as that thought settled in, a memory flashed through his mind. Him and Bu Jianyong examining bodies together. Back in the present, he picked up a severed arm from a nearby corpse and began studying it carefully. Across the arena, a man in a blue robe was dominating the fight with an iron flail and chain. Before long, bodies had started piling up around him, and then his eyes drifted toward Bu Yunseal in the distance. Huh? What's that supposed to be? That guy looks useless. Probably just hiding. Bu Yunseal stayed focused on the corpse in front of him, calmly noting the details. Thin, densely packed sword wounds. Killed by a fast blade used together with a flexible sword. Just then, the blue-robed man fixed his sights on him and started swinging the chain, muttering, "Let me send you to the afterlife." The iron ball came flying at Bu Yunseal like a bolt of lightning, but it hit only the wooden box strapped to his back. The box exploded on impact, and a set of neatly folded clothes spilled across the ground. The man in blue pointed at the scattered things and burst out laughing. "Ha! What's this? A mortician's box? What are you, some kind of corpse cleaner?" Bu Yunseal's face darkened, and he slowly rose to his feet. A memory flickered through his mind. His younger self, staring with wide eyes. Back then, he had gently touched those folded clothes resting on the table beside a small letter. When he opened the letter, there were only 4 simple words inside. "Happy birthday." As the memory came back, Bu Yunseal whispered softly, "Grandpa." A second later, his eyes turned red with pure killing intent. Across the blood-soaked ground, Bu Yunseal locked eyes with the man in blue. The man sneered and whipped his chain again. "What now? With a tiny dagger like that, what do you think you can possibly do?" But he never noticed the shadow rising behind him. Then the other man moved in one smooth motion and slashed his sword across the blue-robed man's back. In an instant, the man collapsed and hit the ground flat. The stranger spoke in a cold, flat voice. "No need to thank me. A useless guy like you only draws attention. That makes things easier for me." But Bu Yunseal ignored him completely and went right on examining the blue-robed man's corpse. The man gave a faint smirk. "Not bad, kid. You've got sharp eyes. But I'm guessing you've never actually trained in martial arts." Even while he was speaking, someone rushed in from behind to ambush him. Without turning around, he swung his sword back and cut the attacker down, then smiled. "A weakling like you? I could kill you whenever I feel like it." Bu Yunseal didn't answer. He only cast a cold glance behind him. Then his eyes shifted up to the platform, where Hyacryan Young was now watching the other man with obvious interest. "That brat. He's carrying the star crystal blade. How does someone like him have the relic of Mukhian, the so-called wandering blade master?" The subordinate beside him answered at once. "His name is Nung Ungang. Rumor says he found Mukhian's secret manual and soared deep inside a mountain cave. But since he learned from that manual on his own, his swordsmanship still isn't fully polished." Hyacryan Young kept watching Nung Ungang without blinking, then said, "Even so, he inherited Mukhian's true teachings. That alone makes him practically Mukhian's disciple. His frame might be lacking a little, but he's still one of the strongest contenders for the 10 demons. Out of everyone here, he's the one I'd place the most hope in Indiana. It was the highest praise he gave anyone there. He's still too young to truly deserve the name Crystal Blade, but among the people here, I don't see anyone above him." The subordinate at his side quietly gave a small nod. Then he spoke again, his tone steady and certain. "Unless something unexpected happens, he'll be the last one standing." Below them, Bu Yunseal kept his eyes on the bodies spread across the ground, silently studying every one of them. Under the scorched, darkened sky, cries of pain kept echoing without stop, pressing even more weight onto the already brutal scene. After some time passed, Nung Ungang calmly wiped the blood from his blade and finally opened his mouth. His sharp gaze locked onto his target. "So, you really made it to the end." Out of that mountain of corpses, only 2 people were still left standing. Bu Yunseal and Nung Ungang. He flexed his fingers, almost eager for it, and said, "If I crush you here, I officially become a candidate for the 10 demon successors. Come." But Bu Yunseal didn't move at all. He just stood there, giving away nothing. His cold, unreadable eyes stayed on Nung Ungang as one thought crossed his mind. "He's the strongest one in this arena, but I've already seen the weakness in his sword." Bu Yunseal tightened his hand around the hilt and stepped forward, slow and deliberate. Nung Ungang tilted his chin up with a mocking smile. "Then let me see what you've actually got." The moment he said it, He launched himself forward without a second of delay. A storm of slashes came crashing down on the boy. Bu Yunseal avoided the fatal lines, but some of the strikes still sliced into him. Nung Ungang almost looked amused, but the contempt on his face was plain. Is that it? All you can do is dodge like that? Honestly, it's a miracle you even survived this long. But as he kept watching, something started to feel off. First, the boy looked cornered, but the more closely he watched, the clearer it became. After every strike, Bu Yunseal was shifting his position on purpose. His robe was splitting apart in long ragged tears as he dodged only the killing blows and deliberately accepted the lesser cuts. The blade kept raking across his body, and blood burst out, splashing red across his face. Then Nung Ungang's eyes suddenly narrowed. He realized the boy had figured out his attack pattern by examining the corpses on the ground. Even he had to admit it inwardly. That kind of observation was extraordinary. After slipping past the final slash, Bu Yunseal stopped and said in a cold, flat voice, "Your swordsmanship is pathetic." There was no mistaking the mockery in his words. "You make such a show of swinging that sword, and all you've done is leave a few shallow cuts." The insult lit Nung Ungang's anger on the spot. "He dares look down on me?" His fists tightened. "So he's good at dodging. Fine. But landing a hit is a completely different matter." Contempt flashed in his eyes. "With a body that frail, there's no way he can strike properly." Nung Ungang let out a low, dark laugh. "I was going to let you hang on a little longer. But if you're in such a hurry to die, then fine." He lunged forward like a wild beast. "I'll give you exactly that." He tore across the distance in an instant, but even with that terrifying speed bearing down on him, Bu Yunseal showed no sign of fear. There's only one opening, Bu Yunseal thought, pulling together every detail he had been piecing together this whole time. From everything he had learned while studying the bodies Nung Ungang cut down, he reached one clear conclusion. Every killing strike this man used always targeted a vital weak point. Each corpse showed only two kinds of fatal wounds, one through the heart or one to the head. So the instant Nung Ungang released his killing blow and the blade lifted toward a higher target, Bu Yunseal dropped low and slipped right underneath it. That one move threw Nung Ungang off completely, leaving him no time to recover. And by then, Bu Yunseal's sword was already driving straight toward him. This time, he aimed for the neck, and in that exact moment, a familiar voice echoed inside his head. "Ah, Bu Yunseal." Bu Janyang's image rose in his mind, and with it came the reminder. The heavenly node point is a place even masters of external art struggle to temper. If a child strikes that point with all his strength, even a grown man will black out instantly. Remember that well. Those words rushed back to him, and certainty settled in as Bu Yunseal gathered every last bit of strength left in his body. Then he drove his sword straight into Nung Ungang's neck, and blood exploded out in a violent spray. Nung Ungang collapsed to the ground, brought down by Bu Yunseal's hand. Even after it was over, Bu Yunseal didn't move right away. Instead, he slowly lifted his eyes toward Hyacryan Young. "Is it over now?" he asked, his voice calm and even. The people watching broke into stunned murmurs. "I didn't expect that at all." Hyacryan Young looked plainly disappointed as he said, "I had high expectations for Mukian's sword art." Then the sound of a drum rolled through the air, and his announcement followed. "Bu Yunseal of the Blazing Sun sect, you have passed the second round." Bu Yunseal remained where he was, not moving an inch, his expression still impossible to read. Out of nowhere, a voice he knew better than anyone called out to him. "Seola." It was Bu Janyang's voice, sounding like he was searching for him everywhere. "Seola, where are you?" The second Bu Yunseal saw him, the joy hit him all at once, and he shouted without thinking. "Grandfather, I'm here. Grandfather." But the old man gave no sign he could hear him. "Seola," Bu Janyang called again as he slowly drew closer. Fear flashed across the boy's face, and his eyes suddenly tightened. At last, his grandfather turned toward him, but his eyes were gone. "I can't see your face, my boy," he said softly. Sweat and tears ran together down Bu Yunseal's face, spilling helplessly over his cheeks. Then in the very next moment he jolted awake. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found everyone in the room staring right at him. The whole place was silent, with only the dull sound of waves crashing outside. That was when he realized where he was. He was on a ship. Bu Yunseal blankly touched his head and muttered, "This place, I'm on a ship." So I passed out. Then it clicked. Right? I lost too much blood. Oh? He looked down at the bandages around his wounds and saw how deep the cuts had been. Yet now there was barely any pain left. The demonic hall must have brought in a truly skilled physician. His eyes widened just a little, but the people around him only kept staring. Not one of them spoke first. Most of the people there were powerfully built, and among them, Bu Yunseal recognized a few familiar faces, likely survivors from the first trial. A moment later, someone suddenly burst out laughing, and the attention in the room shifted that way. Bu Yunseal let out a quiet breath, his eyes turning cold with disdain. Honestly, that reaction was exactly what he expected. Then a voice came down from above. "Get off the ship." It was a deep, low voice, and it carried easily across the deck. "The next trial will begin on this hell island." Under the last light of dusk, the ship kept cutting through the open sea. Before long, the vessel slowed and came to a stop beside a coastal dock. A man leaped down from the massive ship onto the pier. The place waiting for them really did look like hell. He gave only a short command as he looked back up at the ship. "Everyone, follow me." At his order, the people on board started coming down one after another, forming a long line as they headed toward the mountain ahead. By then, the sky had already sunk into twilight. A young woman stepped forward to guide them. "This is where you'll be staying. Hand over all the clothes and weapons you brought. Put on the garments prepared for you, take the sword issued to you, and come back outside." Standing above them, she went on in a clear voice. "The choice is yours. Pick any cave you want and go inside." One by one, the others began choosing, but Bu Yunseal stayed where he was, quietly watching with a calm, shadowed gaze. After observing for a while, he finally started walking, his eyes passing over the others as he moved. Nearby, two people were whispering. "This spot looks pretty good. I thought it'd be damp, but it's actually fine." "Yeah, but it feels cramped," the other one said. The girl in pink suddenly turned toward the man across from her. "I saw this place first." The man shot back right away. "What are you talking about? I got here first. Just looking at it doesn't make it yours." Bu Yunseal watched them for a brief moment before another young man stepped in. "Come on, stop fighting. There are still plenty of decent places left." Bu Yunseal barely cared. In his mind, only one thought remained. These idiots have no idea what happened in the second trial. Not even the slightest caution. A cold glint flickered through his eyes, carrying a trace of killing intent, as he noticed how many of them were dressed in rich, expensive clothes. After that little argument, the young man in blue quickly apologized. "I spoke carelessly." The girl settled down too. "No, I was at fault as well." Watching them, Bu Yunseal thought, so most of them really are children from noble families. As he walked slowly, he fell into thought, remembering the torn photograph and realizing the second trial had been meant to weed out the ones whose deaths would bring no consequences. Just then, a quiet voice reached him. "Still haven't chosen?" He turned at once, slightly tense. "You've been moving far too slowly. This isn't the time to just stand around." The man's face was stern, and there was enough chill in his voice to make Bu Yunseal turn back immediately. The man studied him in silence and thought, "I was right. He really did survive the second trial. Let's see what he chooses this time." Then he said aloud, "There isn't much time left, so hurry up and pick." Seeing how serious he was, Bu Yunseal pointed toward one of the caves. "Then I'll take that one." The cave he chose had an entrance so narrow and cramped it almost looked unusable. The moment the others saw what he picked, mocking laughter and whispers spread right away. "What? He picked that dump. Well, it suits how shabby he looks. That place is filthy." But Bu Yunseal didn't react at all. His face stayed unreadable. Watching that, the man let out an awkward little smile. "Bu Yunseal," he said, his grin widening. "That's a pretty interesting choice." And as he looked toward the cave, a faint note of admiration passed through his eyes. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than a cramped, dirty hole. But that was only the entrance. Further inside, the space opened wide enough for martial training, and that narrow opening made it perfect for defending against surprise attacks. The man turned away and thought, most people judge a cave by the entrance alone, but he checked the whole thing carefully. Then he gave a quiet chuckle. "All right, get yourselves ready." Bu Yunseal silently watched him from behind. After some time, everyone came back out wearing new clothes. Bu Yunseal had changed as well, briefly lowering his eyes to the black training uniform now on his body. At the front of the group, the man raised his voice and began. "I'll explain what all of you will be doing from here on." Bu Yunseal only glanced his way, showing almost no interest. Then the man began laying out the rules for the next stage. Here on Hell Island, 10 martial halls have been established. Each one teaches the martial arts of one of the 10 demon sections. He tapped the wooden board beside him. You can study all of them or you can focus on just one. That decision is yours. Standing in the crowd, Bu Yunseal listened as chatter spread around him. You can rest, fool around or train. It's all up to you, people said with a laugh. Bu Yunseal's face turned serious. Something about this felt wrong. These were the same people who had turned the second trial into a slaughterhouse. Even so, the crowd kept chatting excitedly among themselves. So where should we go? What about Sabato? One of them called out with total confidence. Obviously Wa Vimyoung. They say it's the strongest sect on this whole island. The others quickly got swept up in it. Come on, let's go. Bu Yunseal looked around and saw that most of them were already heading the same way. Wa Vimyoung. He remembered hearing that it was the strongest among the 10 demon sects. As he passed by them, he thought, learning the strongest martial art would definitely help. But for someone like me who still knows nothing, brute strength isn't the most important thing right now. Then all at once, something in another direction caught his eye, and Bu Yunseal's eyes widened. Without saying a word, he turned away from the crowd and started walking in the opposite direction. What I need right now. Eventually, he came to a stop in front of an old house hidden deep in the forest, a place that looked completely abandoned. He stood there in silence, staring at it, and his gaze slowly darkened. Is this really supposed to be a martial hall? Thinking back on what he knew, Bu Yunseal recalled that Nanjia Pavilion was a declining sect, barely managing to hold onto its place among the 10 demon sects. Even so, it had once produced countless supreme masters, and that alone had kept its name alive. Remembering the stories his grandfather used to tell him about the martial world, Bu Yunseal made his choice. Then this is where I'll go. As he stood there thinking, something strange on the ground suddenly caught his eye, and he lowered his gaze with a wary frown. He immediately looked around, alert now, his whole body tensing. Then, without warning, someone rose straight up from the soil itself. What is this? A head pushed up out of the ground, its eyes filled with menace. You came here because you want to become one of the 10 demon successors? The man was Sa Wu, the hidden master of Nanjia Pavilion. Bu Yunseal stood over him, staring down at the head sticking out of the dirt. The uneasiness on his face was plain as he looked at the strange man below him. Once he realized who it was, he quickly bowed with respect. Yes, I came to learn Nanjia Pavilion's martial arts. Looking down at him, Bu Yunseal's expression only tightened further. Sa Wu's gaze was sharp enough to cut. He narrowed his eyes and let out a low, thoughtful, Then Sa Wu rose fully out of the ground and said in a cold, stern voice, Don't throw your life away, go back. I have no intention of teaching martial arts, especially not to a frail boy like you. Bu Yunseal answered, I heard that mastering Nanjia Pavilion's techniques gives a person the greatest endurance in the world. Sa Wu stepped closer with the faintest smirk. Not bad. You know a surprising amount about this dying art. Bu Yunseal felt as if countless blades were aimed right at him, but Sa Wu kept going. Even geniuses struggle to master Nanjia's style. It starts by remaking the body itself. With a frame like yours, you die before surviving even one day. After saying that, Sa Wu slowly sank back into the earth, never taking his eyes off Bu Yunseal. If you understand, then get lost. But instead of leaving, Bu Yunseal dropped to his knees and bowed deeply toward Sa Wu. Seeing that, Sa Wu frowned. What exactly are you doing? Still bowing, Bu Yunseal said. Since you've already given me your teaching, shouldn't a disciple bow to his master? Sa Wu stared at him for a moment, then muttered under his breath, Idiot! After that, he closed his eyes and sank into deep thought. At last, Sa Wu spoke again. Fine, I'll teach you. As he rose back out of the ground, he added, But don't get the wrong idea. I'm only teaching you because the demonic hall ordered it. Bu Yunseal froze on the spot, caught off guard by those words. Standing firmly in front of him, Sa Wu said, I am the hidden master of Nanjia Pavilion. From now on, you will call me Old Sa. Bu Yunseal placed a hand over his chest and started to say, I am Bu Yunseal, but Sa Wu cut him off with a dismissive wave. No. Bu Yunseal looked at him uneasily as Sa Wu said, To me, you're only trainee number 1. Sa Wu raised 2 fingers toward him. That's enough talk. We start now. Without any warning, 2 streaks of light shot straight into Bu Yunseal's eyes. His eyes flew wide open, and in an instant his gaze went blank. His pupils darkened more and more until both eyes turned completely black. Darkness swallowed everything around him, and Bu Yunseal stood there in confusion, unable to see a thing. Panic started creeping in, but then a voice echoed through the dark. Don't be afraid. Calm your mind. It was Sa Wu, guiding him in a steady voice. Sa Wu explained, I've temporarily sealed your vision with the secret art of Nunggak. It's a necessary step in learning Nunggak's basic martial technique, the wild beast path. Hearing that, Bu Yunseal asked in confusion, the wild beast path? Sensing how lost he was, Sa Wu explained further. It sharpens all your senses and gives you the instincts of a beast. Sa Wu continued, the highest form of Nunggak's martial arts is different from the others. Its shape changes without end depending on how its successor perceives it. The more Bu Yunseal heard, the more uneasy he became. Even the basics sounded as difficult as mastering an entire martial art. As he listened, his expression only grew more confused, while Sa Wu kept speaking. That's why hardly anyone even dares to attempt this training anymore. A strange glow began rising from Sa Wu's body, so intense that Bu Yunseal had to turn his face away. Even then, Sa Wu kept talking. If you succeed, a shining white tiger will appear before you. Light flared around Sa Wu as he shouted, and you'll gain the senses of a true beast. He gave a soft chuckle and said, though most people die long before they ever make it that far. Sa Wu took a few steps closer to where Bu Yunseal was standing. Backlit like some towering figure, he said, in about half an hour, your body should adjust to the darkness. Bu Yunseal could only stand there, speechless. As the fear inside him peaked, Sa Wu leaned in a little more and added, I'll be back by then. The moment he left, a fierce gust tore through the shabby hut. Little by little, Bu Yunseal started getting used to the blindness. He was still uneasy, but he could feel himself becoming a little steadier. People always say that when one sense is lost, the others sharpen. But apparently that wasn't always true. Then Sa Wu's earlier words came back to him. Normally, half an hour is enough to adapt. His eyes moved restlessly as he thought, too slow. I need to adjust faster than this. With that, he dropped to the floor and began feeling his way around on all fours. Then he stood, explored by touch, and lowered himself again to keep moving. If someone attacked him now and drove a blade through his chest, he would die before he could react. In a place full of martial artists all fighting to become 10 demon successors, a sudden attack was never out of the question. With that in mind, Bu Yunseal pictured an enemy behind him, raising a weapon for a killing blow. The moment that instinct hit him, he spun around. In the very next instant, his whole body was thrown up into the air. He slammed hard into the dirt. The pain made one thing clear. Once your sight is gone, balance becomes everything. By then, night had fully fallen, and the sky overhead was packed with tightly scattered stars, faintly glowing in the dark. After a long nap, old Sa Wu stepped outside with a yawn. He's probably still stumbling around in confusion by now. But when he looked over, Bu Yunseal was already moving with a surprising amount of ease, drawing a low hum of approval from Sa Wu. As he watched, Sa Wu's eyes turned thoughtful. Interesting. Most people would just sit there and wait for their senses to recover. Studying Bu Yunseal's movements, he muttered, but this one keeps picturing enemies and never stops moving. Bu Yunseal stomped hard against the ground. Maybe because of that, his movements had already grown smoother. With just 2 steps, he could now cover a surprising amount of distance. One hand caught a rock, and at the same time his foot snapped out in a fast kick. As he landed lightly, a faint aura seemed to cling to his body. Bu Yunseal was adapting faster than anyone had expected. Seeing that, Sa Wu smiled in satisfaction. Good. Looks like you're finally getting used to it. Sa Wu, the dustless blade, pulled the sword from his back and shouted, now dodge my sword. There wasn't a hint of mercy in the strike that followed. The forest went silent, and the only sound left was the sharp whistle of his blade slicing through the air. Then, before it even felt possible, 3 full days had passed. Bu Yunseal had been beaten to the point of collapse and finally dropped face first into a puddle of mud. The rain only came down harder as Sa Wu calmly rested his sword on one shoulder, a faint smile on his face while he looked at the battered boy below. Bu Yunseal's clothes were completely torn apart, and he looked like he had reached his limit. And yet, no sooner had that thought formed than Sa Wu burst forward again, moving with terrifying speed. Bu Yunseal couldn't defend in time, and the blow landed clean in his stomach. Sa Wu wiped the rain from his face and looked down at him. It's already been 3 days. By now, anyone else would be questioning this training. But he just takes every beating in silence. Under the pounding rain, Bu Yunseal breathed hard, then forced himself back to his feet again, gripping his sword without a single word of complaint. Seeing that, Sa Wu finally gave in to his curiosity. Why don't you ask me anything? Like how to dodge? Or what kind of technique you should be using? Bu Yunseal's eyes widened slightly. Then he steadied himself and answered in a cold voice. You said the essence of Nanjia Pavilion lies in enlightenment, so I assumed every move you make has meaning. That answer plainly caught Sa Wu off guard, and he frowned as he stared at the boy. Then he closed his eyes and let out a quiet chuckle. You're right. Sa Wu tightened his grip on the sword and rushed straight at Bu Yunseal again. Then let's keep going. Bu Yunseal stood there calmly, without the slightest sign of being shaken. He closed his eyes and focused on everything around him, and for the first time, Sa Wu's movements came through clearly. I can feel it now, he thought, almost in disbelief. In only 3 days, Bu Yunseal had reached the point where he could sense nearly every movement and attack from Sa Wu. He still couldn't see the path of the blade itself, but he could feel where it was going, even if fully dodging it was still beyond him. Bu Yunseal raised his own sword. Then, in the next instant, steel crashed against steel as he finally blocked Sa Wu's strike. The two blades slammed together head-on, and sparks burst between them. Bu Yunseal had stopped the attack. Biting down hard on his lip, he poured every last bit of strength into holding his ground. Even Sa Wu, a man tempered by countless battles, couldn't hide his surprise at how fast Bu Yunseal was improving. He let out a silent breath and thought, did he really just block the silent sword strike? Once the rain passed, sunlight broke through the clouds. Sa Wu muttered under his breath, only 3 days? At that same moment, Bu Yunseal was thrown backward, his blade scraping across the ground and leaving a fiery trail behind it. Completely drained, he dropped to the ground and stared blankly up at the sky. Right now, even blocking one strike felt impossible. Then a bamboo flask landed on his stomach. Here, drink. Bu Yunseal grabbed the flask with tired hands and fumbled for it. Thank you, master. He lifted the flask and drained it in one quick gulp while Sa Wu stood there, silently watching. The moment he finished, Bu Yunseal realized it wasn't water at all. Strength surged through his body in an instant, like all the blood he had lost had suddenly come rushing back. Sa Wu's eyes gleamed as he looked at the empty flask in Bu Yunseal's hand. That was the celestial spring elixir, the treasure I protected my whole life, and still, I don't regret giving it to him. A deep, satisfied grin spread across Sa Wu's face, because all this time, I've been waiting to meet the greatest prodigy under heaven. Outside, the rain kept pounding down in heavy sheets, drumming steadily over the roof. Strike after strike came crashing down on Bu Yunseal, and all he could do was barely keep his defense from falling apart. Even then, Sa Wu never let up. He kept pressing forward, driving him harder and harder. Bu Yunseal didn't retreat, and he didn't dodge. He chose to face Sa Wu head-on. Seeing that, Sa Wu gave a faint smile, clearly pleased. His sword flashed across Bu Yunseal's face as he shouted, again, block this one too. Bu Yunseal stiffened as another crushing strike came down from Sa Wu. Bu Yunseal slipped to the side and barely avoided it. But in the very next instant, Sa Wu was already behind him. Not yet. Fear tightened across Bu Yunseal's face. The second he heard that voice, Bu Yunseal realized Sa Wu was behind him, and he glanced back with wide, startled eyes. Acting on instinct alone, he whipped his sword backward, and the sudden counter caught Sa Wu off guard. When no follow-up attack came, Bu Yunseal frowned. Why isn't he striking? Then Sa Wu suddenly burst out laughing. To think the weapon I had been searching for this whole time was right in front of me. A faint light slipped back into Bu Yunseal's eyes, leaving him frozen in place. He blinked in disbelief and realized his sight had returned. Looking down at his own hands, he let out a sharp breath. Sa Wu called out, Bu Yunseal. Then he walked over with a bright smile and patted him on the shoulder. Forget becoming a 10-demon successor. Become an official disciple of Nung Gak instead. Bu Yunseal looked up in shock. Seeing that, Sa Wu proudly declared, give me 10 years, and I'll make you one of the strongest masters in the Demon Palace. Bu Yunseal lowered his head and thought, one of the top experts in the Demon Palace. After everything I've seen, those can't just be empty words. But then he remembered his past and the man who killed his grandfather. That man's strength had been beyond anything he could even imagine. If that was true, then Nanjia Pavilion's martial arts alone would never be enough. Bu Yunseal clenched his jaw, sinking deep into thought. Then he raised his head and looked straight at Sa Wu, his resolve completely firm. I will become one of the 10 demons. Sa Wu stared at him, visibly stunned by the answer. His face went blank as he let out a long breath. If you're planning to master all the martial arts of the 10 demon sects, give that up now. Not even the heavenly demon emperor himself could do that. Then Sa Wu began telling him about disciples from the past. Every martial art demanded a different body and a different flow of internal energy. Even a genius could master only 2 or 3 at most. If someone wanted the fastest path to becoming the strongest expert in the Demon Palace, they had to devote themselves completely to one path. Bu Yunseal brought his hands together and bowed respectfully. Please test me, master. Sa Wu lowered his gaze, his expression unreadable. So he really has no intention of changing his mind. After a short pause, he opened his mouth as if to speak, then stopped halfway. Then he turned away and said, Fine. From now on, go learn another martial art. The words left Bu Yunseal standing there, stunned and confused. Anxious, Bu Yunseal stammered. But I've only just learned the basics of Nanjia Pavilion. Sa Wu didn't even look back as he answered lazily. Nunggak's techniques aren't passed down through words or explanations. Then Sa Wu suddenly spun around, his eyes flashing, and struck without warning. Almost on reflex, Bu Yunseal raised his sword and blocked it, shocking even himself. Sa Wu turned with a broad grin. You've already mastered Nunggak's wild beast path. He said it while sliding his sword back into its sheath. Bu Yunseal thought back to every strike Sa Wu had thrown at him, and suddenly it clicked. So all of those attacks, they were the techniques of the wild beast path. The realization left him stunned. Bowing deeply, Bu Yunseal said, Thank you, old Sa. Sa Wu clasped his hands behind his back and answered calmly. There's no need to thank me. Like I told you, I only followed the orders of the demonic hall. Remembering the elixir Sa Wu had given him, Bu Yunseal added, But you also gave me the medicine that saved my life. I'll never forget that kindness. Sa Wu answered bluntly, Forget it. Bu Yunseal froze and stared at him, unsure if he had heard him right. Sa Wu said in a serious voice, That's how the martial world is. Gratitude and hatred alike. If you can forget them, then forget them. Hearing that, Bu Yunseal's face darkened. He said nothing more and just stared quietly at the ground. Then he turned his eyes toward the distant mountain and slowly dropped to one knee. Bowing deeply, he said, I bid you farewell. The sky was calm and clear. After giving that bow to Sa Wu, Bu Yunseal turned and began to leave. Sa Wu remained in the forest, silently watching him grow smaller in the distance. A faint smile touched his lips as he murmured, Unbelievable. Where did a talent like that even come from? As he moved through the forest, Bu Yunseal stayed on guard and thought, Sooner or later, a bloody storm is bound to break out on this hell island. Then he lifted his eyes and took in the scene around him. Maybe it's because I learned the wild beast path, but I can sense too much now. Even when I'm doing nothing, it drains me, he thought, picking up every tiny detail around him. I can't even rest like this. I need to learn how to control it. He clenched his fists and began adjusting, sharpening, and tuning his senses. Normally, I force them down as far as I can, keeping them sealed to the absolute minimum. Then all at once, a faint glimmer flashed across a droplet hanging from the tip of a leaf. The droplet broke loose and fell into the puddle beneath it, and for one strange moment it felt like even the running water had gone still. Bu Yunseal's eyes suddenly brightened, like something had just clicked deep inside his mind. He didn't move. He just lifted his gaze toward the sky and quietly muttered, At this point, this should do. He took out a map and stared at it carefully. Next, he murmured, bringing a hand to his mouth as he thought. There's no way the demonic hall plans to keep us stuck training on this miserable island forever. That meant time was running out. After a brief pause, Bu Yunseal folded the map back up and put it away. For him, there really wasn't any other road left. His thoughts drifted to the past, to the Supreme Grandmaster who had once stood alongside the Heavenly Demon Emperor 700 years earlier. The Flame Emperor of Hua Vimyang, the man who once raised a burning sword toward the sky and faced the world alone. Looks like I'll have to head to the strongest sect out of the 10 demon sects he founded. Morning came to Hua Vimyang, and sunlight pushed through the clouds, spilling down across the earth. Bu Yunseal stopped at the massive gate of Hua Vimyang and looked up at it for a moment. Compared to the plain training hall at Nanjia Pavilion, this place looked more like an imperial palace. Without hesitating, he stepped forward and knocked twice on the gate. From inside, someone let out an annoyed grunt. A tall man with broad shoulders came out to meet him. A visitor this early? Who are you? But the second the man saw him, he stopped cold, surprise spreading across his face. You are. Before the man could sort out his thoughts, Bu Yunseal clasped his hands and bowed. I came to learn Hua Vimyang's martial arts. At the same time, he thought to himself, so this must be one of Hua Vimyang's masters. The man gave him a slow look from head to toe, then motioned forward. Come with me. Bu Yunseal slowly lifted his head. As they walked, the man finally spoke. The sword art of our sect stands above all demonic disciplines. It can even consume time itself. He went on to explain a little more. The ones who arrived before you already finished the beginner course and moved up to intermediate training. So why did you wait half a month before coming here? Walking one step behind him, Bu Yunsil answered, I spent the last 15 days training at Nanjia Pavilion. The man ahead turned his head slightly. Nanjia Pavilion? Don't tell me you learned the Wandering Beast Pavilion path. Bu Yunsil gave a small nod. That's right. The man thought to himself, I know he's gifted, but there's no way anyone masters the Wandering Beast Pavilion path in just 15 days. He shut his eyes for a second, already irritated. Inwardly, he grumbled, Sa Wu definitely dumped this little headache on me on purpose. And in his imagination, Sa Wu immediately shot back. What did I even do? The young man pointed at himself. I'm Jingak, the instructor for the beginner class. You may call me teacher. That was how Jingak, while Wimyung's beginner instructor, introduced himself. Then Jingak asked him, Do you really intend to study Hua Wimyung's arts? You can still turn around and join another sect. Bu Yunsil answered with complete sincerity, Thank you for your concern. Then he looked straight at Jingak and said, But I'm going to learn Hua Wimyung swordsmanship. The young man slightly lifted one foot. Very well. Then he slammed it down into the ground, sending out a heavy burst of force. A scroll dropped down behind him. Here. This holds the basics and core principles of the Fire Dance 13 forms. Study it well. Bu Yunsil quietly stared at the writing on the scroll. Then his mind blanked out completely, and he just stood there frozen. Pointing at the scroll, he asked, That thing in front of me. What exactly am I supposed to do with it? The young man frowned, and his voice turned sharp. What did you just say? Don't tell me you can't even read a sword manual. Bu Yunsil answered right away. I can't. For a second, the answer left the young man speechless. Bu Yunsil awkwardly added, Before I came here, I'd never practiced swordsmanship before. The young man just stared at him, too stunned to say anything, like he could barely process what he'd heard. Jingak asked him in disbelief, So you're telling me you've never learned martial arts at all? Bu Yunsil scratched the back of his head awkwardly. That's right. Only then did Jingak remember. Right, his file said he was a spiritual reciter. During the second trial, he hadn't used any sword techniques at all. But if he couldn't even read a basic manual, then from another angle, the reflexes and perception he showed in that fight were absurdly sharp. When it came to picking the right line of movement, his sense for it had been exceptional, as if he could see straight through everything in front of him with chilling clarity. Even while knowing this little, he had already reached that kind of level. If someone taught him the right way, there was no telling how far he could go. After thinking it over, Jingak turned back to Bu Yunsil. You may not be able to read a sword manual, but you can read normal words, can't you? Then read this instead. Bu Yunsil followed exactly as he was told, letting every part of his body loosen until it settled into a natural flow, almost like water. Jingak explained it carefully. First, loosen your entire body. When you use sword techniques, your movements need to flow cleanly, without stiffness. Most importantly, let go of the tension in your waist and lower abdomen. The instant he heard that, Bu Yunsil released every bit of tension and sagged like an old man. Like this, sir? Jingak's jaw nearly dropped. Good grief. Is this really what the 10 demon successor trials have come to now? He muttered under his breath. But Jingak quickly stepped in and fixed his posture. Stand upright first. Keep your mind steady, but your body relaxed. The moment your body tenses, strength gathers in your stomach, and once that happens, your whole body stiffens up. To move like water meant moving fast and without resistance, and before long, Bu Yunsil slipped into the correct posture and performed a clean, accurate form. Jingak's mouth fell open again. He fixed it perfectly on the first try. Just from hearing the explanation once, he couldn't hold back his amazement. Exactly. That's it. Now I'll teach you the Fire Dance 13 forms. Time passed as Jingak taught him with careful, detailed instruction. And Bu Yunsil trained with total focus, following every word exactly and missing nothing. Even with sweat pouring off him, he never stopped, and he never gave in. Jingak stayed with him the whole way, constantly giving him steady encouragement so he wouldn't lose his rhythm. Bit by bit, Bu Yunsil's sword swings became sharper, cleaner, and more complete, until there was almost nothing left to correct. The smooth flow of his blade, together with the steady focus in his eyes, left Jingak genuinely stunned. Just like I thought. This kid really is talented, he told himself. After many long days of non-stop training, Jingak finally said, Now imagine an enemy standing right in front of you, and perform the Fire Dance 13 forms. Bu Yunsil paused with a puzzled look, and Jingak quickly explained what he meant. That's right. This is your test to enter the intermediate dojo. You need to strike as if you're facing a real opponent. Only then can I properly judge your sword intent. Hearing that, Bu Yunseal went quiet. A test? Sooner than I expected. I have to make this chance count, he thought. Without wasting even a second, he straightened himself and settled into a fighting stance. Then he began imagining an opponent before him, someone he had to surpass no matter what. From the depths of his subconscious, a dark, shadowy figure slowly began to take shape in front of him. Bu Yunseal's eyes changed instantly, turning cold and razor-sharp, and in the next instant he drew his sword. He leveled it at the enemy in his mind and struck. Fire danced 13 forms. First form, whirling wind unbounded. Watching from outside that mental battlefield, Jingak was stunned by how much force that one move carried. But Bu Yunseal didn't stop there. He pressed in with another attack right away. Fire danced 13 forms. Third form, flowing clouds, fading mist. Jingak could only stare. Teach that. Was the fire dance 13 forms? Flowing clouds, fading mist was meant to be a gentle, graceful move, like drifting clouds and mist spreading softly through the air. But in Bu Yunseal's hands, that same technique came out carrying fierce, brutal killing intent. Jingak's thoughts froze for a second. Did he just alter the technique on purpose? Changing a sword form passed down through generations was something people only ever said legendary grandmasters could do. And even more than that, the killing intent inside the strike felt like the rage of someone facing the murderer of his master. Or his parents. This was supposed to be a sword art praised as righteous even among demonic arts. So why did it now feel this savage? What truth was hidden inside it? Even Bu Yunseal looked unsettled after that strike, thrown off by the feeling that his hand had moved almost by itself. Could it be because of the Wandering Beast Pavilion path? He wondered. Is that what changed the fire dance 13 forms? The sensation from the Wandering Beast Pavilion path became even clearer in his mind. Could the instinct of that path really merge with Hua Wimyung's sword path? But if he truly mixed the instincts of the Wandering Beast Pavilion path into Hua Wimyung's sword flow, then he would fail the test instantly. A sword form handed down through generations was not something he was allowed to change. At that moment, murderous intent suddenly blazed in Bu Yunseal's eyes. He locked a fierce stare on the shadowy figure standing in front of him. Hatred rose in his chest, because in his mind, that figure was the one who had killed his grandfather. His eyes went vacant, like he had been completely pulled into the illusion he created himself. Grinding his teeth, he kicked off the ground, leapt high, and charged straight at his enemy without the slightest hesitation. Fire danced 13 forms, 7th form, waves across the 4 seas. But the instant he moved, he realized something was wrong. That figure was too fast, faster than any opponent he had ever faced. The enemy's sword came cutting toward him at nearly that same terrifying speed. He barely twisted away in time, avoiding a fatal strike by the narrowest margin. I can't let him get away again, he thought, his mind sharpening with desperation. Bu Yunseal clenched the hilt so hard his hand started to ache. Then he poured every last bit of strength he had left into one full power swing. But the opponent moved even faster and struck first, landing a decisive blow. He couldn't react at all. All he saw was his own arms being cut away and falling from his body, followed by a scream ripped out by unbearable pain. Thankfully, it was only an illusion. Bu Yunseal snapped out of the mindscape at once. His whole body was soaked in sweat, and his hands were shaking so badly, he could barely hold onto his sword. For a second, it almost slipped right out of his hand. Jingak saw that and immediately understood what had happened. He had lost. And yet, there was a satisfied smile on Jingak's face. He turned to Bu Yunseal and told him he had passed. Bu Yunseal could only blink, completely confused. Jingak continued, the beginner level test only checks whether you understand the basics of swordsmanship, and whether you can actually use the fire dance 13 forms in combat. You proved both of those perfectly. Jingak handed the sword back to Bu Yunseal, and he didn't hold back his praise at all. Your fire dance 13 forms were excellent. You can move on to the intermediate dojo now. Hearing that, Bu Yunseal felt a wave of gratitude. Training someone as clueless as me must have been a burden, he thought. Even so, Jingak stayed patient and guided me through every step. With that thought in mind, Bu Yunseal bowed deeply. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Jingak gave him one last word of advice. From here on, keep pushing forward and grow stronger. Then, without warning, Jingak's voice dropped and turned serious. Your sword carries too much killing intent. Be careful. If you're not, that intent may end up swallowing you, Jingak warned. Bu Yunsil seemed to understand that himself. He bowed to Jingak one more time and turned to leave. Only after watching him go did Jingak fully realize it. So that was it. He really did master the Wandering Beast Pavilion path in only half a month. Ha! Maybe his ability to grasp things was simply that absurd, which would explain how he reached the intermediate dojo far sooner than anyone expected. At first, I thought he might not be strong enough to keep up. But now I know for sure even the intermediate instructor. While Jingak was still caught in that thought, Bu Yunsil had already made his way to the intermediate dojo. The moment the door opened, a sharp, commanding voice rang out from inside. "Who are you? This place is full. Leave." The man speaking was Cheon Ungwang, the instructor of Hua Wimyung's intermediate dojo. Jingak let out a quiet sigh to himself. So in the end, there was no avoiding it. Bu Yunsil really had crossed paths with him. Inside the intermediate class, Bu Yunsil stood there calmly, ready to show what he could do without the slightest trace of panic. That cool, fearless attitude immediately caught Cheon Ungwang's eye. Cheon Ungwang clicked his tongue in disdain. "You look like someone who barely made it through the beginner class. If it took you more than 20 days just to learn the fire dance 13 forms, then you're wasting your time here." Bu Yunsil didn't react. He simply gave a small bow. "I came late because I spent half a month training at Nanjia Pavilion." Hearing that, Cheon Ungwang paused. So his beginner training wasn't delayed after all. Nanjia Pavilion. Then this must be that brat who learned the Wandering Beast Pavilion path and came here afterward. Cheon Ungwang decided not to press the matter. "Fine. Since you passed the beginner level, take a seat. We'll see how long you last here." Without wasting any more time, he started the lesson. The fire dance Thundersword is built on lightning-fast strikes. If you can't control it, the one it injures will be the user. Just like the fire dance 13 forms, it's also a technique that's hard to use in real combat. Even so, its value can't be ignored. Dangerous or not, it is still a basic sword discipline. This time, we won't judge victory or defeat. We'll judge your control over the sword itself. After finishing his explanation, he gave the order. "Bayak Hanseong, step forward and choose your opponent." Bayak Hanseong smirked, clearly pleased. "Anyone I want?" The instructor replied. "Yes, anyone." Bayak Hanseong stood up right away and pointed ahead. "Then I choose him." And the person he picked was Bu Yunsil. Cheon Ungwang hesitated. "That one." Bayak Hanseong answered immediately. "You said we could choose anyone, didn't you?" A vein twitched at Cheon Ungwang's temple. "You want to fight someone who just finished the beginner level? What kind of match is that? Pick someone else." To everyone's surprise, Bu Yunsil calmly spoke up. "I accept." Cheon Ungwang blinked, caught off guard. "What did you say?" Bu Yunsil stood straight and answered firmly. "I said I'll fight." Then he added with complete sincerity. "The beginner instructor taught me himself. If I get a chance to spar with others, I think I'll improve much faster." Cheon Ungwang thought to himself, with beginner-level skill, is this kid just trying to protect his fragile pride? The instructor let out a sigh. "If both of you insist, then I have no reason to stop it." "Fine. Testing your martial path with your own body is what a real warrior does. Let's see if you really have what it takes to reach the advanced class." At that moment, Bayak Hanseong looked at Bu Yunsil with murder in his eyes. Lucky me, he thought. With this many talented people here, it's hard to stand out. But if I crush this guy, my standing shoots up in one move. The two of them quickly took their stances and prepared for the duel. Then, from somewhere in the distance, a voice echoed out. Quite the courage. But Bayak Hanseong, hot-blooded as ever, swung his wooden sword the very next moment. With nothing but guts and recklessness, you won't survive in the martial world. The instant the signal was given, he launched himself at Bu Yunsil like a bolt of lightning. Thanks to his sharp reflexes, Bu Yunsil barely managed to slip past the first strike. That only made Bayak Hanseong grin wider. Not bad. Worked up by the excitement, he followed immediately with another fierce slash. Bu Yunsil's hands shook under the weight of the assault. Bayak Hanseong's grin stretched even wider. That shaky grip. Definitely a rookie. "You clumsy idiot. I'll show you what the fire dance thunder sword really looks like." Certain he had the upper hand, he pushed forward even more aggressively. In the next second, Bayak Hanseong unleashed a storm of razor-fast strikes, each one flashing like lightning. Then all at once, he froze mid-motion. The grin disappeared from his face the instant Bu Yunsil avoided every single strike. What the hell? He dodged all of them? Disbelief twisted across his face. Watching from the side, Cheon Ungwang wasn't impressed in the slightest. Byok Hanseong's swordsmanship is pathetic. Then Cheon Unguang's eyes shifted over to Bu Yunseal. But that one, he isn't dodging on speed alone. It's like he's already seeing the attacks before they happen. For a brief moment the thought crossed his mind. Did he really master the Wandering Beast Pavilion path? But just as quickly he pushed the idea aside. Impossible. At Nanjia Pavilion, the Wandering Beast Pavilion path might sound simple by name, but in reality, it was a supreme art, something only fighters tempered through countless life and death battles could ever truly complete. Not even a genius should be able to master something like that in just half a month. There was no way. Then suddenly, Cheon Ungwang slammed his foot down with a heavy thud. Dodging alone means nothing. I said this duel is a test of swordsmanship, not brute strength or quick reflexes. The moment Bu Yunseal heard that, he stopped moving. Without a trace of hesitation, he settled into a proper combat stance. His eyes turned slightly distant, almost blurred. Then in the very next instant, he shot forward and carved out a blazing red slash. The disciples watching were stunned. That's the Fire Dance 13 forms. They recognized the technique immediately. Byok Hanseong gave a crooked grin. So that's it. He's attacking with the Fire Dance 13 forms. But another disciple narrowed his eyes. No, something about it isn't the same. Byok Hanseong let out a sneer. At that level, I could block it with my eyes closed. But before he could even blink, the blade had already flashed past him. Byok Hanseong's face twisted on the spot. What was that just now? You call that the Fire Dance 13 forms? Bu Yunseal's attacks kept coming without a break, one after another, bursting out like fireworks going off in the dark. Byok Hanseong's thoughts started to spiral. Is this bastard hiding his true strength? Or did he actually twist the Fire Dance 13 forms just to humiliate me? So that's your game. You're trying to catch the instructor's eye and jump straight into the advanced class, aren't you? Damn it. The moment that thought settled in, Byok Hanseong decided he was going all out against Bu Yunseal. He clenched his teeth, fire burning in his eyes. The one moving up to the upper class is going to be me. Azura sword technique, blood-breaking form. The entire hall seemed to flare from the violent crash of their blades. Cheon Ungwang watched closely. That's one of the killing moves from the Azura heavenly sword. Huh? Well, there's no rule saying he has to use only Hua Vimyoung techniques. Then his eyes widened all at once. That brat. In the middle of all this chaos, he still planted firmly without losing his balance? At that point, Cheon Ungwang's suspicion only deepened. Could he really have mastered the Wandering Beast Pavilion path? Byok Hanseong kept coming at him relentlessly, refusing to give up even a single step. Damn it, every time this bastard dodges, he moves like a ghost. But this time, it ends here, he thought as he rushed in recklessly. Even Cheon Ungwang was caught off guard by that almost suicidal charge. In the next instant, Byok Hanseong disappeared from sight. Like a moth diving into a flame, he unleashed blood wind embracing the moon. Bu Yunseal's sword hand blurred so fast it was almost impossible to track. Then the two clashed head-on, and the pressure between them felt sharp enough to slice through the air. All around them, the disciples held their breath and waited in total silence for the outcome. Cheon Ungwang stood frozen for 5 full seconds, like his soul had left his body. And then the result became clear. Bu Yunseal's blade had already pierced his opponent's vital point. Fire Dance 13 forms, 13th form, Infinite Infinity. Byok Hanseong coughed up blood from the impact and dropped into total defeat. A moment later, he collapsed flat onto the floor. Bu Yunseal turned his head and calmly looked down at Byok Hanseong. At that sight, the disciples around them all went stiff like statues. Their voices shook as they stammered, Is he dead? After bringing Byok Hanseong down, Bu Yunseal calmly slid his sword back into its sheath while the other man still lay unmoving on the ground. Cheon Ungwang rushed over at once, realizing something was wrong. He's dead. That strike landed right on the Danyung vital acupoint. He immediately demanded, You're a disciple of Nanjia Pavilion, aren't you? Bu Yunseal shook his head. No, I'm not. Cheon Ungwang pressed him further. Then you mastered the Wandering Beast Pavilion path in only half a month? Bu Yunseal answered honestly, I only learned the basics. Hearing that, Cheon Ungwang burst into laughter. The basics? Since when did Nanjia Pavilion start teaching lies? Before anyone else could speak, Cheon Ungwang coldly gave the order. Enough excuses. Clean this mess up right now. The other disciples were horrified. He actually killed someone in a normal sparring match? That's insane. Shouldn't he be punished for this? Cheon Ungwang's aura turned murderous as he spoke. Don't deceive yourselves. This may be called a dojo, but in truth it's hell. The moment you strike with killing intent, you must be prepared to accept death in return. Now then, we continue the match. Not long after that, the disciples were crossing swords again. A few of them, already drained from the fighting, dropped where they stood just to catch their breath. The rest still held onto their blood-stained swords with white-knuckled grips, showing no sign of stopping. They locked eyes with each other, their gazes burning with open killing intent, while Cheon Ungwang stepped forward in complete calm. Pointing behind himself, he gave the order. "You're disqualified. Leave now and find another dojo." Some of them immediately protested. "But that was only one round. Please, just give us one more chance." He shut them down without hesitation. "No. A decent foundation might carry you through the beginner class," he said coldly. "But to master Hwa Vimyoung, you need talent beyond common sense, and discipline brutal enough to grind down your bones. The reason you failed is simple. You didn't have that." The words hit them hard, and for 5 long seconds no one said a thing. Without even looking at them again, he turned away. "Get out." Then, all of a sudden, Bu Yunsil slowly walked toward him. That movement caught Cheon Ungwang off guard. Facing him head-on, the instructor asked, "Why are you still here?" Bu Yunsil calmly replied, "Do I have to leave too?" The man answered shortly, "No. Since you passed both the match and the exam, you'll be moving up to the advanced class." Without pausing for even a moment, Bu Yunsil said, "If it's only a promotion, then I'd rather stay here." Cheon Ungwang frowned. "Stay? For what?" Bu Yunsil explained, "Up to now, all I've learned is the fire dance 13 forms. At the intermediate level, I still haven't learned anything new." By then, the entire dojo had emptied out, leaving only the 2 of them behind. Cheon Ungwang couldn't make sense of it. He mastered the Wandering Beast Pavilion path and even counter techniques from the Azura Sword School, and now he's saying he hasn't learned anything? To his surprise, Bu Yunsil answered without the slightest wavering. "Yes." Seeing how firm he was, Cheon Ungwang finally let out a sigh. "Fine, I'll teach you. This is the Fire Dance Thunder Sword, the successor to the Fire Dance 13 forms." But as he said it, Cheon Ungwang's expression darkened. "I hate people who play tricks just to stand out. If I find out you've learned any sword style other than the Fire Dance 13 forms, I'll personally cut off your head." The warning hung in the air with a chilling edge. Then 4 days later, Cheon Ungwang found himself stunned by Bu Yunsil yet again. From a short distance away, he watched him in silence. After 4 straight days of personally teaching him and testing him, he realized Bu Yunsil truly had no real swordsmanship foundation. So he really only started learning the sword recently? And even so, the smooth grace in his movements still kept Cheon Ungwang suspicious. The instructor kept watching, struck by his grit and sheer will. It was like Bu Yunsil would die if he ever stopped training, throwing everything he had into every single move. A faint smirk rose on Cheon Ungwang's face. So that's how he learned the Wandering Beast Pavilion path in only half a month. Looking at him now, it actually makes sense. In that same instant, Bu Yunsil unleashed a strike like a thunderclap. Fire Dance Thunder Sword. Extreme lightning emotion. Even though Bu Yunsil still looked like he had plenty left in him, Cheon Ungwang suddenly cut him off. "That's enough. Stop there. It seems you've already grasped the essence of the Fire Dance Thunder Sword." Bu Yunsil hesitated. "What?" But before he could finish, the instructor stepped forward. The Fire Dance Thunder Sword relies on alternating rapid blows with continuous strikes, and it depends on constant rotation. Since every move spins the sword around the body, it becomes nearly useless in real combat. Cheon Ungwang paused for a moment. "And yet, every single form you used looked like you were honestly trying to kill someone." Bu Yunsil frowned slightly. "But isn't that what swordsmanship is for?" Cheon Ungwang explained with unusual patience. "In demonic martial arts, killing intent is necessary. But Hwa Vimyoung abandoned that road to pursue a higher realm." Then he pressed a finger to Bu Yunsil's forehead and warned him, "That killing intent in your mind, if you don't erase it, one day your own techniques will destroy you." Bu Yunsil touched his forehead and quietly thought, "He sounds exactly like the chief instructor." Back then, even this instructor had once wielded a killing sword, cutting down everything in front of him without a hint of hesitation. Because of that, his reputation, his standing, and even his martial arts had all fallen to a lower level. Cheon Ungwang brought all of that up for one reason only, to warn him. The killing sword may look like a path to greater power, but in the end, it's only an obstacle blocking the endless road ahead. From now on, give up that thirst for blood. Then suddenly, a nostalgic voice echoed through Bu Yunsil's mind. "Ah, right, The past of those who live by the sword is always filled with sorrow and tragedy. That man had once said those words to him clearly. That was why martial artists rarely spoke about their past, and those words stayed carved deep into his heart. Still a little confused, Bu Yunseal asked, "Why are you telling me all this?" Cheon Ungwang answered, "Didn't I already tell you? I once wielded a killing sword too." Then, as his tone suddenly sharpened, he asked, "What's your name?" Without hiding anything, Bu Yunseal replied, "I'm Bu Yunseal." Cheon Ungwang recognized the name immediately. "I heard someone survived Jing Gok's second trial. So it was you. So you're the one," he said with a frown. "You've got a very serious problem." Bu Yunseal tilted his head slightly. "What kind of problem?" Cheon Ungwang answered bluntly, "You don't even have the most basic foundation in swordsmanship. The people waiting for you next are monsters, the kind who've been training since they were kids. Once you enter the advanced class and start learning Hua Wu, the gap between you and them is only going to get bigger. So if you really want to catch up, you'll need to learn stronger martial arts as fast as you can and build a foundation solid enough to carry Hua Wu." After saying that, he paused for a second before continuing. "Then let me help you close that distance. I'll teach you Lightning Unrivaled, the sword art I created myself." But right after that, he laid out the cost. The problem is, Lightning Unrivaled was never fully completed. Because of that technique, every nerve in my fingers was destroyed. That's how dangerous and brutal this sword art really is. It wouldn't just end your chances of reaching the upper class. Could leave your hands crippled for good. And if it goes badly enough, you could lose both arms entirely. Even after hearing all that, do you still want to learn it? After listening to every warning, Bu Yunseal stayed quiet for a moment. "My hands. That's the price?" Then the heat inside him surged right back up. "If this can give me the strength to take revenge, I'd give up more than my hands. I'd give up my soul. Thank you." A month went by after he mastered Lightning Unrivaled and moved beyond the intermediate class. The instructor had called it fast, but for me that month felt painfully long. He had started with the basics in the beginner class, then pushed on into the intermediate level to learn more advanced sword skills. And now the next gate was finally opening in front of him. It was time to move forward again. The second Bu Yunseal stepped in, the whole room turned to look at him. He didn't hesitate. He kept his eyes forward, his expression calm, giving nothing away. Before long, one thought quietly crossed his mind. So this is the advanced class. The air here felt completely different from anything he had experienced before. Eyes pressed in on him from every side. The pressure in this room was on a whole different level compared to the intermediate class. And more than that, every gaze had changed. Their eyes were wide, sharp, and carrying a dangerous edge. Bu Yunseal's brows drew together slightly. "They're not looking at me with contempt anymore. It's probably because I killed Byok Hanseong." He remembered how things used to be, when even cleaning up a corpse only brought criticism down on him. But taking a life with his own hands had changed everything. Now it brought acknowledgement, admiration, even praise. Then an instructor broke the silence. "So you're Bu Yunseal? I've heard plenty about you. I was just about to start, so sit down. Thanks for watching." He continued, "Since we have a new disciple joining us, I'll go over the hidden principles of Hua Wu and the 7 teachings one more time. The body must stay firm, the stance must stand straight, the chest must open, and every strike must sink all the way into its target." As Bu Yunseal read each line of the manual, he realized something. Without fully mastering the intermediate sword forms first, there was no real way to understand any of this. Once the explanation was over, the instructor came to a stop. "That's enough for today. Bu Yunseal, come with me." Bu Yunseal said nothing. In the end, he simply followed the instructor in silence to a quiet, secluded spot. The man brushed his hand lightly over the leaves and began to speak. "The realm of swordless victory is the state where you can defeat an armed enemy even without holding a sword yourself. In simple terms, it means you are no longer bound by whether a blade is in your hand or not." As his fingers passed over them, sunlight flickered across the leaves. Then, without any warning at all, the instructor attacked Bu Yunseal. In an instant, the man's whole presence changed. "Answer me this, if someone attacks you right now and you don't have a sword in your hand, how are you supposed to use sword techniques?" Bu Yunseal stopped cold, caught completely off guard. The instructor went on. "While you were still in the intermediate class, the disciples here had already mastered the first form of Hua Wu, along with the techniques of Profound Branch and Hyun. By now, they've already stepped into the stage of sword debate." Then his tone turned sharp and cold. "If you can't understand my question or keep up with this class, I'll throw you out on the spot. So think before you answer." Bu Yunseal squeezed his eyes shut. "If there's no sword in my hand," then suddenly his eyes flew open. "Then I'll take my opponent's sword. and use it against them. He pulled in spiritual energy and gathered all his force into a single strike. The leaves around his arms started spinning and twisting through the air. But the instructor slipped past it with ease, and Bu Yunsil was left shaken. Too hasty, the man said, his voice calm and flat. Bu Yunsil turned sharply, disbelief on his face. No, that's impossible. He pulled back for a heartbeat, then rushed in again, only for the instructor to avoid him once more. His eyes tightened. I can't read which way he's going to move. I probably can't land a proper hit, he thought. And still, the instructor stayed right there, almost like he was waiting to see what Bu Yunsil would try next. At last, Bu Yunsil gave up trying to follow those movements and came to a halt. Then he focused everything he had. If he failed here, he'd lose his place in the advanced class. So he pushed the wild beast path to its limit and started reading every move the instructor made. In the very next moment, he shot his hand forward and charged straight in. For one brief instant, his hand reached up toward the canopy of leaves, close enough to nearly touch it. But then the old man used a technique and blasted him far away. Bu Yunsil came crashing down and hit the ground hard. He forced himself back up, a groan slipping out through the pain. The man rested a hand on his shoulder and gave a low, amused chuckle. Still laughing under his breath, he finally said, "You passed." Bu Yunsil blinked in disbelief. Passed? There was no way. He was sure he had not touched it even once. So how could he possibly have passed? The man stood up like it was nothing and gave his next order. Starting tomorrow, come to the training ground before the regular hour and practice mystic chi art early. Bu Yunsil answered right away, without a second of hesitation. Yes, sir. After that, he turned and made his way off at a slow pace. The man lowered his gaze to the branch still sitting in his hand. It had been stripped almost bare, and the few leaves still clinging to it were already dry. His thoughts drifted back to the way the boy had stood just moments earlier. Even if it's just a wolf cub, a wolf is still a wolf. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ah! This should be fun to watch. As the sun slowly dipped lower, the last of its light stretched across the place where Bu Yunsil stood. The day's lesson was already over. Bu Yunsil looked up at the sky. He could have gone back to rest. He could have returned to training. But instead, one thought crossed his mind. Maybe I should take a look around this hell of an island a little more. His mind went back to the first gate, and he found himself wondering when the next fight here would break out. Then all at once, a faint rustle came from the bushes behind him, and he caught it immediately. He quietly shut his eyes and focused on the unfamiliar footsteps creeping closer. 1, 2. Without even looking, Bu Yunsil counted them by sound alone. 3, maybe 4. But when he finally turned around, there were already several men standing in front of him. 5. And the first thing they did was throw out a warning. Bu Yunsil, ever since you entered the intermediate class, you've been getting way too reckless. You'd better fix that attitude. And yeah, that death earlier is on you, so don't try putting the blame on anyone else. Then one of them lowered his voice and added, Before we came here, the 5 of us were known as the 5 Peak Swords. Sooner or later, we were always going to be ready for this. Bu Yunsil stared right back at them, his eyes sharp as blades, giving up nothing. He shifted into a stance to answer them, and in that same instant, he realized there was still one more person hiding nearby. The men snapped at him. You bastard! Don't even think about it. But before they could even finish, one of them suddenly locked up. A killing blow came out of nowhere and dropped him where he stood. The others jerked in panic and whipped around, and the second they saw the figure standing in the dark, they realized Seo Jinha had arrived too. In a calm voice, he called out, Bu Yunsil. Then he said exactly what he wanted. Talk to me. The moment they recognized Seo Jinha, everyone went stiff. Seo Jinha? Why the hell are you here all of a sudden? Seo Jinha looked at them like they were beneath him. Get lost. I didn't come here for trash like you. That alone was enough to make fear run through them. And then they broke apart and ran like startled rabbits. Damn it. Just wait and see. Watching them go, Bu Yunsil could only think one thing. That guy is insanely strong. Seo Jinha slid his sword back into its sheath and muttered, Cowards. Every one of them. Then he looked straight at Bu Yunsil and got right to the point. Without the slightest pause, he said, Come at me head-on. He raised the tip of his sword toward him and asked, Whose side are you on? The sudden question completely caught Bu Yunsil off guard. Then the instructor's voice rang out, steady and clear. Up to now, all of you have learned the first form of Hua Vimyung, the mystic chi dance. But a technique only becomes real once it becomes your own. Now show me the blazing dance each of you has created. A moment later, he called on Bu Yunseal by name and gave the order directly. Show us your mystic chi dance. Bu Yunseal tightened his grip on the sword and stepped onto the stage. He let out one slow breath, and the moment his entire presence shifted, he began to move through the technique. Once he finished the form, he slowly brought his foot down. A heartbeat later, Bu Yunseal swung again, and the blade carved through the air, sending a sharp wave rippling out. The instructor said nothing at first. He simply watched and weighed what he had seen. The mystic chi dance was supposed to look refined and flowing, but in Bu Yunseal's hands, it had turned into something dense and soaked in killing intent. Then the instructor finally spoke, his voice low and even. You may return to your seat. Next, Seo Jinha. Seo Jinha stood up. The two passed each other on the way, but Bu Yunseal was the only one who turned to glance back. And in that instant his eyes tightened. He remembered the wild look Seo Jinha had that day, along with that overwhelming burst of killing intent, and his gaze sharpened even more. At that moment, Bu Yunseal felt like he could finally see Seo Jinha for what he really was. Back then, Seo Jinha had completely lost control and unleashed everything he had. That was never the mystic chi dance. It was a move aimed directly at Bu Yunseal, more like a warning than anything else. Still unable to brush it aside, Bu Yunseal had asked him, which side? What are you talking about? The moment he heard that, Seo Jinha snapped back. Don't pretend you don't know. Bu Yunseal had only tipped his head slightly. I'm fully aware that not everyone gathered here came to inherit the 10 demonic arts. He turned the thought over in his mind. This was supposed to be a once-in-a-lifetime chance to learn the martial arts of the 10 great demonic branches. And yet the whole selection had been handled far too carelessly. It felt like watching a fox poke its head out, drool hanging from its mouth. And if that was the case, then maybe this grand opportunity was nothing more than bait to draw something into the open. Then another image crossed his mind. That same fox getting struck down and dropping to the ground with a cry of pain. That was the moment Bu Yunseal understood. Could there really be a spy hidden among them? Seo Jinha looked at him with obvious disgust, but from his expression and the way he spoke, Bu Yunseal could tell he was telling the truth. With a quiet sigh, Seo Jinha slid his sword away. So you're not one of them. Damn, I thought this might finally be interesting. Then he turned his back and added, keep yourself under control in the dojo from now on. He glanced over his shoulder one last time, his voice turning icy. If you keep making a spectacle of yourself, I'll cut you down myself. After that, Seo Jinha walked off, leaving Bu Yunseal standing there with even more questions than before. A spy. So there's still a lot going on here that I haven't figured out yet. Thinking back on how he had stopped that attack, the idea started to fit. I've been too focused on learning the martial arts of Nanjia Pavilion and Hua Vimyoung. He raised his eyes toward the sky and thought, it doesn't matter. Spies or heirs of the demonic path, in the end, they're all enemies I'll have to face. Looks like it's about to begin. Late that night, deep in the dark, a sewer rat busily gnawed at something, when all at once, a massive clawed foot slammed down and pinned it. It was an eagle, flying over the upper-class hall as it passed through the night. The instructor rested a hand on the desk, a clear sign that the entire training period was over. Then he tapped the desk again, making it absolutely clear that the course had truly come to an end. After that, he spoke in his usual calm tone. I'm sure a lot of you find martial theory painfully boring. The students listened without a sound. Even masters who have lived through countless battles still study the principles behind higher martial arts, because using a technique and truly understanding it are two very different things. Everything I've explained to you up to now, I believe, will become a major advantage as you continue down your martial path. He ended with one last remark. I wish all of you good fortune on your martial journey. Right then, a bell rang out without warning, and confusion immediately spread through the crowd. What's going on? The instructor gave no explanation at all before making his announcement. The time has come, so head immediately to Rocky Mountain at the center of the island. By the time they reached Rocky Mountain, everyone had gathered below in tense silence. Jingak turned and looked over them. Everyone's here. Good. Bu Yunseal frowned, clearly irritated. Hyacryan Young stepped forward and spoke. From this moment on, his voice lowered as he formally declared the start of the third trial. At once, the disciples started whispering among themselves. The third trial? Wasn't this supposed to be the second? Bu Yunseal quietly thought to himself, that life and death fight I barely survived must have counted as the second. I wonder what the others think happened. Then Jingak, standing on the stage, spoke again. Soon, this entire cave will be sealed. Once 10 candidates have been chosen, none of you will be allowed to return to your rooms, so make sure you prepare everything you need before that happens. Someone from the crowd finally called out, "Why do we have to go this far? And how are we even supposed to be chosen?" Jingak answered without hesitation, "Because it is the Temple Lord's command, you fools. From this point on, you will kill one another until only 10 candidates are left standing." Understood? No one answered. The disciples just stood there, faces pale and rigid, like the blood had been drained right out of them. Somewhere in the crowd, someone even let out a shaky little laugh. The old man kept going. "If you want, you can hide in the shadows or spend your time running instead of fighting. But don't be foolish enough to think that can save you forever. As time passes, the space you're allowed to remain in will keep getting smaller. And if anyone steps into the forbidden zone again, the demon hunters will find them. And my disciples will butcher every last one." A thick crimson killing aura rolled across the area, and Buyunseal felt it sweep straight through his body. The air turned heavy with bloodlust, mixed with a fierce, suffocating wave of yang energy. One of the disciples raised his hand and asked, "So does that mean we're not allowed to fight the demon hunters back?" The old man suddenly laughed out loud. "What, are demonic candidates like you really saying you can't handle even that? Of course you can kill them. If you think you're strong enough, then go try it." The Temple Lord curled his lips into a crooked smile. "Anyone who manages to kill even one demon hunter will instantly secure a spot among the 10 candidates." A few of them swallowed hard, and one person muttered under his breath, "Killing a demon hunter sounds even harder than killing everyone here." The old man raised his voice again. "Burn this into your minds. You can move in groups or you can fight on your own. Ambush them or face them head-on. It makes no difference. As long as you kill, any method is allowed. That is the only way into the top 10. The instant the order was given, the disciples scattered like birds taking flight, and Buyunseal kicked off the rocky ground and shot away without a second glance. His first thought came immediately. "I need to get away from here before anything else. I've already stood out too much. If I slow down now, they'll surround me again just like last time." With that thought flashing through his mind, he tore through the forest at night while the mountain wind screamed past his ears. Before anything else, he knew he had to find somewhere safe. And right now, the safest place he could think of was the thatched hut where he had first started learning martial arts. As soon as he stepped into the dirt courtyard, he stopped and carefully scanned the area with measured eyes. Does the ground look different? He crouched and placed a hand on the soil, and the moment he did, a sharp warning flashed through him. Someone's coming. Within the range of his senses, 3 people were closing in from the edge of the forest. Then a man with disheveled hair suddenly came crashing out through the bushes. "Ah, please save me. They're trying to kill me." He stumbled toward Buyunseal, gasping for breath. "If you help me, I'll find some way to repay you." Buyunseal narrowed his eyes and flicked a glance toward the figures chasing behind him. Could this be a setup? The man's wounds were real, and there really were 3 pursuers rushing after him. It was obvious the 3 of them were moving as a team. "I don't want any part of this. But if he keeps running over here, this hiding place will be exposed too." Without saying a word, Buyunseal looked at the wounded man, then stomped the ground and opened the hidden entrance to the cave. Then he dragged the man inside, and the 2 of them hid together. A moment later, the 3 pursuers arrived and swept the area with sharp, searching eyes. Where'd he go? There's no way he vanished that fast. The one with the white cloth tied around his head growled, "That bastard, I'm killing him no matter what." Then the leader pointed forward and said, "He can't be far. Spread out and search." At once, the 3 split apart and rushed off in different directions to hunt him down. Once they were gone, the ground slowly rose back into place. Then Buyunseal and the wounded man climbed out of the hidden pit. The man let out a long breath. "You saved me. Thank you." Buyunseal answered in a calm voice, "It's nothing. They should be far enough away by now." He glanced down at the pit and thought, this place wasn't built just for hiding people. Just like I thought, the old man had already prepared this ahead of time. And while he had been down there, his beast sense had sharpened even more. The pounding footsteps through the earth and the ringing clash of blades all reached him through the vibrations. So clearly it was almost like seeing them with his own eyes. Hearing the world through the way of beasts, this had to be what Master Sa Wu was trying to teach him. The man still stood there looking a little awkward. "All right. I'm Jiam Qiliang of the Blood Gate. Can I ask your name?" Buyunseal said nothing and simply kept walking. But after a brief hesitation, the man hurried after him. "All right then, let's move together for now." As they walked, he went on. "When the 3rd trial started, I ran straight into the forest. But everywhere I went, people kept chasing me and attacking me. It scared me half to death." Then he added, "If you're okay with it, let me stay with you. You helped me back there, so I figured you're someone I can trust." Bu Yunseal didn't answer. He only gave the man a brief glance, then kept walking. The man let out a sly little laugh. Quiet type. Huh? Fine. I'll take that as a yes. The two of them moved together along the forest path, their steps brushing over a layer of dry leaves. Bu Yunseal lowered a hand to the ground and listened to the tremors running through the earth. Then he spoke. We're going around. There's a fight ahead. Jiam Qiliang looked at him, clearly surprised. You can hear vibrations? That's amazing. I wish I could do that too. Bu Yunseal said nothing more. He just kept moving, and the two quietly slipped into the bushes. Then a voice suddenly rang out in Bu Yunseal's mind. Even if I have to sell my soul, I'll avenge my brothers. Those brutal words hit him deep in the chest and stirred up memories soaked in hatred. He suddenly changed course. Plans changed. I'm going into that fight. Jiam Qiliang immediately panicked and rushed after him as Bu Yunseal broke straight through the bushes. Hidden under the thick leaves, Bu Yunseal moved with slow, careful precision. Right above him, a masked man lay in wait. The moment Bu Yunseal looked exposed, the man dropped down to strike. Bu Yunseal's sword shot up and caught the blow. The ambusher stiffened and clenched his teeth. You blocked my invisible death slash. Are you an assassin too? Bu Yunseal's jaw tightened. If I kill every last one of these assassins, maybe the hatred inside me will ease. Even just a little. In the clearing ahead, bodies were already scattered across the ground, and three masked men had one victim completely surrounded. One of them growled, "It's over. Finish him." He lowered his sword and said, "Out of respect, I'll make this quick." Then Bu Yunseal suddenly cut in and raised his blade to stop it. Clang. The man blurted out in shock. Huh? Who the hell is this? Does he have people with him? Panic flashed through the group, and their formation broke apart. Bu Yunseal answered coldly, "I only need to kill you." He twisted his waist and slashed straight at the man's neck. The man staggered as blood burst from the wound. Another one cursed under his breath. "You little bastard." Then the two remaining assassins charged him at the same time. Bu Yunseal gritted his teeth and drove forward with his sword. One enemy went down and a second dropped right after him. The last man brought his blade crashing down, but Bu Yunseal knocked it off course. The man shouted, "Die!" Blood splashed across Bu Yunseal's face. Right behind the assassin, a dark figure suddenly appeared and brought a strike down from above. Blood exploded into the air. The man burst into laughter. "Ha! My revenge is finally done." Then he collapsed to the ground and breathed his last. Bu Yunseal swept his gaze across the battlefield, now covered in corpses. From the bushes, Jiam Qiliang called out, "It's really over now, right?" He stumbled over and said, "Bu Yunseal, you're seriously strong, but don't let your guard down." Then, with a crooked grin on his face, he suddenly pulled his weapon and attacked from behind. Just as the dagger came down, clang, Bu Yunseal caught it cleanly with his sword. The air between them went tight, like a bowstring pulled to its absolute limit. The man gasped, stunned. "How did you know?" Bu Yunseal turned and countered at once, his red blade drawing a curved line through the air. He answered in a calm voice, "From the way your stance kept stiffening, and from the bulge at your waist. I already knew you were carrying far too many hidden weapons. It really wasn't hard to notice." Then he went on, "I kept you by my side not because I trusted you, but because I wanted to watch how someone born to deceive would move. That kind of thing might come in handy later." Jiam Qiliang ground his teeth. Impossible. He yanked out a fistful of hidden weapons and hurled them forward, shouting, "I had this played perfectly the whole time." His thoughts shook. I can see it on his face. Something changed. Did he really read every move I was about to make? Bu Yunseal's eyes flared crimson as his sword came down in a sharp diagonal slash. The hidden weapons fell out of the air and clattered across the ground. Then the next strike tore across the man's shoulder. Crack. Bu Yunseal caught one of the hidden blades in his hand and mocked him. "No matter how clever your little tricks look, once someone sees through them, they stop being dangerous, don't they?" The man let out a furious roar and lunged in like a cornered beast. Bu Yunseal never moved from his spot. Blood covered his face, but his expression stayed steady, and his breathing settled back down. As he slipped past the man's body, Bu Yunseal finished Jiam Qiliang where he stood. Even then, the man's eyes still clung stubbornly to life. Bu Yunseal sheathed his sword, then bent down and started gathering the hidden weapons. He thought to himself that fight was far from easy. If I hadn't caught the follow-up hidden in those concealed weapons, I might have died there. The wind still carried the thick smell of blood through the air. From deep inside the bushes, a masked figure watched the whole thing without a sound. A cold judgment passed through his mind. That boy only used the most basic Hwa Vimyoung techniques, the kind that should barely work in a real fight, and yet he still wiped out an entire group of assassins. He's talented, no question, but this place is crawling with monsters just as gifted. Without breaking into a higher realm, no one was going to survive this hell. By the next day, Bu Yunseal was sprinting through the forest, breathing hard while his hair and clothes whipped behind him. Shouts thundered from behind as the wind tore through the trees. Don't let him get away. Iron whips and steel chains came spinning through the air after him. A sharp steel edge skimmed past his ear, and he twisted away at the last second. Another strike came slashing straight toward the middle of his back. He dropped low to avoid it, and blood sprayed out around him. They just keep coming. If this keeps up, I'm gonna die for nothing. I need to change how I fight. High above, on a cliff wrapped in mist, two figures stood and watched in silence. The temple lord asked briefly, "Status?" Jingak answered at once, "Out of 86 candidates, only 41 remain alive." He narrowed his eyes. Only 41 after 3 days. That means the ones still left are the truly capable ones. Now it's time to see what they can really do. Bring me the map. Jingak handed it over with respect and replied, "Yes." Back in the forest, one of the pursuers caught Bu Yunseal's sword in an iron claw. The man smirked. "I got you now." Caught in that instant, Bu Yunseal released the sword and immediately burst forward again, while the men behind him shouted, "He's running again." Bu Yunseal ground his teeth as his mind raced. Against weapons like theirs, fighting in the open puts me at too much of a disadvantage. So first I need to. At that very moment, the temple lord looked down at the map and gave a firm order. Seal off this area, and release Hwa Vimyoung's shadow assassination unit. The setting sun burned red above the tiled rooftops. Bu Yunseal ran up the steps of Hwa Vimyoung Pavilion. A streak of blood trailed across the stone floor behind him. The men chasing him followed those blood marks straight into the corridor. He's hiding in here? Poor rat. He's already trapped. No matter how far you run, you're not getting away from our white horse squad. Just as they finished closing in around him, a dark shadow flashed out behind their backs. A crimson flash cut through the corridor like a blade of light. The last man shook for a second, then snapped, "Idiot! You really thought a trick that cheap was enough to fool us." He whipped around and slashed his steel blade straight across in one clean swing. Bu Yunseal dropped instantly, slipping right beneath the strike. The moment after that, he brought his sword up and met the next blow head-on. Then he burst forward without warning, cutting in fast toward the man's side. Can this bastard actually see through the white horse squad's movements? In that same instant, the tip of his sword spun and painted a burning red arc through the air, slicing through the men in front. One man dropped where he stood, and the others jerked back in panic. "Damn it!" one of them shouted as he hurled his weapon forward to retaliate, but the corridor was too tight. His hook slammed into a pillar with a sharp metallic crash. He cursed through clenched teeth. "Damn it! There's no space to fight in here." He barely got the words out before another slash came down on him. A piercing scream ripped through the passage. The last surviving man suddenly went rigid. "He pulled us in here on purpose." On the blood-streaked stone floor, Bu Yunseal stood completely still, face shadowed and cold, one hand locked around his sword. Killing intent poured off him like heat from a fire. In a corridor this cramped, the White Horse Squad's own formation was working against them. Their power dropped, their whip patterns became easy to predict, and the surprise in their movements disappeared. Once they were cut apart and forced to fight alone, there was nothing special about them. "If I break them up and take them down fast, I can still win this." He charged again. The remaining men swung their whips and swords in a frenzy, tearing into the walls as stone and debris flew with every strike. Bu Yunseal kicked himself upward and planted against the wall to launch again. But a weapon came flying at him the very next second. He twisted away just in time, but it threw off his balance, and he crashed hard onto the floor. Gritting his teeth, he cursed to himself. "Damn it, they knocked me off the wall." The men chasing him lit up immediately. "Now's our chance. Pull back." They all turned to run, but one of them suddenly cried out and stopped dead. "Ah!" Then came a stunned, "Huh!" At the far end of the corridor, a crimson figure was already there, standing right in the only path out. His hollow eyes gave off a cold gleam, and his voice came low and sharp. "What do you think you're doing? You're trying to run from here? One. That voice echoed down the corridor and froze the assassins in place. One of them hurriedly said, "Leader, we weren't running. It's just, there's not enough room in here to fight properly." Before he could finish, The leader spun his weapon and traced a ring of fire through the air. A blast of killing intent swept through at once, and long sprays of blood streaked across the corridor. He walked forward through the blood as if it meant nothing, speaking in a voice colder than frost. I was a fool to drag along useless trash like this. People who can't even make it through the advanced class. Behind a wooden door, Bu Yunseal stayed low, watching every movement the enemy made. Then he stepped out and faced the man head-on. You're their leader, aren't you? The man pressed his lips together, then gave a slight nod. Not bad. That sword technique you used earlier, blazing dance, right? Bu Yunseal didn't answer. He cut straight to it. Who are you? But before the question could settle, the man laughed. Haha, I was kidding. Why would I bother telling my name to someone who's about to die? What a waste. He flicked his wrist, and the weapon spun faster and faster, blazing rings forming as compressed force filled the corridor. Bu Yunseal lifted his sword to block, but the man caught it instantly. The blade broke apart on the spot, snapping into several pieces. The man curled his lip. From what I've heard, the advanced Hua Vimyoung class teaches only one sword technique, and it's purely defensive. Am I wrong? Bu Yunseal felt his heart go cold. How does he know that? How did he even get that kind of information? The thought flashed through his mind at once. Could he really have spies planted everywhere? Right then, the man twisted his wrist again, the weapon spinning in tight circles as he shouted, daydreaming in the middle of a fight? Then he let the strike loose, and compressed force tore through the air. The iron ring ripped down the corridor like it meant to crush every inch of space in front of it. Bu Yunseal dodged and ran through the situation in his head. This bastard destroys everything in his path. Floor, ceiling, walls. He's tearing the whole place apart. In a narrow space like this, I get nothing from staying here. He turned sharply and dashed toward the broken wall. But a heavy strike slammed into him and sent him tumbling across the floor. Bu Yunseal forced himself up again, dragging in a rough breath as he lifted his sword back in front of his chest. His eyes never shook. Calm, steady, and sharp as ice. From farther back, the man looked on with a sneer. Pathetic. With swordsmanship this weak and this cheap, you don't stand a chance against me, the leader of the White Horse Squad. He snapped his weapon forward, and the steel ring folded in around Bu Yunseal like a metal cage closing tight. The man threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha! The White Horse Wheel is about to kill you. Inside that violent storm of steel and crushing force, Bu Yunseal pushed his mind to move faster. Even if I use earthly defense or heavenly barrier, I can only hold out for a moment. And even then, I still won't be able to break his weapon. So what I need right now. Then suddenly, something flashed across his mind. It was his instructor's voice, the exact lesson meant for a moment like this. His eyes widened at once, his pupils drawing tight as a bright light seemed to gather inside them. The man caught that look, stiffened slightly, then curled his lip. Still resisting? Pointless. Even Mystic Chi Dance might block a hit or two, but it'll never break the White Horse Wheel. But right then, the first bolt of lightning burst out, and a deep roar of thunder exploded from inside the steel cage like a storm breaking free. Golden light flashed across the man's face, fierce and blinding, and he flinched as if thunder itself had come crashing down. Bu Yunseal poured every last scrap of strength into the sword wave. It exploded in a blinding glow, thunder rolling through the corridor while arcs of electricity wrapped around his arm and tightened into dense rings of lightning. It was Hua Vimyoung's ultimate technique, the thunderstorm sword, ripping straight through the air. The wooden floor split apart beneath him as Bu Yunseal surged forward and crossed the distance in a single breath. The man's face went pale, and his shoulders dropped under the shock of it. What is this? He gasped before crumpling to the floor. Bu Yunseal slowly raised his eyes, calm and still like water with no wind on it. The man lay stretched out in a spreading pool of blood, his eyes locked wide open. Bu Yunseal took a deep breath and straightened himself. The glow of Hua Vimyoung's thunderstorm sword flickered once in the darkness, then disappeared. Just like his instructor had warned, it was a sword art overflowing with terrifying killing intent and overwhelming destructive power. But it was also a technique that fed on the user's own body just as mercilessly. At my level, I still can't control it freely. Still, this part is over. I've already lost too much time, and the restricted zone is going to shift soon. I need to get out now. Then all at once, his vision wavered, and for a split second the ground seemed to tilt under him. No way. He froze as a chill ran straight down his spine. Reflected in his eyes was a tall figure standing perfectly still, like it had stepped out of the darkness itself. Right ahead of him, A man in a black cloak stood across the main hall, blocking the way. The aura around him was cold and sharp, like a bare blade. Bu Yunseal stopped in place. Why is a demon hunter here? Did this place shift into the restricted zone while I was fighting? But I didn't come here to break the rules, and I'm not hiding from them either. He loosened his grip on the sword just a little, steadied his breathing, and carefully slid one step to the side. The demon hunter's gray eyes didn't move at all. Bu Yunseal lifted his head, and little by little, his heartbeat eased. Good. No reaction. He only moves when he senses killing intent, or when the movement is too obvious. Holding his breath, Bu Yunseal moved like the slightest ripple across still water. He just needed to cross the zone's boundary before it awakened. But the instant his foot passed the doorway, it felt like a giant serpent lunged straight at him. His head snapped back on pure instinct. If he had been even half a beat slower, his head would have flown off. You've got to be kidding. In that instant, he dropped low and barely slipped past the attack. I didn't even feel the moment he moved. If it weren't for the survival instincts I built up while being chased by wolves, I would have died to that very first strike. Bu Yunseal's eyes stayed calm, clear and still like quiet water. Then a memory rose in his mind, carrying the echo of the very first lesson his instructor ever gave him. When a predator hunts its prey, even if it's faster, it still often fails to catch it. Do you know why? Back then, he had answered because prey usually run in zigzags. Sawu gave a small nod. Right? A normal hunter can't keep up with that. But a real master hunter can still land the hit. Do you know why? Because they read the rhythm of the prey's changes and strike at the exact instant it switches direction. Back then, he had asked, then what is the disciple supposed to do? Sawu looked straight at him and pressed further. If they're following your rhythm, then what do you need to do? Bu Yunseal had gone still for a brief second, and then it clicked. Now, back in the present, he suddenly shouted, his voice tearing through the rain and echoing under the eaves. His body launched forward like an arrow released from the string. I have to make every move unreadable. His footwork kept shifting rhythm. One moment he curved smoothly, the next he snapped in a sharp angle, shoulders and hips turning without any set pattern. The cloaked man hesitated for the briefest moment, red eyes flashing beneath the hood. He drew his weapon and slashed immediately, but Bu Yunseal rolled aside and escaped it. At times he moved like a cracking whip, all speed and snap. Then the next moment, he slowed like drifting water, with neither his breathing nor his steps falling into a pattern. If I move on instinct alone, he'll cut exactly where I'm headed. So the answer is simple. Don't let him read me. Then all of a sudden, the man's sword swept right by his neck. Cold sweat broke out over his skin. Damn it, too late. The blade had already reached him. And yet, in that very instant, the demon hunter suddenly stopped. He lowered his sword and stared at Bu Yunseal with narrowed eyes, suspicious and unreadable. Why did he stop? Did I just step outside the restricted zone? The demon hunter stayed where he was, still inside, motionless as if some invisible chain had locked him there. Bu Yunseal let out a slow breath and finally understood it. Against this man, all he could do was run. He hadn't managed to find even the smallest opening. He lowered his head and turned to flee. That was real mastery. Compared to that, I'm nothing more than a frog in a well. Night had fully settled over the forest, and the cold wind tore through the leaves. As he ran, Bu Yunseal kept one hand pressed against his wounds, while the same thoughts circled through his mind again and again. That demon hunter's martial skill was beyond anything I know. The realm of true masters sits under a completely different sky, and the monster who killed grandfather must have stood in that same terrifying realm. If I want revenge, then no matter what it takes, I have to reach that level. Then a deep, rough voice called out from the trail. You're Bu Yunseal, right? A brown-haired man was leaning against a rock, sword resting beside him, eyes glinting sharply in the dark. I've been looking for you. I heard you use the beast path. Bu Yunseal said nothing and just looked at him, thinking his tone sounds strangely familiar. Another one who knows who I am, just like that white horse captain from before? The man tightened his hand around the sword hilt, then slowly let it ease. Ah, I was just about to introduce myself, he said, before cutting himself off. No need. Someone who's about to die doesn't have to know my name. With a roar, he brought his sword down like a thunderbolt. Bu Yunseal let out a quiet breath. Then he shifted half a step and slipped cleanly past the strike. The man smirked, a spark of excitement lighting up his eyes. Not bad. You really can read my sword path with beast-like instinct. Just like I thought, you really are one of the 10 demonic candidates. As the young man twisted his wrist, the aura around him climbed even higher. His sword style changed completely. The heavy, crushing force was gone, replaced by something cold and intricate. The streaks of his blade fell like a net of lightning. Bu Yunseal kept blocking over and over, but as the technique shifted so completely, his arm gradually started going numb. In the middle of the clash, a familiar thought surfaced in his mind. That's right. Not everyone who came here came to become one of the 10 demonic candidates. He could be tied to Seo Jinha. Could he be the one they mentioned back then? If that's true, then every move he's making is bait. The sword slammed down again, and Bu Yunseal dropped his stance, barely managing to take the impact. He tightened his grip on the hilt. Let's see you deal with this. The air froze for a single beat. He drew in a deep breath and emptied his mind. His blade trembled, and a strange sensation surged up through it. The air around him began to twist, forming a circular vortex, almost like a magic formation coming together. Then a memory from that cold stone house rose back into his mind. His grandfather had stood beside a corpse and said, "This one was struck by Hebei Peng's 5-tiger gate severing blade. There isn't a single wound on the outside, but every bone inside is shattered. That's the real signature of it. Every time the weapons meet, the internal force caves straight into the enemy. Very few people live after offending that master." Cold sweat ran down Bu Yunseal's back as he shouted, "That's the 5-tiger gate severing blade. You're from Hebei Peng." The man flinched and stared at him. "What did you just say?" His grandfather's voice echoed through his mind once again. Another trait of the 5-tiger gate severing blade is its powerful suction force. It's one of the core internal arts, like a whirlpool dragging everything into it. It dragged in everything around it, pulling targets closer and throwing the enemy's weapon off course every time their blades met. The opponent's sword would get yanked off its line and start collapsing from the inside. Then, the moment panic set in, they'd be swallowed whole. It really was a vicious style, exactly what you'd expect from Hebei Peng. Back then, Bu Yunseal had innocently asked, "Then Hebei Peng must be the strongest sect, right?" His grandfather had shaken his head. "No, that pulling technique is powerful, but it also drags the user closer to the enemy. It's a double-edged sword. Used wrong, it cuts the wielder too. Then that means, if I use that same pull and guide my blade with it, I can drive my strike straight into him. I am Peng AK of Hebei Peng. In the name of the Peng clan, I'll face you properly and wipe out every last one of your demonic kind." Bu Yunseal ran straight into the heart of the swirling vortex. Then, without warning, he drove the tip of his sword into the ground. The man flinched. What the hell is he doing? Stabbing the ground. Using the sword as a pivot, Bu Yunseal twisted his body around it and let the pull of the other man's blade redirect his path in mid-motion. The man chopped downward, but Bu Yunseal slipped past it and drove a hard kick right into his ribs. The man folded at the waist, one hand going to his stomach as a groan slipped out. Bu Yunseal paused for half a step, sweat running down his cheek, and a faint smirk touched the corner of his mouth. It worked. The man glared at him, eyes narrowing with cold anger. "A trick like that? You think you can make a fool out of me?" Bu Yunseal stayed silent and calculated. The method worked, but the strike didn't sink deep enough. His body has been forged for years. His endurance is absurd. Still, now I know how to break him. His instructor's voice rang out in his mind. Strike later, but arrive first at the very instant of impact. To become faster in that single moment. That is real speed. If I can turn that suction back against itself, my sword will travel beyond its original path. Bu Yunseal drew the blade back along his spine and thought, I don't need to fight the pull. Let my body and sword be drawn into the vortex. Then take the moment. Peng AK roared and rushed in, inner energy twisting around him into a swirling vacuum. Bu Yunseal relaxed his whole body and let the force pull him in. White-blue streaks of light curled around the two of them like long twisting ribbons. And just as the man thrust his blade forward, Bu Yunseal's sword suddenly appeared right in front of his face, and cut across his ear, sending strands of hair spinning into the air. Peng AK jolted and roared. Impossible! What was that? Did he just use my own technique? It was unbelievable. The self-suction of the 5-tiger gate severing blade could drag even a boulder from a distance, and even skilled masters had trouble controlling it precisely. And yet this brat had pulled it off. He lowered his stance as inner force surged through him. Let's see you stop this one. Bu Yunseal steadied his breathing and plunged straight back into the vortex. It won't matter, he thought calmly. The stronger the pull gets, the faster my sword will move. The tip of his sword stayed riding near the edge of the vortex, while his body moved around it like flowing water. Then, at the deciding instant, he suddenly shifted direction, and his blade came down diagonally like a bolt of lightning. The man let out a rough, furious growl. How long do you think that cheap little trick is going to work? Pang Ak swung across his body, and in that instant, Bu Yunseal felt the man's wrist pause for half a beat. Then the suction disappeared. Bu Yunseal stiffened slightly. He shut off his own suction to erase my advantage. Pang Ak smirked. TCH. Even without relying on suction, you're still strong. He clenched the hilt and lunged forward like a wild beast throwing itself at prey. Bu Yunseal stared straight ahead and thought, this is it. This is the moment I've been waiting for. While Wimyung's first form, the mysterious ancient sword, erupted as red energy surged upward. It wrapped around his body while blazing arcs ripped across the air. Then a thunderous blast exploded, and the two figures flashed past each other, blood spraying in a long trail from Pang Ak's back. He froze in place, his pupils shrinking. Could it be? Then Bu Yunseal answered. That's right. While Wimyung's first form, mysterious ancient sword. He let out a soft breath, and one thought flickered through his mind. That was way too close. To turn a defensive technique like the mysterious ancient sword into an attack, I had to stay still, point my blade toward myself, and wait for the exact countering moment. I never thought I could reinterpret the technique like that. He lowered his sword and turned to leave. Pang Ak shouted, You're seriously just leaving? Without turning back, Bu Yunseal answered, You have nothing to do with my revenge. Pang Ak forced himself back up with his sword planted against the ground, blood running from his neck. His eyes were wide with awe, and then he let out a rough laugh. So out of everyone who came hunting, I still ended up meeting someone like you. Interesting. Let's make sure we never cross paths again. Black wind swept across the slope, and before long, the only thing left was the fading sound of his footsteps disappearing into the distance. Then, from the darkness, another shadow quietly stepped forward. Pang Ak narrowed his eyes, his voice rough and worn. So you came to kill a useless man like me? At the edge of the forest, the demon hunter appeared, his voice cold as winter frost. Pang Ak of Hebei Peng. For a man of the righteous sect, you carried out your mission well. How unfortunate. Pang Ak let out a dry, bitter laugh. So you knew from the start. A faint gleam passed through the demon hunter's deep red eyes. You underestimated the demonic hall. Farewell. He raised his sword and brought it down in one clean motion, and blood splashed across the ground. Then the scene shifted somewhere else. Seo Jinha staggered against a tree trunk, gasping for breath as he pulled the last hidden weapons out of his body one by one. A black cloak flickered past, and a voice rang out. Tough luck today, Seo Jinha. In front of him, a group of men in black stood waiting, blocking the path ahead completely. Their leader gave a faint smile. You've been poisoned with blood prison fortress toxin, and you're still trying to run? Without the antidote, you're dead either way. Seo Jinha gritted his teeth as it hit him just how precisely they had combined memory arts with poison. So even fighting alone has its limits. The man pointed down and sneered. Your right hand's already numb. What, you think you can fight with your left? A man who draws and sheathes with his right hand can't just switch to the left and still fight at full strength. You'd be smarter to give up and die here. With that, they rushed him all at once, hidden weapons flying at him from every direction. Seo Jinha brought the sword up with his left hand, sweeping out a half-circle to knock aside the first wave, but the next barrage came in too fast. His poisoned right hand shook, and thin lines of blood started running down. Damn, I got hit by poison needles again. If I don't take the antidote before an incense stick burns out, I'm done. For a brief second, one thought crossed his mind. Maybe this is where it really ends. Then several men at the outer edge suddenly dropped, blood bursting through the ambush. From the edge of the forest, a figure shot in like a streak of blue lightning. Bu Yunseal tore through the black-clad men in a blur, cutting them down one after another, until the ground was soaked red. Seo Jinha leaned against the tree, blood all over his face, staring wide-eyed at the pile of bodies. Bu Yunseal stood there with one hand still resting on his sword hilt, then started walking forward. Seo Jinha trembled and shouted, Wait! I never meant to hurt anyone. Bu Yunseal crouched beside one of the corpses and pulled out a vial, thinking, So this is the antidote. This'll make dealing with the blood gate a lot easier. Seo Jinha called out in panic. Wait! Bu Yunseal stopped and turned his head. What is it? Seo Jinha spoke quickly, barely catching his breath. I've been poisoned. In less than half an incense stick, the toxin will spread through my whole body. Bu Yunseal looked at him with cold eyes. I think you've misunderstood. I came here to kill all of them, and that includes you. The only reason you're still breathing is because even I don't think you're worth the trouble. Seo Jinha swallowed hard. Right? Even if you leave me here, I won't live much longer anyway. In the end, I'm still just one more person you'd have to get rid of. Then he pushed on. So how about this? Give me the antidote, and I'll join you. Bu Yunseal asked in a quiet voice. Why should I? Seo Jinha pleaded desperately. There are only about 2 survivors left now, and everyone else has already formed groups. No matter how strong you are, you can't wipe them all out by yourself. But if we work together, I know their martial arts and I know how they operate. That gives you a huge edge. And more than that, if you save me here, I swear I won't betray you. Images of Seo Jinha flashed through Bu Yunseal's mind, proud and stubborn to the core, but not someone who would lie easily or stab an ally in the back. He asked softly, What's the condition? Seo Jinha answered clearly, 1 word at a time. We keep fighting until only 2 people are left, you and me. Side by side, we crush everyone else. And we never point our blades at each other. Bu Yunseal went quiet for a moment and waited. But when he saw the tear sliding down Seo Jinha's face, Bu Yunseal pulled out the antidote and tossed it to him. Seo Jinha caught it and said only one thing. Thank you. Then hurried footsteps suddenly echoed nearby, and Bu Yunseal tensed at once. That sound. Did a new restricted zone just start? He turned immediately and said, We need to leave, right now. Seo Jinha quickly asked, Why? This doesn't look like a restricted zone. Bu Yunseal answered, Think about it. Most of the areas are already sealed. If a new one just opened. Before he could finish, a crowd came rushing in. Every one of them gripped a weapon, and the look on their faces made it obvious they were ready to charge the 2 of them all at once. They spread out with practiced precision, closing in from every direction until Bu Yunseal and the woman had no choice but to stand back to back. Bu Yunseal slowly looked around at the crowd and spoke under his breath. So the ones who survived finally decided to gather here. Took you long enough. Then even more people started appearing from all sides, tightening the ring around them even further. And in the middle of them stood one man with a red cord tied around him, the corner of his mouth lifted in a faint, familiar smirk. Bu Yunseal's eyes narrowed. The moment he saw him, something clicked. That man was different from the rest. The man in black raised his voice and sneered. What's wrong with all of you? Are you really just going to stand there waiting for someone else to make the first move? Just kill those 2 already. Pointing at them like he owned the field, he went on, Bu Yunseal learned the beast path from one sect, and that woman fights with a balanced sword style. We checked the background of every single candidate, so don't get careless and think they'll be easy to deal with. She thought to herself, just like I figured. He's already seen through both of us. Quietly, her fingers tightened around the small vial hidden up her sleeve. Bu Yunseal glanced over at her. The vial she was holding was the antidote he had handed her earlier. Grinding the words out through clenched teeth, she whispered, Fine. Then I'm using the powder. It's our only shot. A purple cloud exploded outward in the next instant, swelling into a dense fog that rolled across the open ground and sent everyone around them coughing and stumbling back. What? Blood prison city's mind-crushing poison? Damn it! One of them froze and shouted in alarm. Wait, no, this isn't poison. We got played. They just made us grab at smoke. She and Bu Yunseal burst through the haze, and a faint smile touched her lips. This stuff only makes thick smoke. It's great for starting fires, and even better for throwing people off. Out in an open field like this, we're the ones at a disadvantage. We need to get to the rocky range, somewhere with caves. She said it fast. You're thinking the same thing, right? We need a real cave now. Bu Yunseal gave a quick nod, his eyes sharpening. I know one. The entrance is narrow, and once you get in, it opens into a long tunnel underground. Run. She darted ahead, then glanced back at him, caught off guard. He even knew the cave entrance that well? The beast path really was terrifying. Who was this man, exactly? Behind them, the fighters in black came surging after them, pounding across the ground as the distance between them kept shrinking. They tore through the forest like a rushing wind, branches flashing past, until the rocky range finally appeared ahead. By the time they reached it, her breathing was ragged, and both of them stopped for just a moment at the mouth of the cave. A massive pile of purple bones lay stacked there in layers, and the sight made her frown immediately. Wait. Were there always this many bones here? Bu Yunseal rested a hand on his sword and his gaze turned sharp. Something's off. Then demon hunters rose out of the bone pile itself. Their red eyes locked on the 2 of them without a blink. She went still. Demon hunters? Is this a restricted zone? Bu Yunseal answered grimly, The moment they saw me run in here, they marked this place as restricted. They've been watching us the whole time. She bit down hard, frustrated. Damn it. Then what are we supposed to do now? Bu Yunseal looked toward the purple boundary. As long as we don't cross that line, the demon hunters won't move. If it comes down to fighting no matter what, then this may actually be the best place for it. If we fight inside the restricted zone right now, we'll just end up trapped in a corridor. Once that happens, there won't be any room left to retreat. The two of them turned at the same time and drew their swords, bracing themselves for what was about to come. Bu Yunseal thought to himself, so after making it this far, this is where it ends. The fighters in black tightened back into formation and started closing in again. One of them curled his lip and spat, "You little bastards really know how to make things annoying. Enough dragging this out. Kill them." He slammed his foot into the ground and shot forward first. The rest of them rushed in right behind him like a wave. At that very moment, on a nearby peak, the sect leader and Hyacryan Young stood with the young master and his attendants, silently watching everything unfold below. He frowned a little, then lifted a hand to his chin and stroked it, clearly intrigued by what he was seeing. So this is the death match that decides the 10 battle demonic warriors. Down below, right at the edge of the restricted zone, Bu Yunseal and Seo Jinha gripped their swords and watched the incoming competitors with guarded eyes. Demon hunters stood behind them, cutting off their escape, leaving them trapped with nowhere to go forward and nowhere to fall back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of hidden weapons ripped through the air and flew straight at Bu Yunseal and Seo Jinha. Bu Yunseal reacted instantly. He shot forward, angled his body to the right, and slipped past the incoming blades in one smooth motion. Behind him, the projectiles hammered into the ground with heavy thuds. He drove straight at one attacker, and the man immediately brought his sword down. But Bu Yunseal wasn't some amateur. He shifted left, let the strike miss him, and looked back at the man with a cold, steady stare. The first man dropped, and Bu Yunseal didn't stop for even a second. He rushed right through and split open the next one in a spray of blood. At the same time, behind him, Seo Jinha was already locked in a brutal clash with the others. She cut one opponent down with a swing of her sword, but the rest kept pouring at her without stopping, forcing her to twist her body and spring upward. In the space of a heartbeat, she cut down the two enemies behind her, then turned right back around and sent another slash forward without a trace of hesitation. Then all at once, her eyes sharpened. A blade-like shadow came slicing straight for her face. Seo Jinha didn't hesitate. She brought her sword up with both hands and barely caught the attack in time. Even so, the force behind it was overwhelming, and it shoved her backward across the ground. As she stumbled back, her spine slammed into someone standing right behind her. She didn't even need to turn around. It was Bu Yunseal. The two of them were pressed back to back, both breathing hard, though Seo Jinha looked much worse with her injuries already taking their toll. Several enemies were already down, but the rest had surrounded them in a wide circle and were slowly tightening it step by step. Seo Jinha's right arm trembled as she held onto her sword, and it was obvious the strength was starting to leave her. Then, little by little, she eased her stance, lowered the tip of her blade toward the dirt, let out a long breath and murmured, "So this is where I die." A faint smile touched her lips, like she had already accepted it all, and she said, "I gave it everything I had. I don't regret anything." Hearing that from behind him, Bu Yunseal quietly repeated the words in his mind. No regrets. Then his grandfather, Bu Janyang, rose in his thoughts. He could see that gentle face clearly, smiling warmly, almost like the old man were still standing right in front of him. But the image broke apart in an instant, replaced by the memory of his grandfather's death, blood pouring from his eyes. That memory hit him like a jolt. Bu Yunseal snapped awake and remembered exactly why he had entered this trial in the first place. His lips moved slightly, and murder burned in his eyes as he growled, "I'm not dying in a place like this." The second he said it, two attackers leaped forward and came straight at him. Bu Yunseal tightened his grip and gave his sword a slight turn, settling it into the angle that felt most natural in his hand. Then, before anyone could even track the motion, two streaks of sword light burst out from him. He passed straight through the two men rushing him. It was so fast, so clean, they didn't even understand what happened at first. Only when they felt the sting at their necks did they realize it. By then, Bu Yunseal had already cut both their throats. Their bodies dropped, and Bu Yunseal shot past them with a dark, killing look on his face. Behind him, Seo Jinha could only stare at his back in stunned silence. He drove his foot into the ground and launched himself forward again. Another slash came right after it, and in that same charge, Bu Yunseal brought down two more enemies. The ones left standing went pale, and one of them shouted in panic, "Hey, what kind of crazy swordsmanship is that?" By now, nobody was looking at Seo Jinha anymore. Every eye turned to Bu Yunseal instead, and they rushed him while shouting, "Kill that monster first, brothers." Right then, Sa Wu's voice echoed inside Bu Yunseal's head. "Former master of Nanjia, trust what you feel. Let your body move with the instinct guiding it. Haven't you already grasped this old man's sword path?" The moment that voice reached him, Bu Yunseal's eyes burned a deep red, like a demonic god had just opened them. Then the air around him seemed to darken, and Bu Yunseal became a streak of light, flashing back and forth through the battlefield. A moment later, the enemies who had rushed him were ripped apart in midair, blood spraying across the mountain slope. Jingak, Hyakrian Young, and the people beside them all widened their eyes, stunned by what they had just seen. Down below, Bu Yunseal stood completely still, his right hand still wrapped around a sword now dripping with blood. Maybe even he was caught off guard by what he had just done. He frowned, thinking about Sa Wu's combat swordsmanship. If it really works like this. But before that thought could finish, a fist suddenly came flying toward his left cheek at terrifying speed. In that split second, Bu Yunseal's eyes snapped to the side. The one attacking him was an older bare-handed fighter, throwing the punch with a satisfied grin on his face. Bu Yunseal reacted right away and brought up his sword, catching the blow with the flat of the blade. Bu Yunseal glanced up at him and thought, "Damn it, where did this smug old geezer come from?" The man's grin only widened as he said, "Got you now." Then he tightened that fist even more, and fierce inner energy surged out with a sharp hum, pressing down on Bu Yunseal with crushing force. Crack, crack. Thin fractures began spreading across the sword in Bu Yunseal's hand. Crash. The blade shattered, and that single punch blasted Bu Yunseal backward. The man was no joke. Bu Yunseal's body skidded far across the ground before finally slowing down. On the other side, Seo Jin had turned, saw what happened, and cried out, "Bu Yunseal!" The man in front of her, hidden weapons in hand, gave a mocking laugh and said, "Heh, sorry, but that guy's already dead." In the next second, her shock turned into desperation, and she screamed at the top of her lungs, "No! Get up, Bu Yunseal!" At that moment, the protagonist staggered back to his feet, one hand covering his face as a groan of pain slipped out. But then, the moment he heard Seo Jinha shout that this was a restricted zone, Bu Yunseal suddenly froze, his whole body locking up where he stood. Behind him, a wave of purple killing aura came rolling in and slowly swallowed him whole. Bu Yunseal tilted his head up, his eyes turning pale, his face going blank and silent. Inside that purple mist, a demonic corpse emerged, staring at him with crimson eyes. Whoosh! A flash of light tore past so fast that no one could tell if it was a sword or something else. Then, reflected in Bu Yunseal's pupils, a hand reaching toward him suddenly appeared. At the exact same moment, high on the mountain, Hyakrian Young drew in a sharp breath, clearly about to shout. A heartbeat later, his eyes flew wide and he roared, "Stop right there." At once, down below the mountain, Seo Jinha and the rest of the contestants froze and looked up in shock. Then everyone's gaze shifted at once to Bu Yunseal, who was still standing right at the edge of the boundary. At that exact moment, the Demon Spectre's hand stopped just short of Bu Yunseal's face. Bu Yunseal himself had gone pale, and for a second it was hard to tell if he was barely holding himself together too. It was Sa Wu, the master of Nanjia and Bu Yunseal's teacher. He had appeared with his sword already drawn, the blade pressed against the demon's neck like a warning. "Lay a hand on my disciple and you pay for it." Blood from a wound on Sa Wu's head had soaked one side of his face red, while the other side looked almost ghostly pale. Bu Yunseal could only stand there, frozen, staring at him. In his mind, Bu Yunseal looked at Sa Wu's gentle face and weakly murmured, "Master Sa Wu." Then the world suddenly went dark. Bu Yunseal's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed where he stood. The moment he hit the ground, Chief Instructor Hyakrian Young arrived in a blur. He rushed over and barked, "Hurry! Bring the mad doctor here before this brat dies." One of his subordinates, startled, tried to stop him. "Chief Instructor, if we interrupt the third trial now." Hyakrian Young cut him off with a sharp swing of his arm. "Shut your mouth. I'll take full responsibility. I'm not afraid of the consequences." The subordinate froze, stunned by that reaction. Hyakrian Young's eyes darkened, and after a slow breath, a faint grin tugged at his lips as he thought, "So I finally found him. The instinct of a killer. A heart that doesn't waver. A flawless raw gem, with nothing missing and nothing wasted. A true prodigy. someone worthy of inheriting the 10 demons. The scene shifted to a dim room, where a voice asked, Chief Instructor, what exactly are you trying to do? 10 people are supposed to enter the 10 demon sects, and 2 extraordinary talents chosen by the secret Shadow Masters are meant to serve as their agents. That makes 12 in total, and that number was already set. The one speaking was Elder Hua Vim Young of the Demon Palace, and his warning came sharp. If you end the trial early while 2 spots are still open, you will absolutely be punished for it. Hyakryan Young looked at him and answered with a grin, of course I know that. Seeing how stubborn he was, Hua Vim Young could only frown, clearly frustrated. He let out a long sigh, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, Ha! The envoys from the 10 demon sects will be here soon. Who knows how they'll react to a sudden change like this? Hyakryan Young only smiled. No problem. Because the talent I found for the 10 demon sects could never be worse than the one you found. At the same time, somewhere else, Bu Yunseal was lying in a room, quietly recovering from his injuries. His body had almost fully healed, and before long, his eyes slowly opened. The unfamiliar room made Bu Yunseal sit up at once. He glanced toward the door and muttered, What the hell? Where am I? Sniff, sniff. A faint medicinal smell drifted through the air, and Bu Yunseal figured it out right away. That smell. This has to be a place where they treat the injured. Then he froze again when he realized something else. He could move his arms and legs freely, with no pain and no stiffness at all. In disbelief he thought, my injuries. They're completely healed. Not just the wounds on the outside. Even the internal damage from pushing advanced martial arts had recovered completely. The healer in the Demon Palace must be far more skilled than I thought. After a while, Bu Yunseal got up and slowly walked to the door, resting a hand lightly on the handle. Then he pulled himself together and moved to open it, ready to see what was outside. As he looked out, a young man came up from behind with narrowed eyes and an easy smile. Sir, you're awake already? Please come this way. Bu Yunseal didn't waste time asking questions. He simply followed the man downstairs. But as he made his way down, the sight in front of him made his eyes widen slightly. People were being looked after there with surprising care, and they even seemed relaxed, sitting around tables, eating and talking together. Through a narrow slit in the window, he noticed the world outside looked peaceful and solemn, with solid buildings gathered in several large clusters. Curious, he asked, what place is this? The young man smiled and answered, this is the central hub of Hell Island. Looking outside, Bu Yunseal was genuinely taken aback. The center. The one place I couldn't enter when I was investigating Hell Island. So there really was a reason for that. The young man led him to a table and asked, would you like to order something? We can make whatever you want. Bu Yunseal paused for a moment, quietly running through different dishes in his head. In the end, he raised 2 fingers and chose the simplest thing. Instant noodles. 2 bowls of spicy shrimp noodles will do. A moment later, 2 steaming bowls were placed in front of him, simple and plain, just noodles, a little green vegetable and chopped scallions. As Bu Yunseal looked down into the bowl, his expression softened with quiet nostalgia. He remembered the days when he used to eat noodles with his grandfather, Bu Janyang. They had been poor, but even a cracked bowl felt warm when the 2 of them shared it. The noodles in front of him were still just as plain, but that old warmth was gone now. These days, everyone had to survive on their own. Just as he was sinking into that memory, Seo Jinha suddenly appeared and sat down across from him with a small smile. Looks like you really love noodles, huh? You even ordered 2 bowls. Bu Yunseal answered flatly, Seo Jinha, if you came to say something, then say it. Otherwise, get lost. Seo Jinha hesitated. Ah! Then she stopped again, clearly unsure how to continue. Like the words were there but refused to come out smoothly. At last, she worked up the nerve and said, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you in that last fight, I'd already be a wandering ghost by now. That made Bu Yunseal look at her in real surprise. Saving you? I just cut down whoever happened to be in front of me. Seo Jinha blinked, then said, Ha! You really don't know? There were originally 12 survivors in the 3rd trial, but... She pointed at him and went on, the chief instructor suddenly stopped the test because he said he was going to save you, so the total became 14. So from my point of view, I'm alive because of you. I just wanted to thank you for that. Honestly, this kind of thing really isn't like me. Seeing Bu Yunseal still sitting there blankly, Seo Jinha let out a sigh. Ah, so you really didn't know. Well, I guess that makes sense. You were unconscious the whole time. It's already been 4 days, you know. Bu Yunseal frowned as soon as he heard that. Really? I thought it had only been 1 day. Seo Jinha gave a rough little grin and chuckled. Ah, you got lucky. The mad doctor just happened to be here. At that, Bu Yunsil muttered in surprise, the mad doctor. Back in the day, people called him the Divine Hand. But after failing to save the woman he loved, the greatest healer in the world lost his mind. Since then, he'd been living somewhere between madness and clarity. The rumors said he could save even someone on the verge of death with a single breath. So that lunatic doctor was the one who healed me. If only Grandpa had met him before he died. Seeing Bu Yunsil go quiet, Seo Jinha kept eating as she spoke. Let me tell you a few more things. Call it a little goodwill from an old comrade. It's about those demon assassins we fought. The moment he heard that, Bu Yunsil's attention sharpened. Seo Jinha went on, they were elite fighters sent out by the 10 demon sections. From what I heard, those assassins helped decide who's worthy of becoming the true successors of each sect. Bu Yunsil let out a quiet breath. So that's why their martial arts were on the same level as the instructors. Now it makes sense. Then do you know why the chief instructor saved me? Seo Jinha stirred the noodles in her bowl before answering. That's actually what I wanted to ask you. He really looked set on making you one of the 10 demon successors. Maybe it has something to do with your sect. Or maybe you know the chief instructor personally. Bu Yunsil shook his head. No, I have no connection to him at all. Seo Jinha blinked, clearly surprised. If that's true, then this just got even stranger. The chief instructor was punished for what he did. Rumor says he stepped down and returned to the demon palace. Hearing that, Bu Yunsil's eyes grew more distant and thoughtful. None of it added up. Why would a man with no ties to me take the punishment just to keep me alive? While the two of them were still talking, a sudden bell rang out through the air. Bu Yunsil turned toward the sound, caught off guard for a second. Seo Jinha rose to her feet and said, "Looks like it's time. Get up." It was the call summoning every survivor left on Hell Island. In other words, the leaders of the 10 demon sects had arrived. The scene shifted to a 4-story pavilion built right into the mountainside. All 14 surviving candidates had gathered there, standing in 2 orderly rows inside the hall. And naturally, Bu Yunsil was standing among them too, staring straight ahead with an unreadable expression. The great doors slowly opened, and light spilled into the hall. The silence was so heavy that even the faintest heartbeat seemed loud. Several imposing figures stepped inside, led by a young man dressed in red, with a few old men following behind him, their faces cold and still like carved stone. The moment Bu Yunsil saw them, his brow tightened. Too quiet. There are this many people walking in, and I can't hear a single footstep. Then an old man with silver hair and a strangely shaped spear stepped forward and began looking over the young candidates one by one. He studied them in silence for a moment, then gave a faint hum. Suddenly, he lifted one finger and pointed straight ahead, making Bu Yunsil tense for a split second. Do you wish to become the successor of the evil spirit sect? That old man was Bull Sa, the vice master of the evil spirit sect. Bu Yunsil's eyes widened. He had no idea why he had just been singled out like that. But then, unexpectedly, a young man with long flowing hair standing behind Bu Yunsil placed a hand on his chest and asked in confusion, "Sir, were you talking to me?" Bull Sa answered in a deep voice, "Young Manhwa, step forward. Do you wish to become the successor of our sect?" Young Manhwa stepped in front of Bull Sa and stammered, I've trained in blade arts my whole life. I've never practiced spear techniques." Bull Sa answered firmly, "That doesn't matter. You were born with the perfect traits for the spear. You have the frame and the talent meant for spear mastery, yet you chose the blade instead. That's why you were never going to reach true greatness." After saying that, he turned and started walking away, adding, "If you understand now, then follow me." Young Manhwa hurried after him at once. "Yes, sir." Then another old man stepped forward, this one wearing a hat and a long silver beard. He narrowed his eyes and let out a faint grin. I suppose it's my turn now. I am Gok Yihan of the Blood City of Hell. I serve as its vice lord, the one known as the 10,000 Poison Sage, Gok Yihan." The moment that name was spoken, cold sweat broke out on the young candidates. 10,000 Poison Sage, Gok Yihan. The man said to be able to poison every living thing within 30 meters with a single wave of his hand. Then he slowly raised his hand, a faint cloud of dark miasma curling around him, and called out, "Seo Jinha, do you wish to become the successor of the Blood City of Hell?" Seo Jinha's eyes widened on the spot, completely caught off guard by what she had just heard. In her mind, the thought hit her at once. Ever since I first picked up a sword, everyone's called me a sword prodigy. And now the Blood City of Hell, a place that raises poison masters, chose me? Seeing her hesitate, Gok Yihan gave a faint smile and said, "The deadliest poison in this world is the poison that lives in the heart. Before the third trial began, you used a girl from the city's martial hall to kill every student there, didn't you? And when that plan fell apart, you killed her too, afraid she might expose your secret. At that, Seo Jinha flared up. That plan was hers, not mine. She came to me first, and she attacked me before the third trial even started. Saying I killed her just to silence her is going too far. Before she could finish, Jioke Yihan calmly cut in. I'm not blaming you. The ability to kill without hesitation for the sake of your goal is something worth admiring. A nature like that is perfect for learning the poison arts of our city. You do have talent with the sword, but talent alone will never let you rule the martial world. Only those who are truly chosen can shake the world, whether they wield sword or blade. To use poison, you need a venomous heart, the will to kill without hesitation, and a brilliant mind. Out of everyone standing here, you are the one most fit to become a poison master of the Blood City of Hell. Hearing Jioke Yihan's words, Seo Jinha's gaze shifted ever so slightly to the left. Her eyes finally landed on Bu Yunseal, and three quiet words rose in her mind. The chosen one. Then doubt began to stir inside her. You said you only learned swordsmanship shortly before the 10 demon successor trials, didn't you? And yet your sword has already reached a level that took me 10 full years to build. As that thought sank in deeper, Seo Jinha slowly clenched her hand and thought, if that's really true. Then she stepped forward before Jioke Yihan and made her choice. I will follow the Blood City of Hell. Jioke Yihan smiled, clearly pleased. You made the right choice. With that, he turned and led Seo Jinha away, while Bu Yunseal stayed where he was, silently watching them disappear. Next, the young man in red finally spoke. Now it's my turn. He stepped forward with calm, measured grace, carrying himself like a noble wanderer untouched by the chaos around him. Slowly opening his eyes, he said, I am Wei Hayakun of the Hua Wu Sword Sect. Let me introduce myself properly. I am the sword demon, Wei Hayakun, the #1 sword of the demonic path, from the Hua Wu Sword Sect. The moment he named himself, Bu Yunseal fixed his eyes on him. It was obvious this was the man he truly wanted to be chosen by. In his mind, he thought the disciple of the former Hua Wu sect master. The very #1 sword of the demonic path came here in person. The others could barely contain themselves, each one silently praying the same thing. Please, let him choose me. Then, from the other side, the sword demon let out a light sigh and said, You're Bu Yunseal, aren't you? Not only the path leader, but even the Elder Council has spoken well of you. And you were also taught the secret arts of the heavenly path leader, correct? Bu Yunseal answered right away. That's right. Hearing that, the sword demon turned as if he were about to leave and said, I look forward to what you accomplish in the future. The sword arts of our sect go deeper than you can imagine, so train hard. But Bu Yunseal didn't look interested at all, and his eyes had already shifted somewhere else. His gaze stopped on Sa Wu, the Nanjia path leader, who stood there quietly with his arms folded. Then, at last, the protagonist spoke. I will not join the Hua Wu sword sect. That answer stopped the sword demon cold. He stared at Bu Yunseal with icy disbelief, killing intent flashing in his eyes, and asked, Boy, what did you just say? Then he shouted in fury, You dare refuse my sect's offer? In an instant, a crushing invisible pressure slammed down on him, forcing Bu Yunseal partway to his knees. Gritting his teeth to endure it, he said, I heard that rejection was allowed. That rejection was allowed. The sword demon stared at him with cold, blade-like eyes. If you reject my sect and choose another instead, then where exactly do you plan to go? Sweat ran down Bu Yunseal's face as the pressure eased just a little when the sword demon finally pulled back some of his aura. Even so, Bu Yunseal answered without the slightest wavering. I will follow Nanjia. Veins rose across the sword demon's face as he snarled through clenched teeth. You're choosing Nanjia? Nanjia is the weakest of the 10 sects. Are you trying to mock my sect right to my face? The pressure surged again and came down even harder. Bu Yunseal shook under it, thinking, just his aura alone feels like it's crushing my whole body. This really was the #1 sword of the demonic path. Why Hayakun? At that exact moment, Sa Wu suddenly stepped forward and placed himself in front of Bu Yunseal. Everyone there froze, all of them sensing that a bloody clash could break out at any second. The moment he saw Sa Wu step in, the sword demon Wei Hayakun grew even more furious. Grinding his teeth, he roared, You, a mere hidden path leader, dare stand in my way? Even Sa Wu could feel the crushing weight of the sword demon's aura. His jaw tightened, and his hand locked firmly around the hilt of his sword. The people watching gasped in disbelief. He's really drawing his sword in front of the sword demon? Has he lost his mind? Meanwhile, from behind Sa Wu, the protagonist spoke in a low voice. Thank you, master. Across from them, Wei Hayakun snarled again. Do you think standing behind a path leader means you can forget your place? Elder Hua Vimyoung of the Demon Palace wiped the sweat from his brow and thought nervously. If the sword demon loses control here, the other candidates could get dragged into it and die. I have to stop this. The sword demon's blade slowly began sliding out of its sheath. But just then, a hand reached over and pressed down on the hilt, gently but firmly pushing the sword back into its scabbard. A young man with a gentle face smiled calmly and said, Well now, it seems everyone's getting a little too tense. Let's stop here, shall we? Peeking out from behind Sa Wu, Bu Yunseal saw that the sword demon, Wei Hayakun, had already pulled back his killing intent. The man's hand still rested on Wei Hayakun's sword hilt, holding it down without moving, because the moment that blade fully came out, someone here was going to die. Wei Hayakun's face was still tight with anger, but he forced himself to stop. His narrowed, frozen eyes stayed locked on Bu Yunseal as he muttered a single name under his breath. Danshin. So there was no misunderstanding about what everyone had just seen. The man who stepped in and stopped the sword demon was Danshin himself, the vice chief of Nanjia Pavilion. Wearing a calm, easy smile, he slowly raised one hand and spoke in a gentle tone. For my sake, would you spare this boy? The men behind Wei Hayakun let out quiet laughs and nodded like this was the most obvious thing in the world. Sure, Nanjia needs to take at least one recruit anyway. That's true. To be looked down on like this, a true grudge could wait 10 years if it had to. Wei Hayakun didn't say another word, but the killing intent in his eyes never left Bu Yunseal, and it sent a cold chill through the air. Sa Wu and Bu Yunseal both went still, barely breathing as they waited for the sword demon's response. Then Wei Hayakun let out one long, heavy sigh, and the crushing pressure that had filled the place finally began to break. With clear irritation on his face, he turned away and waved them off. You picked him, so take him and go before my sword comes out by mistake. Danshin, the deputy chief of Nanjia Pavilion, clapped his hands and laughed brightly. Wonderful. The merciful sword demon is as generous as ever. Thank you for your kindness. As the sword demon walked off, Danshin kept that same relaxed smile on his face. He looked mild and approachable, but Bu Yunseal could already tell this was no ordinary man. If he didn't hold real power, there was no way the sword demon would have backed down that easily. Only after that did Bu Yunseal finally breathe out. His eyes followed the sword demon's back as the man disappeared into the distance. Danshin let out a small sigh and said, Let's go. Sa Wu turned, placed a hand against Bu Yunseal's back, and Bu Yunseal quickly answered, Yes, sir. Even as they moved on, Bu Yunseal kept staring at Wei Hayakun's back, sweat slowly sliding down both sides of his face. Inside, one thought kept repeating itself. That killing intent from before. It was aimed at me. If nobody had stepped in to stop him, just thinking about what might have happened made his throat tighten. He swallowed hard, grateful he had somehow escaped with his life. After that, he forced the last of that fear out of his chest and followed behind Danshin and Sa Wu with a much lighter step. On the way back to Nanjia Pavilion, Sa Wu smiled warmly and said, You've changed a lot since the last time I saw you. Bu Yunseal gave him a grin and replied, That's all thanks to you teaching me the beast path techniques. Sa Wu chuckled and patted him on the head. Haha, I never thought you'd end up choosing Nanjia Pavilion. You really are a talented one. Bu Yunseal smiled and answered, I think Nanjia Pavilion suits me better than anywhere else. The two kept talking as they walked, and then Danshin turned back with a smile. We're here. This is Nanjia Pavilion. The second Bu Yunseal looked ahead, he stopped in place. He had imagined Nanjia Pavilion as some quiet, solemn place. But what he saw looked more like a normal village, with people laughing, buying and selling things, and moving around with lively energy. Seeing the look on his face, Danshin smiled and said, Caught off guard, aren't you? Other sects usually control the markets around them, but Nanjia Pavilion lives by self-sufficiency. The place felt even stranger than Bu Yunseal had expected, so he turned to Danshin and asked, Then, are there no disciples around my age in Nanjia Pavilion? All I'm seeing are old men and grandmothers. Danshin gave him a knowing smile. Ah, well about that. A few young people did come after hearing the name Nanjia Pavilion, but most of them either died during training or ran away before they ever finished. Bu Yunseal blinked, caught off guard. So that's how it is. Danshin narrowed his eyes and looked off into the distance. Yes, that place should work. Then he pointed at an old thatched house and continued, From today on, that's where you'll be staying. Bu Yunseal could only stand there and stare. Danshin calmly added, If anything needs fixing, Go to the blacksmith over there. He'll lend you whatever tools you need. Let me introduce him. That man is Wang Gul, the blacksmith. Once Bu Yunseal's place to stay had been settled, Danshin turned to Sa Wu and said, "Let's go, Master Sa." Sa Wu patted Bu Yunseal on the shoulder and said his farewell. "All right then, I'm heading out. Keep working hard." Bu Yunseal turned to him, surprised. "Master, you're leaving?" Danshin let out a soft laugh and explained, "Master Sa is the head of the transmission hall. Even if he wanted to protect you, he doesn't have the authority or the power to risk his life against the sword demon. Whatever a person does, there's always a price to pay." Bu Yunseal looked uneasy and asked, "A price? Then the reason you're leaving now is—" Sa Wu gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, it's just a light punishment. It won't take long." Then, out of nowhere, he slapped Bu Yunseal hard on the back and nearly knocked him forward. Laughing loudly, Sa Wu said, "Don't start slacking off just because I'm not here. I might show up without warning and check how much you've improved." Bu Yunseal still looked troubled, but when he looked back at Sa Wu, that tension eased into quiet gratitude. Then he said, "Please take care of yourself." After Sa Wu left, Danshin smiled again and said to Bu Yunseal, "You're not officially a disciple of Nanjia Pavilion yet." Bu Yunseal froze. "What?" Danshin gave a slight bow and said with a smile, "Even if you inherited the heart demon, that alone doesn't make you a disciple of Nanjia Pavilion. The weak have no place entering Nanjia Pavilion." The moment Bu Yunseal heard that, he understood exactly what was being said. In a firm, steady voice, he asked, "Then if I become strong enough, I can be recognized as a disciple even without any formal ceremony?" Danshin burst out laughing, clearly pleased by that answer. "Hehe, exactly. Nanjia Pavilion has no interest in empty rituals or flashy ceremonies. Everyone here carries the name of Nanjia Pavilion, so there's no need for loyalty oaths or any of that. Just throw yourself fully into your training. Become strong enough that nobody can deny you're a true disciple of Nanjia Pavilion. Anyone here could become your teacher. But whether they decide to teach you or not is entirely up to them." The scene then moves to a harsh mountain called Ironstaff Peak. Huff, huff, huff. Bu Yunseal's face was drenched in sweat as he struggled to breathe, his whole body weighed down by exhaustion. He slowly lifted his head and looked up at the summit, trying to figure out what kind of mountain he had climbed onto. It rose so high above him, so steep and jagged, it almost stole his breath. Just a little more. Once I make it past that ridge, I'll finally be there. As he kept climbing, Danshin's words from the day before came back to him. "Tomorrow you will ascend Ironstaff Peak. At the top, a great master will be waiting for you, ready to teach you a supreme inner energy art." Still caught in those thoughts, Bu Yunseal finally saw the summit of Ironstaff Peak coming into view. Step by step, he forced himself higher until his head finally rose above the peak, breathing in short, ragged gasps like a worn-out puppy. But the moment he tried to move forward, a heavy voice suddenly rang out. "So, you're the one chosen to inherit Nanjia Pavilion's heart demon." Right in front of him stood a massive monk with an enormous back, his robes stretched over thick, tightly packed muscles. Beside him sat a small thatched hut, half hidden in the dense mist wrapping around the mountain air. Bu Yunseal quickly brought his hands together and bowed. "Yes, I came here under Deputy Chief Danshin's orders." The monk turned just slightly and asked, "You came to learn internal energy, didn't you? You already have internal force inside you, and even so, you still want to climb even higher. I can feel the chi moving through your body. It's not rough or shallow. This is something that's been nurtured with care since you were young." Hearing that, Bu Yunseal looked stunned. "I've spent my whole life as a mind practitioner. I've never learned internal energy at all." The monk gave a faint little smile. "Then that leaves only two explanations. Either you're an exceptional liar, or you learned internal energy in your dreams." Bu Yunseal answered at once, clearly nervous. "I swear I'm not trying to deceive you. You can examine me yourself." The monk narrowed his eyes. He said nothing, but his mind was already filling with questions. Without another word, he grabbed Bu Yunseal's wrist, lifted his arm, and asked, "Then should I tear apart all the internal energy inside you?" Bu Yunseal answered without even a pause, "Of course." For a moment, everything went still. Then the monk began examining Bu Yunseal's body carefully, studying him from top to bottom. And then, all at once, his eyes widened, like he had just seen something impossible. Inside, he was shaken. This child's body is packed with pure energy, and yet none of it is moving. The chi is just sitting there in the dantian, piled up and stagnant, gathered without circulation, without real cultivation. Under normal conditions, that should not be possible. The next instant, The monk suddenly yanked Bu Yunseal's arm closer. His voice dropped low and tense. Who exactly are you? Who taught you to store internal energy like this? Bu Yunseal just stood there, completely confused, unable to grasp what the monk was even talking about. Even so, deep down, a faint thought surfaced in his mind. Maybe his grandfather, Bu Janyong, had quietly taught him how to gather inner energy all along, without ever telling him the reason. Do not reveal even a single character of that method. If you do, not only you but everyone connected to you will die. And yet, even after hearing words like that, Bu Yunseal showed no fear, no bitterness. Instead, a quiet look of gratitude appeared on his face. He even brought his hands together and thanked him openly, with complete sincerity. The monk started walking again, then turned his head slightly to look back at the young man following behind him. His eyes narrowed just a bit as he studied Bu Yunseal, clearly growing more interested in this strange child. Without stopping, he said, "My Dharma name is Hyol Jumgang." The name caught Yunseal off guard. For a monk, it sounded far too bloody, far too ominous. Why would someone like him carry a name like that? Hyol Jumgang kept walking as he asked, "Do you know the difference between orthodox inner chi heart methods and demonic ones?" Bu Yunseal answered honestly, "I don't." Hyol Jumgang explained, "Orthodox inner chi methods are like the earth-absorbing chi I told you about before. They follow the body's natural flow and slowly build internal force over time. Demonic methods are different. They use whatever means they can to seize true chi, which is why they can amass huge reserves right from the start. Those methods go against the body's nature and against the logic of martial arts itself. In the end, once enough time passes, orthodox arts surpass them completely in both purity and depth. But the Bon Cuc heart method I teach is different. It does not suffer from the limits that bind ordinary demonic techniques. Among every inner chi heart method in existence, this one is the deepest and the most mysterious." As he said that, Hyol Jumgang slowly clenched his hands. Then he added, "The more extraordinary the method, the harsher the price it demands. When I cultivated the Bon Cuc heart method, the pain was so unbearable that I bit off my own fingers." He lifted his ruined fingers, glanced at them once, and went on in the same calm tone. "Only a true genius, someone who can endure pain beyond words, can forge a body fit to hold internal force and fully circulate blood and qi. I was once a master of Tianlong Temple in Yunnan, but I was framed for murder, my internal arts were destroyed, and I was expelled from the sect. Later, while rebuilding my qi from nothing, I received a great kindness from Nanjia Pavilion. To repay that debt, I swore I would pass down this heart method. If you cannot cultivate the Bon Cuc heart method, then that vow means nothing. So I will test you now. From this moment forward, you will use Bon Cuc True Qi to open all 365 acupoints in your body at once. To cultivate the Bon Cuc heart method, your blood and qi cannot carry even the slightest impurity. Normally, acupoints are opened one at a time, slowly, over a long period. But forcing all of them open in a single instant brings pain no ordinary person can withstand. If you do not have the resolve, then give up now." Even after hearing that brutal warning from Hyol Jumgang, Bu Yunseal did not flinch. He pressed his lips together and answered lightly, "What is there to be afraid of?" The moment those words left his mouth, Hyol Jumgang showed his teeth in an amused grin. He raised both hands over his head, and a brilliant golden force began gathering between his palms. Then he opened his mouth and shouted, "Good. Just don't piss yourself." With that, he drove both palms forward, sending the golden force straight into Bu Yunseal's chest. The impact hit him instantly like a violent surge. His hair lashed wildly in the air, and his eyes flew open as he looked down at his own chest. The power Hyol Jumgang released was so immense that the fog around the summit blew apart, and for a moment, the whole mountain looked like it had been washed in gold. At the same time, the golden qi moved through Bu Yunseal's body, slowly cleansing the impurities inside him and forcing them out. As Hyol Jumgang continued pouring qi into him, a thought crossed his mind. When true qi tears open the acupoints, it feels like your bones are being scraped raw. No matter how determined he is, how long can this kid really hold out? But the next moment he froze. Bu Yunseal showed no sign of pain at all. Under his breath he muttered, not even a scream, not even a twitch on his face. And even stranger, the sweat pouring off the boy carried none of the usual foul smell. Could this really be the one? With that thought, he slowly drew his hands back, and the golden glow around them faded away bit by bit. Then Hyol Jumgang simply stood there, silent, staring at Bu Yunseal without a word. A grin slowly crept across his face. the kind that came from stumbling onto something far more interesting than expected. Looking at the boy with his eyes shut tight and his fists clenched, he thought, so his acupoints were pure from the beginning. Not a single impurity in them. Then he let out a goofy little laugh to himself, making Bu Yunseal look at him in confusion. He asked, "Your name is Bu Yunseal, right?" The young man gave a short reply, "Yes." Hyul Jumgang's eyes lit up as he declared, "From this day on, I'm teaching you the Bon Cuc heart method." Time moved quickly, and before long 6 months had gone by. Under Hyul Jumgang's careful guidance in the Bon Cuc heart method, Bu Yunseal was already showing clear progress. At that moment, Hyul Jumgang shuffled over to a large boulder, bent down, and reached underneath it. He lifted the rock with one hand, then turned toward Bu Yunseal with excitement written all over his face. And then, without the slightest warning, he flung the rock straight at him. The boulder shot forward like a bullet, but Bu Yunseal did not move an inch. Closed the distance in a flash, and still he remained perfectly still. Even when the rock crashed right into him, he made no attempt to dodge. To Hyul Jumgang's satisfaction, the stone shattered against Yunseal's body. And what was even more shocking was this. In just half a year, the boy's physique had grown far beyond what someone his age should have. Bu Yunseal stayed right where he was. Broken pieces of rock fell to the ground, and when the dust slowly cleared, his back was revealed without even a scratch on it. Hyul Jumgang lightly tossed another stone in his hand and smiled. He's definitely reached the first level. Just from reaching the first stage of the Bon Cuc heart method, the muscles across Bu Yunseal's body had already become this solid. Watching the boy advance this fast, Hyul Jumgang smiled in open approval. Even he had needed a full 3 years to get that far. And yet this child had surpassed all expectations in only half a year. After all, this inner heart method gathers true qi within the body, sends it through the meridians, and even awakens physical growth that had long been suppressed. Once that starts, the body becomes frighteningly tough. With that in mind, Hyul Jumgang said, "Now continue your training." Bu Yunseal answered firmly, "Yes." After that, Bu Yunseal sat down again, settled his posture, and began carefully regulating the qi flowing inside him. As he cultivated, Bu Yunseal thought to himself that thanks to Senior Hyul Jumgang, he had reached the first level quickly. But the Bon Cuc heart method had 8 levels in total. Before he went back down the mountain, he needed to reach at least the second. While Yunseal focused on his cultivation, Hyul Jumgang stood nearby and watched in silence. Then all of a sudden, dark streams of qi started curling up above Bu Yunseal's head. The moment Hyul Jumgang saw that change, he stiffened, and his expression turned serious. A flash of alarm ran through him as he blurted out, "Wait, this reaction is the second level, the bone and flesh purification realm." Reaching the second level means the bones and muscles are rebuilt into their ideal form, drawing out the greatest physical strength the body can hold. But this transformation is coming on way too suddenly. And at the same time, it puts a massive strain on the body. The instant he realized that, Hyul Jumgang rushed behind Bu Yunseal, sat down, pressed both palms against his back, and barked, "You stubborn idiot, clear your head and focus." Seeing the protagonist twist in pain like a dog straining under a crushing weight, Hyul Jumgang realized the sudden transformation had thrown his body completely out of balance. If this kept going, the rampaging true qi would inflict fatal damage inside him. At this rate, even if I have to pour every last drop of my primordial true qi into him, the moment that thought hit him, the air around Bu Yunseal and Hyul Jumgang seemed to flare with scorching heat. Little by little, Bu Yunseal's expression eased, and the unstable aura around him started to settle down. After some time, as though he had finally broken through a huge barrier, Bu Yunseal suddenly threw his eyes open and shouted, "Hey, hey!" He looked down at his hands in shock and saw true qi pouring out through his pores, igniting the moment it touched the air. Startled, Yunseal thought, "What is this terrifying aura?" Then he turned his head and saw Hyul Jumgang looking gaunt and completely drained, breathing in weak, uneven gasps. Bu Yunseal cried out, "Senior." He hurried over, grabbed Hyul Jumgang by the shoulder, and asked anxiously, "Did you give me your true qi? Why would you push yourself this far for me?" Hyul Jumgang gritted his teeth, slapped Yunseal's hand away, and snapped, "You ungrateful brat." And he, "Quit making a scene. If you don't properly master the Bon Cuc heart method, then I won't be able to leave Nanjia Pavilion either." Those words caught Bu Yunseal off guard. Beneath the harsh tone and that intimidating face, this man was far kinder than he ever showed. Holding on to that thought, Yunseal said, "I'll never forget this kindness." Hyul Jumgang forced his weakened body back upright and immediately shot that down. "No, forget I ever existed." Pretend I was never even here, he said. At that moment, Bu Yunseal remembered what Sa Wu had told him before. Let go of favors and let go of grudges too. If you can release both, that is for the best. Yunseal murmured to himself, why does everyone keep telling me the same thing? While he was still caught on that thought, Hyul Jumgang spoke again and said there was only one way to repay him. One day, if you reach true enlightenment and step into the 8th level of the Great Origin Realm, that will be your repayment to me. My talent falls short. At best, I can only brush against the 5th level. Amitba. Amitba. Yunseal raised his head and looked at Hyul Jumgang, as if he were staring at a living bodhisattva. Then his face tightened with resolve, and he answered clearly, yes, senior. Hyul Jumgang turned away from him and went on. Now that you've entered the 2nd level, you don't need my hands-on guidance anymore. From here, what matters is not finishing the whole Bon Cuc Heart method, but building a real martial foundation. Go to Changmeong, by the edge of Nanjia Pavilion's library, and train your body techniques there. As Hyul Jumgang walked off, Yunseal clasped his hands, bowed deeply, and said with full respect, I wish you safety and peace. Hyul Jumgang's expression did not change at all. In a quiet voice he replied, you as well. Time moved fast, and before long, the story shifted to 3 months later, after night had already settled in. Inside a tavern still glowing under lamplight, a few men sat together drinking and chatting among themselves. One of them, holding a bowl of wine, looked over at the man beside him and said, Chong Sin's group came back this morning. Weren't they supposed to wipe out Chong Meong completely? His companion laughed openly and said, they put their hands on Bon Gak's disciples, so they were asking for it. Who else but that same Dan squad would deal with a sect brazen enough to go against Bon Gak? The other man let out a chuckle and said, just hearing that feels good. Now that I think about it, Lord Peng, one of the Peng scouts, should be back soon too, right? But before he could finish, several black-clad figures swept across the rooftops outside. The man across from him spoke up right away, almost like he'd been waiting for it. Impressive. Even the ones burning toilet paper have made it up there now. Ah, the other man snorted and said, why not just walk in through the front gate? Are they worried people won't realize they're the covert squad? Meanwhile, those figures kept racing across the rooftops, darting over house after house without slowing down. Then all of a sudden, one of them took an extra leap, cut his momentum, and landed on top of a roof. He stood there without moving, scanning the area like he was waiting for someone to show up. Then out of nowhere, someone behind him lifted 4 fingers, peered through the gap at the black-clad figure like he was admiring a painting, and said, wow, standing there like that, you look like you're waiting for someone to paint you and hang you on a wall. Huh? If you're back, then head straight to Tanfong Hall. Why are you standing here acting all broody and doing nothing? The one speaking was Baek Yun. The moment he heard that voice, the black-clad man immediately turned his head. This young man was Baek Yun, the deputy leader of Nanjia Pavilion. Baek Yun raised a hand, tugged down the cloth covering part of his face, and said, Deputy head of Nanjia. So the person speaking with Baek Yun was Danshin. Danshin smiled through narrowed eyes and replied, ah, I told you before. When it's just the two of us, you can just call me by my name. Baek Yun planted both hands on his hips and answered with clear irritation. Please stop saying nonsense like that. Nanjia Pavilion's discipline is loose enough already. Don't make it worse. Then, in the middle of saying that, Baek Yun let out a sigh and added, funny enough, I was actually on my way to find you. Hearing that, Danshin looked a little surprised and let out a short snort. Baek Yun continued, I heard the deputy head brought back a 10-demon successor, some top-tier talent pulled straight out of hell. You should have opposed the 10-demon successor plan. Why bring in a prodigy who could have ended up with the Hua Wu sword sect instead of Nanjia Pavilion? Danshin lightly rubbed his chin, still smiling with his eyes, and answered, saying I brought him back isn't exactly right. The kid chose us on his own, and he even firmly turned down the Hua Wu sword sect. Baek Yun blurted out that prodigy chose Nanjia Pavilion? Danshin scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. Yeah, that's right. Thanks to that, we almost ended up in a huge fight with that old sword demon. Still, I'll give him that. He walked into Nanjia Pavilion on his own 2 feet. Hehehe. Hearing that, Baek Yun's brows pulled together. The whole thing sounded unbelievable, almost too dramatic to be real. Danshin went on, and because of that, the Hua Wu sword sect failed to secure the 10-demon successor in the end. Even their sect leader openly showed regret. At those words, Baek Yun finally let out a slow breath and thought, so that's what happened. But the very next moment, he flared up and shouted right in Danshin's face. The deputy head knows better than anyone that Nanjia Pavilion has been suppressed by demonic influence for years and is now seen by the world as a declining sect. Danshin did not get upset. He simply answered with that same relaxed smile. Have you been drinking too much of the martial world's muddy water? Nanjia Pavilion seeks the peak of the martial path, not control over the Jianghu. After being checked like that, Baekhyun swallowed and said, yes, that is only an ideal. But even so, there are still urgent matters that have to be dealt with. Where is the one calling himself Nanjia Pavilion's successor right now? His position as the 10-demon successor could still be taken away. A green leaf drifted down and lightly touched the water, sending small ripples spreading out across the surface. Then in the next instant, a foot flashed into view and stepped onto that leaf, kicking tiny drops of water into the air. And somehow the leaf did not sink. A moment later, that foot pushed off again and vanished. The leaf only bounced halfway above the water before dropping back down. The one racing across the water was Bu Yunseal. His speed was incredible, his feet barely brushing the surface as he used it to launch himself forward. As he ran, Bu Yunseal recalled his master's words. The old man was Go Wul, once known as the great path of extreme speed, the shadowless. The body technique I'm teaching you is a movement art that breaks the boundary between body technique and footwork. I named it after my own title, Extreme Speed, Shadowless. Every disciple of Nanjia Pavilion who trained in this movement art before you failed to keep up with its changes and ended up crippled. Let's see what becomes of you. But not long after that, Go Wul's eyes widened when he saw the young man running across the water. He couldn't hide his shock as he thought, only 1 month. And he's already reached the 3rd stage? Soon after, he packed up his things and set out, clearly in high spirits. At last, someone has inherited my body technique, so everything here can finally be brought to a close. You've learned the basics now. From here on, sharpen it through real combat. Back in the present, Yunseal kept training with near obsession, repeating that water-running movement technique over and over again. High up along the mountainside, Nanjia Pavilion's deputy head Danchin and Baekhyun stood watching Yunseal train below. They had actually been watching him for a long while from beside a waterfall. The place was beautiful, calm, almost peaceful, but neither man took his eyes off him for even a moment. Deputy head Danchin narrowed his eyes as he looked down and said, That's Master Go Wul's extreme speed shadowless. Standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, Baekhyun could hardly believe it and replied, That movement technique was never supposed to be mastered that fast. Could it be? He came to Nanjia Pavilion just for that body technique? Danchin burst out laughing in obvious pride. No chance. He only joined 6 months ago. Just last month, he learned the Bon Cuc heart method from Hyol Jungang on Ironstaff Peak. Baekhyun, clearly shaken, quickly said, Then the rumor was true. He really mastered the wild beast path inside the hell map in only half a month. Danchin laughed again, amused. Of course it's true. That only happened because Sa Wu gave him all of the celestial extreme spirit water. It awakened the boy's extraordinary nervous system much earlier than anyone expected. Baekhyun asked in disbelief, but how does that lead to learning the wild beast path? That tournament was only supposed to produce 12 10-combat demon candidates, and because of him it became 14. That makes no sense. And the leader of Nanjia Pavilion still refuses to show himself? Danchin replied, Yes, which is why this whole troublesome mess has landed on me alone. Baekhyun narrowed his eyes, glanced at Danchin, and then said in a serious tone, The 10-combat demon plan was pushed forward from the beginning by the demonic faction. You know as well as I do that the 10 great demon sects are deeply unhappy about it. Danchin stopped smiling. His face turned serious as he answered, Unlike Nanjia Pavilion, they picked their own successors a long time ago. So asking them now to teach martial arts to the 10-combat demons was always going to create confusion and resentment. But wasn't the 10-combat demon plan originally meant to create puppets that could be used to cut down the masters of the demonic faction? Baekhyun continued, Deputy head, you understand that, but it seems some among the 10 great demon sects still don't. They threw their disciples into the 10-combat tournament like fighting cocks tossed into an arena. Danchin nodded and said, It's not a bad way of thinking, honestly. If a successor really has enough talent, then no matter where you put them, they'll still be chosen as one of the 10-combat demons. Baekhyun added, under normal circumstances that would be true. But that child killed the only blood son of the White Demon Temple leader, Kong Mu Ryan. Didn't the 10 great demon sects already approve the 3rd stage? The son's death is tragic, but it couldn't be avoided. Still, you're not the only one unhappy with that child. The White Demon Temple leader is furious too. And the Hua Wu sword sect has its own grievance over their sword art. Someone outside their disciples learned the sect's supreme sword technique. The sword demon Wai Hyakun is demanding punishment, and Cheon Ungwang has already been stripped of his position and is now undergoing public penance. Hearing that, Danchin grabbed his head and let out a sigh. So they punished the teacher, and now they want to punish the student too? How petty can they be? Then what exactly are the White Demon Temple and the Wa-Wu Sword Sect asking for? Baek-yun replied, they want that boy brought before the demonic hall for a test to prove whether he truly deserves to be one of the 10 combat demons, and they want him banned from ever using a sword again. Danshin scoffed and turned away in disgust. Ridiculous. Refuse it outright. That boy is already a 10 combat demon and a disciple of Nanjia Pavilion. And now they want a disciple of Nanjia Pavilion to never touch a sword again. Absurd. Then all of a sudden, the deputy head's eyes narrowed as he looked down below. Down below, Bu Yunseal was standing on the water, looking up toward where Danshin and Baek-yun stood. In the very next moment he kicked off and shot forward from where he was. Only seconds later he had already reached them. Then he asked, Deputy Head, did you see all of it? Danshin smiled with narrowed eyes. Yes. Looks like you've mastered the body technique. Then Baek-yun asked, are you Bon Gak's 10 combat demon? Danshin quickly introduced him. This is Baek-yun, captain of the pavilion squad. Just call him Captain Baek. Hearing that, Yunseal immediately clasped his hands and bowed to Baek-yun. Bu Yunseal greets the captain. Baek-yun replied in a serious voice. Your timing is perfect. I actually have something to say. But before he could continue, Danshin spread his hands and cut in. No, it's nothing important. Do we really have to say it out loud? At those words, Bu Yunseal went quiet for a moment, and a faint sadness passed over his face. After that brief pause, Yunseal spoke in a steady voice. This happened because of me. I'll take full responsibility. Baek-yun turned to Danshin and said, looks like he heard everything we said. Danshin said nothing. He only scratched his head and stared at the ground. Then the young man continued, please forgive me. I used the wild beast path's hard eye without meaning to. Baek-yun blurted out in surprise. Isn't the non-destruction hard eye a technique that expands perception through the vibrations of a still state? How did you use it while moving through a body technique? Bu Yunseal hurried to explain, yes. While using the body technique, I tried to bring out the wild beast path by reacting to the ripples on the water. Danshin smiled and quietly said to Baek-yun, he's always like this. Incredible, isn't he? Baek-yun was so stunned he could only answer, indeed. And before he even realized it, Baek-yun's hand had slowly curled into a fist. Then he said in a solemn voice, if he really is a genius on this level, then maybe we should trust this child for once. Danshin flinched and stared at him in shock. You mean send him to the demonic hall for that ridiculous test? That scheme is filthy. It's meant to get the boy killed. The demonic hall only wants to preserve the White Demon Temple leader's pride after losing his son. They most likely have no intention of killing the boy. That's exactly why they chose the demonic hall for the test, not the White Demon Temple or the Wa-Wu Sword Sect. Baek-yun explained that if they refused the demand, the aftermath would grow so large that even Nanjia Pavilion's reclusive leader would be forced to step in. Danshin answered with worry that even so, they could not just send an inexperienced child into something like that. While the two were still arguing, Bu Yunseal, who had been standing quietly to the side, suddenly said, I'll go. Danshin stared at him in shock and blurted, Yunseal, but Yunseal cut him off and said, I will go to the demonic hall. Just like Captain Baek said, what they want is face. If they kill an inexperienced boy like me, then wouldn't that only make them lose even more face? And besides, as a disciple of Nanjia Pavilion, I don't want to avoid a fight that has already come looking for me. Baek-yun gave a small nod. You're right. This was going to happen sooner or later. We should comply this time so they have no excuse to keep stirring up trouble. Hearing that, Deputy Head Danshin's face darkened, and he said coldly, if you pass the test, make them promise that the White Demon Temple leader and the Wa-Wu Sword Sect will never pursue this matter again. If that promise is made, then I permit Nanjia Pavilion disciple Bu Yunseal to take the test. Yunseal clasped his hands tightly and answered in a clear voice, I understand. The next day, Bu Yunseal, dressed neatly and ready to depart, walked to the gate of Nanjia Pavilion and looked back inside with a nostalgic gaze. The first time I came to the demonic hall, I was just a chanter who didn't know the first thing about martial arts. But now, I'm returning to the demonic hall as the successor of Nanjia Pavilion. The guide led him to a building and said, this is the 10,000 Records Hall, known as the brain of the demonic hall. Once you step inside, the people here will guide you the rest of the way. Looking up at the plaque, Yunseal tightened his hands and thought, 10,000 Records Hall. A place like the central command of the Martial World Alliance, the very heart of the demonic hall's planning and operations. So this is where I'm going to find out what kind of trial is waiting for me. But the moment the door opened, Bu Yunseal stopped cold at the sight inside. He stood there, stunned, and quietly murmured, this is... The scene shifted to the study of the Wanbaek Hall Master, where a trembling lamp lit up shelves packed with books and racks lined with scrolls. At the table sat a dignified middle-aged man, while beside him stood a young man holding several scrolls respectfully in his arms. The young man gently closed his eyes and announced, "Bu Yunseal of Nanjia Pavilion has arrived." A moment later, Bu Yunseal stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute, and spoke with respect. "This disciple of Nanjia Pavilion, Bu Yunseal, greets the Wanbaek Hall Master." That man was Baek Yonkian, the Wanbaek Hall Master. He placed a hand over his chest and smiled calmly. "I am Baek Yonkian. Your presence truly surpasses the rumors I heard." Baek Yonkian lightly tapped his fingers against the table, the sound echoing through the quiet room, then said, "You've already heard what happened, haven't you? With things as they are now, even the demonic hall is in a difficult position. We can't keep ignoring the demands coming from the 10 sects of the demonic path." Bu Yunseal looked slightly taken aback and asked, "Are the demonic hall and the 10 sects of the demonic path not separate groups?" Baek Yonkian's lips curved into a knowing smile, as if that reaction was exactly what he expected. "Nanjia Pavilion never told you that either? As always, your people seem strangely detached from the changes happening across the martial world. In truth, the demonic hall is a coalition of demonic forces that was originally formed together by the 10 sects of the demonic path. The two are deeply connected, but they were never truly one and the same. Normally, the position of demonic hall master is held by someone from one of those 10 sections. But the current hall master did not come from any of them. And on top of that, not every faction in the demonic path views the demonic hall with goodwill." Hearing that, Bu Yunseal gave a small nod and thought it over. So the demonic hall master and the 10 sects only work together loosely. Then it makes sense that many of those factions would hold resentment toward the demonic hall too. Baek Yonkian continued, his gaze growing heavier. "To be honest, the 10 demon successor plan only pretends to be about selecting heirs. Its real purpose was never to find successors for the 10 sections. It was meant to forge 10 blades, living weapons created to stand against the masters of the righteous martial world. In other words, the 10 demon successor contest was a private initiative started by the demonic hall itself, meant to confront the righteous factions head-on. At first, the 10 sects flatly refused to take part, but after repeated pressure from the demonic hall, they reluctantly agreed to send disciples. However, during the contest, an unfortunate incident occurred. Baek Yonkian's expression suddenly grew heavy, and his eyes sharpened. One of the 10 sects had a promising heir, someone many people had placed their hopes on, and that person ultimately died by your hand. Because of that, and because of several other factors overlapping at once, the demonic hall has now been forced to somehow appease the 10 sects. And that is why you were summoned here. They call it a trial, but in truth it is punishment. Even so, you still came here by your own choice." Bu Yunseal did not hesitate for even a moment and answered firmly, "Yes." Baek Yonkian raised one brow, clearly interested. Resting a hand on the table, he fixed his eyes on Yunseal and said, "It seems your resolve is forged in steel." Bu Yunseal calmly clasped his hands again. His voice was quiet, but every word came out steady. "Yes, whatever this trial may be, I am ready to accept it." After a short pause, a trace of admiration appeared on Baek Yonkian's face. "Chem. Very well. I've already said enough. Let's get to the main point. Because of this incident, the Hua Wu Sword School and the White Demon Temple have granted you a special favor." Hearing that, Bu Yunseal could not hide his surprise and asked, "A special favor?" Baek Yonkian smiled and explained at an easy pace, "It is the right to enter the martial arts archive, also called the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion, for one day." Then he took out a wooden token and continued, "This is the golden yuan token. It grants you entry into the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion. However, you'll only be allowed to move around on the first of its 3 floors. Even though the first floor is the lowest tier, it still preserves the essence of more than 25,000 demonic sect scriptures. For you, that is already no small privilege." Baek Yonkian paused for a moment, and his tone turned more serious. "In other words, your chances of passing this trial are almost non-existent. That is exactly why they offered this small favor first, so that no one could speak poorly of them afterward. The trial they have prepared for you is that you must endure 5 moves from a master chosen by the White Demon Temple." As he placed the token into Bu Yunseal's hand, Baek Yonkian gave a faint smile and continued, "During the 10 Demon Successor contest, even the Grand Instructor agreed to give up his position as Hall Master just to give you a chance to be selected. No matter how many times I pressed him for the reason behind that decision, he only told me that you would soon understand everything for yourself. I truly hope that this time, I'll finally understand what he meant." After his conversation with Baek Yonkian ended, Bu Yunseal stepped out of the study. But after only a few steps, His eyes suddenly stopped on a familiar figure up ahead. A man was walking toward him, and it was Jingak. Bu Yunseal could not hide his surprise and called out, "Instructor Jingak." Jingak looked just as surprised to see him and replied, "Bu Yunseal, I heard what happened. You came here to take the trial, didn't you?" Bu Yunseal gave a calm nod and answered, "Yes. But I'm not sure why you're here, instructor." Jingak turned his face slightly to the side, his gaze drifting off. "I came to Wanbek Hall on some personal business. Back on Hell Island, I served as the Grand Instructor's assistant and handled matters for the Wanbek Hall Master whenever he was away." Bu Yunseal gave a small nod and answered with surprise, "I see. So that was why." Seeing the token in Bu Yunseal's hand, Jingak pointed to it and asked, "Are you on your way to the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion to prepare for the trial?" Bu Yunseal glanced down at it and nodded at once. "Ah yes, that's right." Jingak stroked his chin and thought for a moment before speaking with quiet weight. Let's call it fate. I'll give you one piece of advice. The Jianghu is full of hidden danger. There's no such thing as a favor that simply falls out of the sky. And when something like that does appear, it usually hides a deeper scheme underneath. Their decision to let you enter the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion is no exception. Gently patting Bu Yunseal on the shoulder, as if passing on something more than words, Jingak continued, "And yet that place may also hold your chance to turn danger into safety. Remember this well. A branch must come from its root. Carve those words into your heart and do your best." Bu Yunseal clasped his hands and bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance." Jingak smiled faintly and said, "All right then. I hope you get a good result." The scene shifted to the next day. Bu Yunseal stood before a cavern deep inside a silent mountain of stone. Standing at the mouth of the dark entrance, Bu Yunseal lifts his gaze to the words carved into the rock and quietly thinks to himself, "So this is the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion. A place shaped by 1,000 years of cultivation." Then the massive stone gate begins to part, inch by inch, dragging open with a deep, heavy rumble. The second he steps inside, Bu Yunseal stops cold. Towering wooden shelves fill the cavern from end to end, packed so tightly they twist into a maze that climbs all the way up toward the ceiling. And in the middle of those endless rows, a few people are already buried in the stacks, quietly flipping through martial manuals. His eyes widen before he can help it, and a quiet breath slips out. This was nothing like an ordinary archive. Could all of these books really be martial arts manuals? Bu Yunseal turns his eyes to the right, and his mind settles almost at once. Then there's only one way to know. He steps up to a shelf, reaches out, and pulls out one of the books to check it for himself. After finishing that one, he immediately grabs another, his curiosity only getting stronger. Before long, he's carrying a stack so high it's almost spilling from his arms, dozens of books piled up at once. But once he sits down and starts reading through them, the look on his face slowly begins to change. He closes one of the manuals and mutters under his breath, "So this was the trap. Every technique here is powerful, but none of them can be mastered in a single day. If I get greedy and keep jumping from one to another, I'll walk away with nothing and waste all the time I have. They set this up perfectly to prey on exactly that. The Wawu Sword School and the White Demon Temple really did come up with a clever way to shake me." Just then, Nung Gak's warning comes back to him as clearly as ever. Don't waver. Find opportunity inside danger. Bu Yunseal keeps moving through the maze of shelves, his eyes passing over row after row, while the same thought keeps turning over in his head. A branch comes from the root. Then what is my root? All at once, something flashes through his mind, and Bu Yunseal's eyes snap wide open. Could it be? The next second, he bursts forward like an arrow, racing between the shelves. His eyes dart across every title he passes, one shelf after another, then another after that, but each time it ends in the same frustration. As he keeps searching, impatience starts creeping in, sharpened by everything pressing down on him. Then finally, he stops dead in front of one shelf and, without a moment of hesitation, reaches out and pulls out a single book. His eyes lock onto the title on the cover. And the moment he reads it, his whole face lights up like he's found buried treasure. So it really was here. Nanjia's true foundation really does come from the martial arts of Bongak. He opens the manual at once and throws himself into it with complete focus. But around the middle of the book, Bu Yunseal suddenly goes still. His expression hardens the instant he notices something strange tucked between the pages. The scene shifts to early morning. Pale sunlight spreads over the demonic hall's wide martial arena, where the elders are already gathered. The mood today is different, heavier, tighter, because this is no ordinary test. Person's fate could be decided here. From the main gate, Bu Yunseal walks in with his back straight, dressed in a fitted black outfit that follows his lean frame. At his waist, the sword sways lightly with each step, catching bits of cold light as he moves. His hands are clenched so tightly his knuckles have turned white, not from fear, but from sheer resolve. His face is calm, and his dark eyes are steady, without even the slightest shake. On the judges' platform sit 4 men, each one carrying a completely different presence. One has white hair and sharp eyes that look like they can see straight through a person. Another is broad and heavily built, with high cheekbones that give him an icy edge. The third wears a blue robe and carries himself like a scholar. The last is dressed in light armor, imposing at a glance. All 4 sit in silence, heavy as mountains. Bu Yunseal steps forward from the rear, his expression more serious than usual. He comes to a stop before the 4 judges, clasps his hands and bows. It's a simple gesture, but the respect in it is clear. These are the men who can decide what happens to him next. One of the judges is the first to speak, his voice deep and steady. "Are you Bu Yunseal, disciple of Nanjia Pavilion?" Leaning slightly forward, he fixes him with a hawk-like stare. "I am Gok Jiahong of the rear chamber of the Elders' Hall. I will oversee your test today." Then he gestures to the man beside him. "This is Sang Riang of the Hua Wu Sword School, currently in charge of the Secret Imagery Division in this hall." After that, he points to the third man and continues. "And this is Nung Gak of Nanjia Pavilion, the one who leads the High and High Hall, Master Lang. Lastly, the final man is Go Gunpyeong, originally of the White Demon Temple, now serving as the High Squad leader of the White Dragon Squad." The air turns even heavier as Gok Jiahong explains why they've gathered. This matter was brought here because of requests from the White Demon Temple and the Hua Wu Sword School. The White Demon Temple wants to determine whether you are worthy of becoming one of the 10 battle demons, while the Hua Wu Sword School claims you were granted an unacceptable favor. Then he turns toward Sang Riang and Go Gunpyeong to confirm it. If this child passes the test, the White Demon Temple and the Hua Wu Sword School will put the old matter to rest. Is that correct? Sang Riang answers with a calm smile. Yes. Go Gunpyeong gives a short nod, his voice stiff and cold. We will. With all sides in agreement, Gok Jiahong raises a hand and snaps his fingers once. The sharp crack echoes through the arena. Then the test begins. The moment those words are spoken, Go Gunpyeong slams both hands onto his chair hard enough to make it shake. Veins bulge across the backs of his hands, and the muscles in his arms tighten as if they could tear through the air itself. He starts down the stone steps from the platform, one step at a time, and with each one, an invisible pressure rolls outward, making nearby disciples swallow without meaning to. Across from him, Bu Yunseal tightens his hand around his sword hilt, his eyes sharpening at once. His heartbeat picks up, not from fear, but because his focus has reached its limit. When the two finally stand face to face, Bu Yunseal draws his sword. The blade flashes with a cold silver gleam, matching the firmness settling over him. Go Gunpyeong raises his right hand while his left grips his wrist, and when he speaks, his deep, icy voice carries a hidden edge of killing intent. 5 moves. He tilts his head slightly and narrows his eyes. If he withstands 5 moves, he passes. After saying that, he lifts his right arm up near his face, and his gaze turns razor-sharp as it cuts straight toward Bu Yunseal. In the next instant, chi bursts out around Go Gunpyeong and whips into a violent spiral, snapping his cloak behind him. The white cloth cord wrapped around his right arm begins to tremble, then slowly comes loose like a living thing. For a brief moment, Go Gunpyeong lowers his eyes halfway, and a cold reminder rises again in his mind. During this test, take Bu Yunseal's head. That dark order echoes inside him. Even though the Lord of the White Demon Temple commanded me to kill him, he's still just a child, and Nanjia Pavilion's dignity has to be preserved. In the end, he settles on a quieter conclusion, almost like he's speaking to himself. On the 5th move, I'll cripple his hands. That should be enough. A brutal killing intent flares in his eyes, and with a sharp snap through the air, he lashes the cloth cord straight at Bu Yunseal. Bu Yunseal couldn't hide the look on his face. Go Gunpyeong had barely seemed to move, and yet the attack was already right in front of him. The weapon came flying in like a massive white serpent. In that split second, Bu Yunseal kicked off the ground and twisted his body sharply in midair to get clear. The cloth slammed down where he had been standing, splitting the ground open and blasting dust into the air. Calling this a test for a junior was a joke. This was outright vicious. The moment he landed, he stumbled half a step, then looked back at the spot he had just escaped. A small crater had already been gouged into the floor from that single strike. A cold sheen of sweat gathered at his temples, but his eyes never left his opponent. As he drew the weapon back, Go Gunpyeong spoke in a low voice, like he was calmly reciting part of an execution. First strike, white demon heart seizure. Across from him, the weapon curled right back around Go Gunpyeong's arm, coiling like a living snake returning to rest. His eyes narrowed, and for the first time, a trace of surprise crossed his face. He clearly hadn't expected Bu Yunseal's foundation to be this firm. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than a strip of cloth. But in truth, it was a flexible sword made from countless tiny metal pieces, all linked together with delicate moving joints, that let it shoot forward, recoil instantly, and wrap itself back around his arm in a blink. It was a strange, finely crafted weapon, and once it came at you, it gave you no room to breathe. Go Gunpyeong flicked his wrist and sent it out again. A sharp whistle ripped through the air, followed by his cold, heavy voice. Next move. This time the weapon stretched even farther, unfurling like a giant white serpent breaking free of its shell. It twisted through the air, reached full length, and then suddenly shot forward with a speed that left no time to think. Bu Yunseal clenched his teeth, his gaze sharpening all at once. It's coming. But right at the peak of that tension, something in his eyes suddenly changed. It was like he had caught a glimpse of something hidden inside the technique. Staring hard at the incoming blade, he murmured under his breath, "Wait. Could it be this?" At the exact instant the strike was about to hit, Bu Yunseal spun at explosive speed, leaped back, and slipped away again without stopping. The spear-like blade slammed down with terrifying force. Each thrust was strong enough to punch into the stone floor, blowing the ground apart again and again as broken stone flew everywhere and thick clouds of dust rolled upward. Even while retreating, Bu Yunseal glanced back over his shoulder and watched that razor-sharp weapon keep chasing him without mercy. Dirt and shattered rocks sprayed in every direction, and with each strike, another column of dust shot up, making it feel like some unseen beast was right on his heels. From across the arena, Go Gunpyeong let out a faint smile, clearly surprised, and muttered in a cold voice with the slightest trace of admiration. Second move, white demon descent of spirits. Then his expression tightened as he noticed what had happened. So he saw through the feint. Looks like he really was taught beast methods. Wrapped around his arm, the weapon gave off a low vibration, its metal segments clicking together with a sinister sound. Go Gunpyeong steadied his breathing and thought coldly, "But from here on out, you'd better be even more careful." His face darkened, every line in it turning hard and severe. He raised his right arm high and stretched the weapon to its full length, where it glimmered with a pale silver light, like moonlight cutting through darkness. Then he shouted, his voice ringing through the arena like steel striking steel. Third move, white demon illusion torn. Almost instantly, the sky itself seemed to dim as countless sword auras came pouring down like deadly rain. They fell so densely there wasn't a single opening, and there was no way to tell which ones were real and which ones were false. White streaks flashed across the air like ghosts, appearing and vanishing in an instant. Bu Yunseal looked up, his eyes widening. At this rate, there was no way to pick out the real strike from the illusion. He ground his teeth and lowered his voice. "Then I'll dodge every single one." He leaned forward and exploded into motion, moving at a speed far beyond normal limits. The rain of blades came crashing down with the force of thunder. Every impact shattered the ground, and layer after layer of dust surged up into the air. Go Gunpyeong stood perfectly straight with his right hand still raised, his stare cold, sharp, and completely unreadable. But a few seconds later, the faintest twitch passed through his eyes. Click, click. Fresh drops of blood hit the floor one after another, spreading into tiny red stains. Then Bu Yunseal stepped out from the dust cloud, breathing a little harder now, with only a few shallow cuts across his arm and shoulder. He raised his sword and leveled it toward Go Gunpyeong, his eyes still steady, still unbroken. But inside he knew the truth. He had only survived by pouring out every bit of his internal energy and forcing his speed to the absolute limit. If this had been a real fight, or if Go Gunpyeong had pressed him for just a few more exchanges, I'd already be dead. Go Gunpyeong drew the weapon back and let out a cold snort. "I thought that would leave fatal wounds. With injuries that light, cutting off his hand won't be easy." He slowly opened his right hand, and a spiral of white force began to coil in his palm like a tightly compressed vortex. Its momentum swelled fast, and in the span of a single breath, that condensed force burst forward with the power of a storm breaking loose. Bu Yunseal narrowed his eyes, and the moment he heard the declaration, his expression changed. Fourth move. Go Gunpyeong stepped in, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. White demon heart strike. The instant he heard the name of the technique, a sharp sense of danger ran through Bu Yunseal. He knew right away he couldn't meet this one head-on by reacting the same way as before. And in that critical moment, a memory flashed through his mind. He remembered the day before, back in the Hidden Classics archive, when he had picked up that strange manual and started reading it. Just seeing the title had nearly made him choke on his tea from how ridiculous it sounded. Wasn't the whole thing basically just insulting Nangia Pavilion? He still remembered those mocking lines word for word. Those fools in Nangia Pavilion act like they have 10 lives to spare, teaching a life and death style from the start, especially that beast method they treat as basic foundation. At the time, he had honestly wondered what kind of nonsense he was even looking at. But once he got deeper into the book, the entire tone changed. Unlike the beginning, the second half carefully laid out the weaknesses of the beast method. It even felt like the author had stuffed the opening with insults on purpose, just so only a patient disciple of Nangia Pavilion would keep reading long enough to reach the real lesson. One line on that page said it plainly. The beast method is not all-powerful. Movement guided only by sensation is nothing more than the instinct of wild beasts. A true master has to think beyond that. And the final line on that page was the one that mattered most. Amplify the sensation when necessary. And now, with Go Gunpyeong's fourth move rushing straight at him, Bu Yunseal knew this was that moment. All at once, in the middle of the chaos, an endless black void seemed to open inside Bu Yunseal's mind. There was no sound there, no shape, only a bottomless darkness, like an abyss ready to swallow everything whole. That infinite shadow reflected in his eyes, as if every sense in him, every thought in him, had been honed to the sharpest possible point. Back in the real world, his legs moved before conscious thought could catch up. Only one command was pounding through his mind. Move now. This time, instead of waiting for the attack to show its shape and then dodging, he kicked off first and turned his whole body into a single decisive arrow. Every muscle in him drew tight, and the instincts buried deep inside him were forced to their absolute peak. Up in the stands, Sang Riang, who had stayed calm until now, widened his eyes and leaned forward for a better look. Even Nung Gak, famous for that cold, statue-like composure, couldn't fully hide the flicker of surprise on his face. Even Gok Jiahong, a man who had survived countless life and death battles, raised an eyebrow. Bu Yunseal's response had already gone far beyond what anyone would expect from an ordinary disciple. But the one most shaken was Go Gunpyeong. His eyes narrowed hard, and disbelief twisted across his face. White Demon Heart Strike. How did he avoid that? It was a secret finishing technique so rare that even within the White Demon Temple, only a handful of masters could successfully evade it. That realization hit Go Gunpyeong like fire tearing through his whole body. A heavy laugh slipped out of him, and something cruel flashed in his eyes. So that's it. Now I understand why the White Demon Temple and the Hua Wu Sword School wanted a brat like you gone. The smile on his face stretched thin and cold. If you really are a calamity in the making, then let's see if you survive the fifth move. The moment that thought settled in, his hand clenched shut. Instantly, all the sword chi gathered around his arm twisted together into a violent white storm. He slammed his hand into the ground, and the coiled blade struck the stone hard enough to split it apart. Then in the next instant, the weapon shot out like a spiraling arrow, shrieking through the air with a chilling wind behind it. By then, only one thought remained in his mind. This threat has to be erased before it can grow any further. Across from him, Bu Yunseal's face turned pale. He stared at the incoming sword and felt the chi moving at a speed far beyond anything a normal reaction could keep up with. The blade had first been aimed straight at the spot where he stood. But it didn't stop there. Right before it could hit, it suddenly changed direction, curved away, and then came after him from behind like a living thing with a will of its own. For a split second, panic flashed across Bu Yunseal's face. His eyes flew wide, and cold sweat ran down past his chin. He threw himself backward with everything he had and barely managed to leap clear in time. But the spear-like strike kept coming, relentless, like a savage beast that had already marked its prey. In that life-and-death instant, with the whistle of the wind sharpening by his ear and the tip just about to punch through him, Bu Yunseal felt horror shoot through him. Is this technique actually following me? He watched as Go Gunpyeong's weapon refused to bury itself in the ground. Instead, it twisted mid-course, skimmed along the earth, and matched the exact direction of his movement. Bu Yunseal froze for a beat. It felt like some invisible hand had reached into his chest and crushed his heart tight. No way. This thing really is chasing me. Across from him, Go Gunpyeong's eyes stayed cold as ice. He controlled the weapon the way a hunter would handle a venomous snake. White Demon Spirit Serpent is a move that does not stop until it draws blood. Inside, he sneered to himself. At this point, it was only a matter of time before the boy's neck was opened up. The blade kept getting closer, and the shape of death reflected clearly in Bu Yunseal's eyes. He gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body drawing tight. The hand gripping his sword shook violently, but he refused to let go, like that hilt was the last thread still keeping him alive. Then, in that exact instant, a streak of yellow lightning burst out and wrapped around the broken blade in his hand, flashing like a small dragon just waking up. There was no room left to keep dodging now. Bu Yunseal's brows pulled tight, and his eyes turned bloodshot, red veins spreading across them. He clenched his teeth and let out a rough, guttural cry, then swung his blade forward without hesitation. His face darkened as he shouted and unleashed the peerless thunder arc. Kong! A piercing clash of metal ripped through the air, and golden light burst out like lightning splitting across the sky. But the tiny white demon spirit serpent, no thicker than a finger and still deadly sharp, was only knocked back for an instant. It immediately slid along Bu Yunseal's blade and forced its way forward again with even greater power. The recoil from that collision was enormous. Bu Yunseal's sword shuddered violently in his hand. He twisted his wrist to push it offline, but his whole body still shook like a giant hammer had slammed straight into his bones. I've already driven the peerless thunder to its limit, and I can still barely hold it back, he thought. If this keeps going, there's only one outcome. Then a sharp crack rang out. The sword had reached its limit. Crack. Bu Yunseal's sword snapped in the middle, and the tip of the white demon spirit serpent instantly broke from its original path and shot straight toward his right shoulder. It all happened so fast that Bu Yunseal barely had time to widen his eyes. Thud! The merciless blade punched through his right shoulder, and fresh blood sprayed out in a long arc through the air. A violent burst of force sent Bu Yunseal flying backward. His body was thrown out of control like a kite with its string cut loose. Boom! He crashed hard into the rear wall, shattering it and blasting a huge section of stone apart. Amid the falling rubble, Bu Yunseal dropped to one knee. His mouth opened, and a mouthful of dark red blood spilled out. His right shoulder was wrecked. His sword was broken. His whole body looked like it was about to come apart. And still, the fire in his eyes didn't go out. Using the last bit of strength left in his left arm, Bu Yunseal forced himself forward and reached for the broken half of his sword lying out on the ground. At last, his fingers closed around it. He drove the broken blade into the ground for support, then dragged himself back up to his feet. Blood ran down his face, across his body, from the ruined right side of him, and from the corner of his mouth, but he still would not fall. Dust and fresh blood smeared his face, and beneath his tangled hair, his bloodshot eyes burned like a demon clawing its way back out of hell. Then, slowly, he lifted his head and stared straight at Go Gunpyeong. Go Gunpyeong flinched for a moment. Even after taking that much damage, this kid could still stand? He frowned, and for the first time, his gaze truly wavered. The sword was broken. His right arm was useless. And still, his will to fight hadn't gone out. What kind of monster is this bastard? A cold chill ran down Go Gunpyeong's spine. If he failed to kill him here today, then one day this boy would become a terrifying threat. He ground his teeth and clenched both fists. He would finish him here. But just as he was about to strike the final blow, another hand reached in and lightly caught his wrist. Sir Go. A calm voice cut through the air. 5 agreed strikes are enough. Go Gunpyeong froze on the spot. The one who had stepped in was none other than Nung Gak, an elder of Nanjia Pavilion. The tension in the air, drawn tight like a bowstring, suddenly settled, as if an invisible mountain had dropped between the two men. Go Gunpyeong yanked his arm free from Nung Gak's hand. Frowning deeply, he turned and shot the elder a dark glare. Then he growled in a cold voice. What is the meaning of this? Nung Gak didn't flinch at all. His face turned cold, and when he spoke, his voice came out hard as steel. If Sir Go refuses to keep his word, then Nanjia Pavilion will no longer honor its agreements with the White Demon Temple. The air tightened again at once. Then another voice suddenly cut in. Wait, the one speaking this time was Sang Riang. He stepped forward and raised his voice, accusing the boy of using the peerless thunder during the exam. Since the entire point of this test was to investigate that very issue, he argued that the result should be declared invalid. Nung Gak narrowed his eyes and threw Sang Riang a look full of contempt. Sophistry. His tone didn't change in the slightest. What rule in this exam ever forbade the use of the peerless thunder? Moreover, the peerless thunder is not some technique to be used carelessly. If Master Cheol were still alive to see this, he would likely be pleased. Sang Riang ground his teeth and forced the words out through a hiss. Are you mocking our school? Nung Gak lowered his head slightly, his voice as calm as ever. I would never dare, not in 1,000 lifetimes. Just now, Master Go used the essence of the White Demon Temple's immortal art, White Demon Spirit Serpent. And the boy answered with Master Cheol's own supreme technique. If that is true, and a branch technique of the Hua Wu Sword School can overpower the White Demon Temple's core ultimate art, then wouldn't that make the White Demon Temple the one deserving ridicule? Those words landed like a slap. Go Gunpyeong stood there speechless, unable to answer. Even Sang Riang froze for a moment, clearly caught off guard with nothing to fire back. At last, Sang Riang forced out a stiff little laugh and covered his mouth as he spoke. My concern is the relationship between the Hua Wu Sword School and the White Demon Temple. The two sects have maintained friendly ties for a long time. Wouldn't something like this damage that relationship? After all, this had been a secret examination. Only a handful of people in the hall even knew it had happened. Something like this could never be allowed to spread outside. The moment he heard that, the veins in Go Gunpyeong's neck stood out. He was obviously furious, but even so, he forced himself to swallow it. Nung Gak turned and asked him directly, "Then the agreement will still be honored?" Gok Jiahong stroked his beard, narrowed his eyes halfway, and answered in an easy tone, "Of course." Then, in a solemn voice before everyone present, he made it official. From this day on, Nanjia Pavilion disciple Bu Yunseal will once again be recognized as a successor to the 10 demons, and the restriction on his use of the sword is hereby lifted. The moment that judgment was spoken, a faint smile appeared on Nung Gak's face, along with a clear look of relief and satisfaction. He turned toward Bu Yunseal, and when he spoke again, his voice had softened. "Did you hear that? You did well. As a disciple of Nanjia Pavilion, you have nothing to be ashamed of." But almost right after that, his expression turned serious again. Bu Yunseal was still standing there, his left hand gripping the broken sword so tightly it hadn't loosened at all. His eyes had gone cloudy, and fresh blood still ran from the corner of his mouth. His breathing was rough and uneven, but the presence coming off him was still savage, like a cornered beast that refused to die. Nung Gak bent down, looked at him, and gave him a small, gentle smile. "All right, it's over now." Then he stepped in and carefully caught Bu Yunseal in his arms, like a father holding a child who had pushed himself far past the limit. "You can let go now." And in that instant, Yunseal's body finally went limp, and darkness swallowed him whole. After some unknown stretch of time, Bu Yunseal's eyes suddenly flew open. He jerked upright at once, breathing hard, panic still lingering in his eyes as he quickly looked around the room. This was no battlefield, and it definitely wasn't that blood-stained arena. Instead, he found himself in a spotless, luxurious chamber, the kind that looked like it belonged to a great noble house. Bu Yunseal rubbed his eyes and muttered under his breath, "Where am I this time? Why is it that every time I pass out, I wake up somewhere even grander than before?" He pressed a hand to his forehead and forced himself to sort through what he remembered. So what happened with the exam in the end? I remember enduring it, but after that, the last part's a blur. He sat there thinking for a while, unable to tell how much time had already passed. If I failed, then what am I supposed to do now? Too anxious to just sit and wait, Bu Yunseal finally crossed his legs, brought his hands together, and began regulating his breath through cultivation. At once, a powerful surge of chi tore through him like molten lava, so fierce and so hot that it felt like the whole room had suddenly warmed several degrees. Bu Yunseal's eyes widened. This was chi manifesting inside his body with unusual force. His internal energy was moving so strongly that even he could hardly believe it. Something inside him had clearly changed. As he kept regulating his breath, Nung Gak's earlier words rose back into his mind. Your dantian contains the amount of internal power that would take an ordinary martial artist more than 10 years to cultivate. And it exists in an exceptionally pure state of chi. Once that latent point opens, your internal power will rise all at once. The moment those words came back to him, Bu Yunseal froze. Could it be? Did that latent point open during the duel? His hand slowly curled into a fist. The chi inside him burned like live coals, flaring hotter and hotter as if it might burst out at any moment. A strange rhythm of heat and cold rose and fell with his breathing, blending together into an unusual vortex. And then Bu Yunseal realized he had stepped into a realm he had never touched before, the third layer of his ultimate heart method, the ultimate flame light. His heart trembled. This was the state cultivators called water-fire non-invasion. Blazing heat could no longer burn him, and freezing chi could no longer harm him. Could it really be that heat and cold won't affect me anymore? Bu Yunseal frowned slightly as he tried to feel out the changes inside his body. The sensation was still vague, and he couldn't fully grasp it. And while he was still lost in thought, the chamber door quietly opened. A graceful young girl stepped in carrying a tray with steaming tea, the fragrance spreading softly through the room. Her voice was gentle but properly respectful. You're awake, young master? Startled, Bu Yunsil hurried out of bed and immediately fired off his questions. Where is this? And how did the exam end? The modest-looking girl set the tray down on the table, then straightened her sleeve before answering. This is Jipmahwin, the residence of the demonic hall's elder patriarch. Bu Yunsil froze on the spot. Jipmahwin, this wasn't the Medicine King Hall where the injured were treated. This was the private residence of the elder patriarch. An ordinary person might go their whole life without ever setting foot in a place like this. And yet I woke up here? A disciple who was barely even recognized? A chill ran down his spine, and his heart began pounding hard. When people spoke of the elder patriarchs of the demonic hall, even those with no interest in power still knew the names. Blood Demon Jikbung, Peerless Demon Lord, one of the 3 demon sovereigns. They stood like towering mountains at the summit of demonic arts, figures so high above the rest that ordinary people wouldn't even dare raise their heads toward them. He swallowed hard. Why would I wake up in the residence of someone that important? The girl smiled and gave a light bow. I am Jean Seol, an attendant serving the elder patriarch. He instructed me to bring the young master into the inner hall. Please come with me. Bu Yunsil's eyes widened at once. The inner hall? Jean Seol gave a gentle nod. Her smile stayed soft, but her eyes were serious. Yes, that is where the elder patriarch is waiting. Bu Yunsil's whole body stiffened. It felt like some invisible pressure had suddenly wrapped around his chest. To stand before Blood Demon Jikbung, would that be a blessing or a disaster? After Jean Seol showed the way, Bu Yunsil followed her into the inner garden of the residence. From the first step in, he could already feel that this place was different in a way he couldn't quite explain. The silence here was unnatural. It wasn't the calm quiet of the ordinary world, but a silence weighed down by pressure. Ancient trees rose high above them, their thick branches and leaves covering the sky so densely that only scattered patches of light danced across the ground. Without realizing it at first, Bu Yunsil slowed down. The garden was so vast it felt like he had stepped into a miniature martial paradise. It was beautiful enough to intoxicate the eye, but to him it also felt like a beautifully decorated cage. Half his attention was drawn to the scenery, while the other half stayed razor alert, watching every dark corner, every silent tree trunk, even the wind that carried no trace of human presence. After walking for some distance, Jean Seol suddenly smiled and said, "We're here." Her voice rang softly through the stillness, and Bu Yunsil tensed for a moment. Ahead of them stood a pavilion that looked plain from the outside, yet carried a quiet dignity. Inside, an old man with silver hair and a long silver beard sat upright before a tea table that had already been set. Thin steam rose from the teapot, showing he had clearly been waiting for some time. When the old man saw them arrive, he only tilted his head slightly and let his gaze pass over Bu Yunsil without any obvious scrutiny. And yet the instant their eyes met, Bu Yunsil felt like a massive invisible boulder had dropped onto his chest. The old man didn't need to move. Just sitting there was enough to make people tremble. After Bu Yunsil took his seat, the old man slowly lifted the teapot. Every movement was careful and precise, without a single wasted motion. Tea flowed into the cup with a soft ripple, then quickly settled still. With a mild, friendly smile, he pushed the cup toward him. I heard you passed the challenge set by the Hua Wu Sword School and the White Demon Temple. Congratulations. Bu Yunsil accepted the cup with both hands. Thank you, sir. On the outside, he stayed perfectly polite, but inside, he quietly let out a breath of relief. Damn, that was close. That could have ended in disaster. He raised the cup and took a sip. The tea tasted clear and deep, though he could only barely appreciate it. Ever since stepping into that garden, every nerve in his body had been pulled tight like a drawn bowstring. After watching him take a sip, the old man asked in a casual voice, "How's the tea?" But Bu Yunsil set the cup back down and answered honestly, "To be frank, I don't really know much about tea." The old man stroked his silver beard and gave a small nod. "All right, I heard you were once training to be an undertaker, weren't you? Then I suppose I asked the wrong thing." Then he looked straight at Bu Yunsil and said, "I am Jikbung." The instant that name left his mouth, a storm rose in Bu Yunsil's mind. So this is him. So the old man who looked more like a quiet sage was actually the blood demon, the same man who had once shaken the martial world and slaughtered countless orthodox masters. If he hadn't heard the name with his own ears, Bu Yunsil never would have guessed who he was. Bu Yunsil rose at once and bowed deeply. Nanjia Pavilion disciple Bu Yunsil greets the elder patriarch. A little different from what I'd heard. Jikbung's eyes calmly moved over Bu Yunsil from head to toe. Although you began martial training late, your bones are loose and supple. That makes the foundation of your internal arts steadier than most. Bu Yunseal answered right away. When I was little, I used to hide inside coffins while playing, and somehow I ended up learning a strange breathing method. It wasn't until after I joined the demonic hall that I realized it was actually chi circulation. Jeek Bung gave a faint smile, like something had just fallen into place for him. But that smile disappeared almost as quickly as it came, and the atmosphere inside the tea pavilion suddenly turned heavy. The demonic hall brought you here to Jipmawin instead of sending you to the Medicine King Hall because there are a few private matters I wish to discuss with you. Bu Yunseal quietly held his breath and listened. After you complete your harsh training at Nanjia Pavilion, come to the main hall. Hearing that, Bu Yunseal looked up in surprise. Jeek Bung's voice grew colder as he continued. Even though Nanjia Pavilion is one of the 10 schools of the Demon Path, its structure is not enough for it to stand as a truly independent sect. In about 3 years, when you formally enter the main hall, his gaze sharpened as he went on, I will report to the Lord of the Demonic Hall and recommend you for a position in the elite ranks. The elite squad. Bu Yunseal was genuinely stunned. Along with Kyeonsel and Mukon, that force stood among the Demonic Hall's highest military powers. Jeek Bung finished in a calm voice. That path would be the strongest stepping stone toward your future rise into the leadership of the Demonic Hall. What do you think? It is the kind of opportunity any martial artist of the Demon Path would desperately want. But Bu Yunseal answered without the slightest hesitation. I must refuse. The air between them seemed to freeze in place. Jeek Bung's face darkened a little. Why? Bu Yunseal lowered his head and answered carefully. Nanjia Pavilion's training is a path walked on the edge between life and death. If my future is already secured, then I'm afraid I'll grow complacent. And if that happens, I may never reach the highest realm of martial arts that Nanjia Pavilion demands. At first, Jeek Bung only let out a cold snort. Then suddenly he burst into loud laughter. Ah! That laughter rang out with such force that it felt like the whole garden was shaking with it. Bu Yunseal had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure it. Blood slipped from the corner of his mouth as a terrifying shockwave spread through the air. The internal power hidden inside that laughter alone was enough to make his organs tremble. When the laughter finally died down, Jeek Bung spoke again, this time in a gentler tone. Let's see how much you've matured 3 years from now. The next time we meet will be then. Bu Yunseal caught the meaning right away. It was, in effect, a polite dismissal. He cupped his hands and bowed. Understood. With that, Bu Yunseal turned and left the garden. His back straight and his steps steady, neither rushed nor slow. Just then, a young man approached from behind and said to Jeek Bung, this is the first time I've ever seen someone reject your offer so directly, especially someone that talented. Jeek Bung took a small sip of tea and answered, let's watch him for now, and see which side he chooses in the end. As for Bu Yunseal, he could still feel Jeek Bung's gaze on his back, cold and sharp like an invisible blade. He never turned around, but he knew every breath he took and every step he made was still being measured by that peerless demon lord. Because of that, he refused to show even the smallest flaw. Only after he had fully stepped beyond the demonic hall's grounds did Bu Yunseal finally let his pace loosen a little. His throat had gone dry, and then a sharp pain stabbed through his chest. He coughed lightly and instinctively covered his mouth with his right hand as his body bent forward. That dull pain spread outward from deep inside his organs, as if the aftershock of Jeek Bung's laughter had only now begun to erupt. He really had come frighteningly close to death. Every tense moment from earlier replayed in his mind. He had thought the trials from the White Demon Temple and the Hua Wu Sword School were the peak of danger, and yet today he had stood before a peerless demon lord instead. One wrong word, one brief hesitation, and the consequences could have been beyond imagining. One small mistake and your life is over. Just then, a gentle hand came to rest on his back. Bu Yunseal froze for an instant. Every nerve in his body pulled tight like a drawn string, and he whipped his head around at once, ready to fight. Behind him stood an older man with a plain, ordinary face. There was nothing in his eyes except the honest concern of a normal passerby. Hey, are you all right? Are you feeling sick anywhere? Bu Yunseal blinked, only then realizing he had already left the demonic hall grounds and was now standing on a familiar street near the outskirts. Passing pedestrians, creaking carts, and the calls of delivery workers filled the air, a sharp contrast to the suffocating, deathly atmosphere he had just escaped. He turned to the man and shook his head. No, I'm fine. The man nodded, said a few casual words of caution, and then went on his way. Bu Yunseal stayed where he was, quietly taking in the scene around him. Ordinary faces, fast footsteps shaped by everyday life, familiar laughter, normal conversation. Everything stood out with strange clarity. It had been a long time since he had seen a scene this peaceful. And maybe because it was so peaceful, it also felt oddly far away. Bu Yunseal frowned slightly. Had he really changed this much? Had he sunk that deeply into a life he had never wanted in the first place? Just as that thought crossed his mind, his eyes shifted. Up ahead in the crowd, one figure stood completely still, staring straight at him. There was no attempt to hide it, no effort to look away. The gaze coming off that person carried a killing intent cold enough to freeze the blood. Someone was on his trail. Bu Yunseal realized it right away, but he kept that thought buried deep. He didn't stop. He didn't even let a hint of tension show on his face. Instead, Bu Yunseal casually turned into a different alley, acting like he hadn't noticed a thing. His posture never broke, and his pace stayed steady, not a step faster or slower. But under that calm surface, every sense in his body was fully awake. As he moved, he tracked faint reflections in the shop windows and the stretched shadows along the street. First things first, he needed a weapon. Once he made up his mind, he moved without delay and stepped into a blacksmith's shop by the roadside. The heat from the forge rolled through the room, and the sound of hammering steel rang sharp in the air. The smith looked up as soon as he noticed a customer and greeted him warmly. Bu Yunseal got straight to the point. "I need a weapon that can take heavy impact." The smith gave an easy smile, like he already knew exactly what he meant. "Then over there," he said, motioning toward a neatly stacked row of weapons in the corner. "Pick whichever one you want. They're all 5 tails." Bu Yunseal stepped in and scanned the spears and blades lined up before him. Then his eyes landed on a sword in a deep blue scabbard. The moment he picked it up, the weight settled into his hand just right, solid and balanced. He didn't say another word. He paid on the spot and walked out immediately. Now that he had a weapon, Bu Yunseal didn't go back the way he came. Instead, he chose a different route, one that led farther out, where the roads grew quieter and the number of people around slowly dropped. After putting enough distance between himself and the town, he finally began to ease his pace. A gust of wind brushed past, carrying the rough scent of wild grass with it. In front of him spread a wide reed field, the stalks rising to waist height and swaying hard enough to hide whatever lay beyond. Bu Yunseal stopped there. One hand rested on the sword hilt, and the other had already clenched tight without him noticing. On the outside he still looked calm. Inside he was wound tight. His voice came out low and sharp in the empty field. "Show yourself." The second those words fell, a violent gust tore through the reeds and split them apart to either side. A masked man stepped out from the brush and let out a rough voice. "You've got sharp eyes." Bu Yunseal's eyes shifted left. 2 more masked figures came out through the reeds, their outlines flickering in the wind. Then he looked right, and 2 more shapes appeared one after another, closing off the last open paths around him. In an instant, Bu Yunseal was surrounded on every side. One of the masked men raised his sword and pointed the cold tip straight at Bu Yunseal's chest. His voice came out deep and heavy. "Bu Yunseal, successor of the Tin Demon." The field seemed to go still as he continued, each word hitting hard. "Before you become the Demon Hall disaster that will shake the martial world 3 years from now." The sword in his hand trembled faintly as killing intent bled into the air. "I'll kill you here." He wasn't bluffing. At that moment, the assassins had completely sealed Bu Yunseal in. It was the kind of trap people described as so tight not even a fly could get out. Bu Yunseal looked over the assassins around him and spoke evenly. "I don't know who you are, but I have no wish to kill you. Put your swords down and leave while you still can." The assassins only looked back at him with contempt. "Listen to this guy. He's about to die and he's still talking big. You really think you're getting out of here? What, you thought a few words would save you?" Bu Yunseal's eyes grew even colder. Then he let out a quiet breath. "Fine. If that's what you want, I don't have a choice." With that, he raised the sword he had just bought in the market and slowly drew it free, his face turning completely cold. Once the blade was out, Bu Yunseal tossed the scabbard aside onto the ground like a final warning. "You've already missed your chance to leave." One assassin curled his lip in a mocking grin. "Pulling out a fancy sword won't change anything. Your life was never yours to keep, brothers. Form the formation." At once, the assassins moved into place. They began circling around Bu Yunseal where he stood. Yunseal stayed perfectly still, watching every shift in their steps with a sharp, focused stare. "They're circling me. Are they about to attack all at once?" That thought had barely formed when one assassin stomped down and suddenly drove his sword forward in a direct thrust at Bu Yunseal. Bu Yunseal reacted instantly. He swung his sword and caught the attacks coming from the 2 assassins in front of him. At the exact same time, 2 more assassins rushed in from behind. One blade came down and Bu Yunsil twisted aside with precise timing, dodging it by the narrowest margin. Right after that, another assassin appeared slightly above and behind him, drawing his sword back to put more force into the next blow. Whoosh! The strike went straight for his neck, but Bu Yunsil turned at the last second and snapped his head to the side, letting the killing blow miss him by a hair. His body bent back immediately, a strained breath escaping his lips, but the assassins gave him no room at all to recover. Bu Yunsil frowned as he swept his eyes over them. Their attacks don't stop. They just keep flowing into each other without leaving even the smallest opening. Watching how cleanly they moved together, he thought, have they been training as a group for years? Their teamwork is dangerous, but through the eyes of the beast path, the difference in skill between those masked men stands out clearly. All I have to do is hit the openings those gaps create. The moment that thought settled, Bu Yunsil drove his right foot hard into the ground. Instead of staying on defense, Bu Yunsil suddenly changed rhythm and attacked, slashing straight at the nearest assassin in front of him. One clean cut tore through the man's body, and blood exploded into the air. The other assassins went pale. Their minds jolted at once. What? Did he just find the flaw in the formation? The Wudong sect's 7-star ancient sword formation? Could that devil's disciple have already taught these demonic successors how to break orthodox sect formations? The thought flashed through one assassin's mind, and he immediately shouted for the others to switch to the third formation. Without a second of hesitation, the surviving assassins changed their footwork and shifted into a completely different pattern. Bu Yunsil raised his sword toward them and thought to himself with cold disgust, changing formations won't save you dogs. As long as the gap in skill is still there, the openings won't disappear. What a bunch of idiots. With that thought, Bu Yunsil turned toward the part of the formation where the assassins were packed most tightly together. He burst forward and slashed in one motion, cutting down 2 assassins at once as blood sprayed from their necks. The one on the right couldn't even finish speaking before he choked, coughed, and dropped to the ground. The one on the left wasn't any different. Blood foamed in his throat too, and he could only cough helplessly as it spilled out. One of the assassins broke into a cold sweat and muttered under his breath, "That's impossible. Those damn bastards from the demonic sect fed us lies. They told us he hadn't learned any high-level sword technique. But now he's cutting through us cleanly, without wasting even one move." On the other side, Bu Yunsil gave his blade a light flick, sending the blood off in a clean arc. Then he said, "It's not martial arts, my friend. Think about it again." His eyes were cold enough to look like death itself as he faced the remaining assassins and went on. "Call it what it really is. This is me fighting like hell just to survive. You lose in a fight to the death because you walk in with blind arrogance, already convinced the advantage is all yours." Those words hit too close to the truth. The assassin finally understood, and panic rose in his chest. All this time we thought we were the hunters. We looked at the enemy like prey, like some little mouse already trapped in a snake's jaws. Once caught, death was supposed to be a certainty. Damn it, the prey was never him, it was us. And now that same prey was holding a sword on them and calmly asking, "So, shall we begin again?" One assassin spoke up uneasily and said this had gone far beyond what they expected. For now, they should fall back, report everything to their master, and come back with reinforcements. But the moment he said it, his eyes rolled back, and a sharp pain ripped through his lower stomach. The blade buried in his gut hadn't come from Bu Yunsil. It came from the man standing right beside him. After killing his own comrade, that assassin turned toward the others and warned them in a cold voice. "No one retreats to headquarters. If you turn your back and run now, you throw away your honor." Hearing that, Bu Yunsil called out from behind them, sounding openly stunned. "Honor matters more than staying alive? You idiot." The assassin's face darkened on the spot. He spun around and shot Bu Yunsil a furious glare. He declared that demon-blooded trash like Bu Yunsil could never understand, but they did not draw their swords and put them away for personal glory. Then he struck his chest and shouted like a man preaching to himself, "We fight for honor." Bu Yunsil rolled his eyes, completely fed up, and muttered, "Stop spouting nonsense like a madman, idiot." Then the image of his grandfather lying in a coffin flashed through his mind, and in a lower voice, he added, "There's no honor inside a coffin." The moment he said that, thunderous electricity burst out around Bu Yunsil's body. He launched himself forward from where he stood and shouted, "Thunder electric unrivaled form." In the next instant, thick, violent lightning gathered around his blade, crackling wildly across the steel. The assassin's face drained of color. For a second, he could hardly process what he was seeing. He barely managed to shout, Stop him! But before anyone could move, yellow streaks of lightning had already cut across their throats, and Bu Yunseal had somehow passed straight through them and appeared behind their backs. The assassin in front froze in place, eyes bulging wide. Behind him, some lost their heads on the spot, while others jerked backward as blood burst from their necks in violent sprays. As for the man in front, only a thin line of blood slowly appeared across his neck. That was the cut Bu Yunseal had left on him. It had been so fast, and so clean, that the man didn't even realize at first he'd already been struck. So he stayed on his feet for one more moment, only to be the last one to throw his head back as blood finally burst into the air. Bu Yunseal stood there without a word, blood splashed across his body, his face as cold as ever. Thud! The assassin dropped to his knees, his eyes already hollow. And with the last bit of awareness still flickering inside him, he asked, Bu Yunseal, have you become a demon lord? Even if I become a demon, I'll still curse people like you. Whether the assassin truly heard him or not, one thing was clear from Bu Yunseal's face. He was afraid of nothing. Before long, the reed field went quiet again, like nothing had happened there at all. The assassins had all gone to join their ancestors, and Bu Yunseal was the only one left standing. With blood smeared across his face, Bu Yunseal slowly turned his head and looked down at the bodies scattered around his feet. A heavy feeling rose in his chest. The scene in front of him really was a mountain of corpses, with blood running between them like a river. Even after escaping that island of hell, he had still ended up standing in the middle of another massacre. The place where I stand is already a kind of hell. I can feel that clearly now. I can't break free from these chains of grudges and debts. But this too is the price of the path I chose for revenge. This karma is mine to bear alone. Clop, clop, clop. Right then, the sound of galloping hooves rolled in from far away. A voice rang out, sharp enough to make Bu Yunseal flinch and turn at once. A man driving a horse-drawn carriage came up and pulled it to a stop. Then another man slowly stepped down from the carriage and set one foot on the ground. And that visitor was none other than Baek Yun. After stepping down, he turned toward the protagonist and called out to Bu Yunseal. The second Bu Yunseal got a clear look at his face. He blurted out in surprise, "Captain!" Sword still in hand and the metallic smell of blood still clinging to him, Bu Yunseal hadn't fully pulled his eyes away from the carnage when that familiar figure appeared. He froze for a beat, then quickly stepped forward and asked in surprise, "Captain, what are you doing here?" Baek Yun didn't answer right away. He walked over and lightly placed a hand on Yunseal's shoulder. The touch looked gentle, but it carried a quiet weight. "Finding you wasn't hard." His voice stayed low and steady, like everything here was already within his expectations. Then Baek Yun removed his hand and walked toward the assassin's scattered bodies. He crouched beside one of them, and his eyes sharpened as he examined every detail, the wounds, the way the corpse had fallen, and the traces left behind at the scene. He grabbed one assassin by the collar, and the moment he noticed the strange mark carved into the man's neck, Baek Yun's expression darkened. Then he picked up the assassin's sword and slowly wiped the blood off the blade with a cloth, careful and exact, like he was studying key evidence. Baek Yun narrowed his eyes, his face turning serious as he muttered, "This is troublesome." Bu Yunseal stiffened a little and tilted his head, asking with concern, "What's wrong?" But Baek Yun only let out a faint sigh. "Nothing." The air suddenly felt heavy. After a brief silence, Baek Yun stood up, brushed the dust from his clothes, and said to Bu Yunseal, "Let's head back to the base." That evening at Nanjia Pavilion, the setting sun poured a deep red light over the entire place. Inside a quiet room, Baek Yun brought Bu Yunseal to meet Danchin, the pavilion's deputy master. As always, Danchin wore that calm, collected expression. He lifted the teapot, slowly filled the cups, and gently pushed them toward Bu Yunseal and Baek Yun, all while keeping that same mild smile on his face. Danchin spoke first. "You've done well. I heard everything. I'm truly proud of you." Bu Yunseal didn't show much reaction. In a calm voice, he simply answered, "Thank you, sir." Then Danchin went on, and this time there was real concern in his tone. "The trial must have been harsh. Were you hurt anywhere?" Bu Yunseal answered honestly, without hiding anything. "Yes, but the old sect master treated me." Before he could say more, Baek Yun suddenly turned, stunned. "What?" Even Danchin couldn't hold his smile anymore. He looked up in surprise and said, "You met the old sect master?" "Yes." Then Bu Yunseal told them everything, from the beginning of the exam all the way to his encounter with the old sect master, leaving out nothing important. After hearing the whole story, Danchin finally let out a breath. "So that's what happened." No wonder the Flame Rain Sword Clan and the White Demon Temple accepted the result so easily. I didn't expect that old man to step in personally. Only then did Bu Yunseal start to grasp how important that man really was. Unable to hide his surprise, he asked, "Is the old sect master really that influential? I knew he was important, but—" Danshin began explaining slowly. Inside the Demon Palace, power is divided among 3 major branches: the Demon Lord, the Old Sect Master, and the 10 Demon Dao Schools. Baekhyun added, "The Old Sect Master side holds enormous influence because that's where the senior masters are gathered. And beyond that, the Old Sect Master, Jikbung, has secretly built up forces of his own." Danshin laughed out loud, genuine excitement in his voice. "Unbelievable. He called you in privately? Then you must have performed exceptionally well." Bu Yunseal lowered his eyes slightly and thought to himself, "I see. This matters much more than I first thought." Danshin asked again, "So, is there anything else you need to report?" This time, Baekhyun answered right away. "There was an ambush." Crack. The teacup in Danshin's hand split apart. He shouted in anger. "What?" A fierce wave of killing intent burst from him at once, so intense that even Bu Yunseal broke into a cold sweat. Danshin's voice turned icy. "Who dared ambush one of our disciples?" Baekhyun answered, "The Martial Alliance. Judging by their weapons and equipment, they seem to belong to the Grandmaster's forces. Either the Wind Thunder Squad or the 5-Ant Squad." Danshin went quiet for a moment, then let out a low sigh. "I see. So if anything had happened, they planned to push the blame onto the Grandmaster. But to go after a boy who only just entered Nanjia Pavilion?" Baekhyun narrowed his eyes. "Maybe it's because rumors are already spreading that he's an extraordinary talent. They want him dead before he can grow into a real threat later." Danshin closed his eyes and thought it over. The boy hasn't even learned any formal martial arts yet. And yet the 10 Demon Dao Schools, the Old Sect Master, and now even the Martial Alliance are all keeping an eye on him. Fine. Those who are meant to become heroes are always forced through trials. As soon as Danshin finished, Bu Yunseal slowly opened his mouth. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly through the still room. "By the way, I have a request, Deputy Master." Slightly surprised, Danshin opened his eyes and looked straight at him. "What is it?" Bu Yunseal took a deep breath. His eyes grew firmer than ever. "I heard about the Vanguard Squad. They specialize in eliminating anyone who threatens Nanjia Pavilion. I want to join them and learn combat through real battles." The moment he finished, the whole room went still. Beside him, Baekhyun's eyes widened. "Have you lost your mind, kid?" He turned fully toward Bu Yunseal, his voice sharp. "Do you even know what kind of place that is? That's where the most vicious people in the pavilion gather. And their captain, So-John, has a nasty temper. Under the excuse of testing someone's ability, she'd gladly kill any Nanjia disciple she decides isn't worth keeping." At that moment, the room turned crushingly heavy. Bu Yunseal clenched his hands so tightly his knuckles turned white, but his eyes never wavered. He kept staring straight ahead and answered without hesitation. "That's fine. If I die because I'm not strong enough, then that's on me. I want to get stronger as fast as possible. And I believe the fastest way is to watch masters fight in real battles." Baekhyun opened his mouth to argue, but before he could say a word, Danshin gave a small chuckle and lifted a hand to stop him. Let it be. Looks like we disagree this time." Danshin looked at Bu Yunseal with clear interest. "I want to trust the boy's judgment. He sounds very sure of himself." Then he continued slowly, "The next mission is at Wind Thunder Valley. I think this is the perfect chance to place you there as a temporary team member." "Deputy Master." Baekhyun still wanted to object, but when he turned and looked at Bu Yunseal, he suddenly stopped. Bu Yunseal's face was filled with a level of cold, steady determination that didn't suit a teenager who had only just entered Nanjia Pavilion. It was obvious this wasn't some impulsive outburst. He had thought it through. In the end, Baekhyun could only let out a helpless sigh. He folded his arms across his chest, irritation edging his voice. "If you've already made up your mind that much, then I'll inform So-John." Danshin smiled with narrowed eyes and waved a hand casually. Go ahead." "Ha ha ha." Cut to the guest room. The silence there was instantly shattered by an angry woman's shout. "What? You want to send that brat to Wind Thunder Valley?" A fierce-looking woman slammed her palm on the table and pointed at the person across from her as she shouted. "Do I look like some kind of babysitter to you?" That hot-tempered woman was none other than So-John, captain of the Vanguard Squad. Sitting across from her was Baekhyun. He answered calmly, "This is a direct order from the Deputy Master." So John crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. Humph. Then I'll refuse him to his face. But before she could get up, Baekhyun raised an item in front of her. The second she saw it, So John went quiet. This is the heavenly mandate token that represents the deputy master. So you understand now, right? This is not something you can argue against. So John ground her teeth so hard her fist slammed down on the table. She looked ready to explode, but there was nothing she could do about it. Baekhyun continued in the same steady tone. So John, he's not the kind of kid you think he is. He passed the trials of the Flame Rain Sword Clan and the White Demon Temple. But even that did nothing to soften So John's attitude. Her grip tightened around the teacup until it started trembling in her hand, and tea splashed out across the table. Then she threw her head back and drained the whole cup in one gulp. So John slammed the cup back onto the table, shot to her feet, and barked. Are all of you blind? I seriously can't understand why everyone keeps defending that brat. A cold smile slowly spread across her face, and her eyes gleamed with killing intent. Fine, I'll take him, but I'll test him myself and find out whether he's really worthy of being a disciple of Nanjia Pavilion. Far away from all of this, Bu Yunseal had no idea how much of his fate had already fallen into the hands of a dangerous woman. Wind Thunder Valley, where violent wind and lightning clashed without rest, and the Vanguard Squad, where only those who survived earned recognition. What they called a trial was really just a life-and-death battle waiting for him up ahead. Cut to a place called Wind Thunder Valley. It was a sect that had grown out of a heterodox cult. There, they trained their martial arts through brutal physical methods, even going as far as altering the human body itself. And in pursuit of that goal, they even resorted to kidnapping and human trafficking by force. That was why both the righteous faction and the evil faction treated them like outcasts. Even so, the reason they had survived this long was simple. Their base was a natural fortress, easy to defend and incredibly difficult to attack. Because of that, even Nanjia Pavilion's Vanguard Squad had hesitated to rush in recklessly. Now, gathered before a cliff so high it seemed to touch the clouds, the Vanguard Squad stood in formation. Their heavily built second-in-command folded his arms and spoke first. Compared to what we heard, this place is farther than expected. A lot farther. Someone standing beside him spoke up. This is a problem. The real issue is the wind. The gusts are so strong, crossing over won't be easy. And there are guard posts too. If they spot us, the sentries inside will cut the bridge right away. One careless move here, and we're basically walking straight into a death trap. Hearing that, So John frowned, irritation flashing through her eyes, and shot an annoyed glance toward Bu Yunseal. Humph, this mission is already troublesome enough, and now we have to drag around some milk-faced brat too. Standing among the others, Bu Yunseal was already dressed in the Vanguard Squad uniform. He stayed silent in formation, his face cold and unreadable. He looked quiet enough now, but the moment he made a move, plenty of people were bound to be caught off guard. So John turned her head, looked toward someone behind her, and asked, Jae-woon, can it be done? That man was Jae-woon, the vice-captain of the Vanguard Squad. He slipped out 2 hidden blades between his fingers and gave a faint smile. Ha! No way to know unless we try, right? The 2 small knives spun lightly between Jae-woon's fingers, like he was just playing with them. His target was the sentries hidden in the lookout across the cliff. But here was the unsettling part. Just from drawing out 2 throwing blades, he had already figured out there were exactly 2 guards inside. Whoosh! Jae-woon threw the hidden blades toward the lookout on the far side of the cliff without the slightest hesitation. Under the sunlight, the blades flashed as if showing off their hardness and edge. They tore through the wind like bullets, streaking straight across the gap toward the lookout on the other side. Whiz, whiz. Jae-woon's skill was terrifying. Even from that distance, both blades slipped cleanly through the narrow viewing slit of the lookout. But no scream followed, and no alarm was raised. So the Vanguard Squad stayed where they were, silently watching the lookout for any kind of response. As for Bu Yunseal, his eyes widened slightly as he watched, and he thought it looked effortless, but that was clearly something close to the Mind Sword unification technique I saw from the Flame Rain Sword Clan masters. A truly fearsome master. In a one-on-one fight, would I even have a chance against him? So John quickly turned and asked Jae-woon, Done? Why are you still standing there? Jae-woon looked back at her and answered, Stop barking like a dog. The guard post's taken care of, but we need to watch a little longer. There could still be hidden mechanisms on the bridge. If we rush in carelessly, we're dead. So John said nothing, but inwardly she was thinking, I can't allow even the slightest risk to my people. The moment that thought settled, So John suddenly turned toward Bu Yunseal and gave the order. You cross first. Unlike an ordinary person, The protagonist showed no surprise, no fear, and no hesitation. In an icy voice, he answered, "Yes, ma'am." As soon as the order was given, Yoonseol headed toward the rope bridge under the watchful eyes of the entire vanguard squad. Standing at the edge of the cliff, he looked down into an abyss so deep that layers of drifting cloud and white mist completely hid the bottom. Above that empty drop, the rope bridge twisted and writhed under the violent wind, shaking so hard it looked like a living serpent in pain. Facing the bridge, Yoonseol silently calculated his next move. With winds that strong, there was no way he could keep his balance normally. There was only one answer: use absorption self-decision to anchor his feet directly to the bridge. The moment that thought settled, Yoonseol stepped boldly onto the first wooden plank. As soon as his foot came down, it was as if some force pulled the plank tight beneath him. Even with the rope bridge swaying non-stop, Yoonseol kept moving in steady, measured steps, counting each one in his head. 1, 2, 3, then 8, 9, as he crossed the fragile hanging bridge. Watching from behind, Jae-woon narrowed his eyes and followed Yoonseol's movements, muttering in surprise, "I didn't expect him to use absorption self-decision at that level. His internal energy is pretty solid." Unlike him, So-jeon stood there with her arms crossed, gritting her teeth, her tone dripping with irritation and contempt. "Humph, that's nothing special." Jae-woon smiled at her and asked, "Don't you think your standards are a little too high?" But suddenly, Jae-woon's expression changed, and he blurted out, "That sound." Then Jae-woon shouted at the top of his lungs, "Danger!" On the far side of the cliff, part of the rock wall shifted and opened like a hidden panel, revealing 24 small holes inside. In the very next instant, something shot out from all 24 holes at once, fast as lightning. To Yoonseol, it looked like a storm of projectiles had suddenly started raining straight down on him. Yoonseol looked up, his face turning pale as the thought hit him. What the hell? Why are there this many hidden weapons all of a sudden? If those hit me, I'll be turned into a beehive. Without wasting a second, Yoonseol rose onto the tips of his feet, leaving only the front halves of his soles in contact with the rope bridge. Then he bent his body sharply backward and slipped past the incoming projectiles by the narrowest possible margin. But unexpectedly, another hidden mechanism in the cliff behind Yoonseol suddenly activated too. It was exactly the same as the first one, and right away it fired another full volley of hidden weapons straight at his back. Yoonseol's eyes snapped backward in an instant. Damn it, now what? At the same time, he used his right foot to push off the top of his left, forcing out one more burst of momentum. Just like he thought, it was another vicious trap. Even so, Yoonseol managed to kick himself up into the air and barely avoid the blades that swept right under his feet. Jae-woon was stunned when he saw Yoonseol pull off a move like that. Even inwardly, he had to admire it. Using one foot against the other to create another leap in midair had completely beaten the trap designed to kill anyone who tried to dodge upward. But it still wasn't over. There was more waiting for him ahead. As Yoonseol started dropping back down while the rope bridge still thrashed wildly beneath him, his brows pulled tight, and he clenched his teeth. Then his eyes widened sharply when he saw what was in front of him. Wish, wish, wish. Hidden blades burst out from both sides of the cliff and shot toward him like lightning, piercing straight through his body. If that had really been him, it would have ended right there. Back on the other side, the Vanguard squad members frowned and broke into cold sweat as they muttered, "At this point, dodging that is basically impossible." And just when it looked like the protagonist was done for, the holes torn through Yoonseol's body seemed to spread, and then his whole figure blurred and scattered. Only then did they realize what had happened. Yoonseol had used a terrifyingly fast movement technique to dash forward. The blades had only struck the afterimage he left behind. In the blink of an eye, Yoonseol shot ahead and reached the edge of the opposite cliff. The Vanguard squad members who saw him pull that off could only stare with their mouths hanging open, too shocked to say anything. Yoonseol immediately broke into a run, moving at full speed toward the defensive lookout. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He circled around the lookout at high speed, searching for any way inside. When he forced the door open, he found two bodies inside, both pinned down by Jae-woon's thrown blades. They were the sentries taken out earlier. As he quickly scanned the inside, Yoonseol thought, there has to be some kind of device in here controlling the trap mechanism. Before long, he spotted a wooden lever that looked connected to the machinery and guessed that had to be it. Without wasting even a second, he rushed over and grabbed the lever with both hands. Putting all his strength into it, Yoonseol gritted his teeth and yanked the lever toward himself. At once, the gears hidden inside the mechanism, which had been turning steadily, suddenly reversed and began spinning the other way. At the same time, the devices embedded in the cliff started shutting one after another. Finally, they slammed completely closed and disappeared back into their hidden state. Bu Yunseal ran back outside, waved toward the vanguard squad, and shouted across the gap, "I stopped the trap. You can cross now." In that moment, all the doubt and contempt they had aimed at Bu Yunseal's ability vanished. What took its place were the stunned faces of So-John and Jae-woon. So-John ground her teeth and frowned to herself. A top-level movement art that would shatter your bones if you made even the slightest mistake. And he can use it that freely in a moment like that? Just what kind of background does this brat come from? After that, the group kept moving until they reached a cave where stalactites were still slowly taking shape. The steady sound of footsteps echoed through the silent cavern. At the front, So-John led the whole group deeper inside. Jae-woon walked over, rested a hand on Bu Yunseal's shoulder, and casually started talking. "Hey, I saw that movement back there. It was seriously impressive. Have you mastered your master's extreme speed invisible step? Be honest." "Yes, that's right." So-John immediately cut in with a warning. "Jae-woon, stop wasting time with pointless chatter." Jae-woon calmly added, "Don't take it personally. The captain's always stingy with praise." Just hearing it brought up seemed to irritate her. She told him to stop babbling, but inwardly, she still wasn't convinced at all. Even if what happened earlier had surprised her, she didn't believe one flashy display of skill meant he had truly passed her test. Just wait. Before long, you'll have to stake your life and show exactly how lacking you still are. Eventually, she stopped in front of a pool inside the cave. This was the place. So-John turned around, waved a hand, and called out, "Everyone move." One after another, the squad members leaped in, sending up loud splashes. Bu Yunseal watched with curiosity and asked, "What is everyone doing?" Jae-woon explained, then suddenly remembered. "Right, you joined at the last minute, so you probably haven't heard about this pool. This pool connects to Wind Thunder Valley. If you dive down and follow the waterway inside, you'll reach the destination. But the water is filled with high-old Jumgang crystals, and even a piece the size of a fist can freeze an entire well solid. The moment you go under, you need to circulate your internal energy right away to protect your body from the freezing chi. If you fail, you'll turn into ice on the spot and sink straight to the bottom. So stay here. At your age, dealing with this is nearly impossible. If you force it, that's no different from throwing your life away." But Bu Yunseal answered in a strangely calm voice, "It's fine." Seeing Bu Yunseal take a deep breath, Jae-woon panicked. "Wait, what are you doing?" But in Yunseal's mind, the answer was already clear. If I came all this way just to stop because I was afraid of dying, then why did I come at all? And with that, Bu Yunseal jumped in without a moment of hesitation. His body plunged into the pool, and the instant he went under, he opened his eyes and started taking in his surroundings. Everywhere he looked, Bu Yunseal saw enormous ice crystals. So these are the high-old Jumgang crystals? But even then, it didn't take long for him to realize something here felt strangely off. Watching the others struggle like that, Bu Yunseal could tell right away the Jumgang crystals were getting to them. But for some reason, even without moving a trace of internal energy, he felt none of that freezing chi at all. Bu Yunseal slowly lifted his hand and looked down at his palm, where a faint stream of energy still lingered. Was it because he had recently reached the stage where water and fire no longer conflicted, leaving no opening for the cold chi to enter his body? He had never thought much of it before, but now, of all times, it was turning out to be useful in exactly this situation. Then his eyes suddenly locked onto something off to the side. Without wasting a second, Bu Yunseal swam straight toward it. A moment later, he came up out of the water, and the first thing he saw was the others sitting farther ahead. Bu Yunseal figured they were all too focused on circulating chi and settling their breath to notice much around them. So he just walked right past where they were resting. A few of them could only stare, completely dumbfounded that someone had crossed a pool of Jumgang crystals and still looked perfectly fine. Every face turned toward Bu Yunseal in disbelief. To them, it just did not make sense. And the same thought hit all of them at once. How in the world did he pull that off? Off to the side, So-John stood with her arms folded, silently watching the whole thing. She thought to herself, is his internal energy really so stable that he does not even need to circulate chi? That makes no sense. Still, maybe the deputy leader's arrangement was not pointless after all. But none of that was the real problem yet. So-John raised her voice. "All right, you should all be recovered by now. Get ready to move. Pungnagak is right in front of us. Show them what the Salvation Squad can do." The moment she said it, the whole squad roared and surged forward. Outside, massive enemies with heavily built bodies were already waiting, swinging their blades down at them. So John's squad did not slow down for even a second. They charged straight in and started cutting the enemy down. Bu Yunseal tightened his grip on his sword and stepped up to face one of them himself. The man caught his blade with his bare hand and squeezed down hard. Bu Yunseal clenched the hilt even harder and refused to let go. At last, his sword tore free from the man's grip and slashed down. Even then, the bastard still was not dead, and that dangerous presence was still pouring off him. The man swung his arm and counterattacked immediately. So this is Jumgang force. A body built up with medicine and physical enhancement. These monsters really do move like they cannot even feel pain. No matter how badly they get torn up, they just keep rushing forward. How are we even supposed to put something like this down? Right then, a voice suddenly rang out. You brat. In the very next instant, a single figure flashed in and killed the Jumgang warrior with one clean thrust. She clicked her tongue and barked at him. Stop getting in the way and fall back. Bu Yunseal immediately stepped away. He had no intention of interfering with Sojohn's fight. By herself, she ripped through the enemy line again and again. It was honestly incredible. She was cutting down those Jumgang warriors like it was nothing. And in that moment, Bu Yunseal suddenly remembered why he had come here in the first place. Right? I joined the Salvation Squad to watch real masters fight and grow stronger from seeing it up close. From here on, right in the middle of this chaos, I am going to study their swordsmanship carefully. His eyes quickly moved from one squad member to the next. Without saying a word, Bu Yunseal carved their movements into his memory and started turning those techniques into his own. Under the Salvation Squad's relentless assault, the Jumgang warriors were gradually being pushed back. Then suddenly, a man appeared right behind him. Bu Yunseal dropped low in one sharp motion and barely slipped past the attack. He realized more enemy fighters were pouring in. But if all I need to do is dodge and strike back, then Beast Path and Extreme Speed Invisible should be enough. The Salvation Squad already has the Demon Palace forces completely under control. So whether I step in or not, this battle is not going to end any differently. So instead, I will use this chance to watch how the Salvation Squad members fight. And take in everything they can teach me. So John drove her blade straight into an enemy's stomach. At the exact same time, 3 more enemies rushed her together. She swung once in a clean, effortless arc, and their bodies exploded apart into shredded pieces. Deep down, Bu Yunseal could not help being amazed. In that one move alone, her sword had struck them several times in a single instant. How did she do that? It didn't look like a normal saber style at all. If anything, it felt closer to swordsmanship, built around sharp thrusts and constant changes. So he drew his sword and tried to trace the movement himself. But Bu Yunseal quickly understood it wasn't something he could copy that easily. I need to keep watching her a little longer first. I'm still missing something. He locked his eyes onto Sojohn's saber stance and studied every part of it with careful focus. Then Bu Yunseal recreated the stance exactly the way he had seen it. A moment later, one clean slash swept across the Jumgang warrior and cut straight through his body. And that was when it clicked. I get it now. This isn't some rigid saber form. It's a shifting variation meant to answer whatever attack comes at you. Once swordsmanship reaches a high enough level, it stops being confined to fixed forms or named techniques. At that point, even the way someone holds a blade can become a perfect move. The squad leader hadn't been using any fixed saber form in the first place. She was simply reading the Jumgang warrior's openings and changing her attack to fit them. Inside a single strike, there were as many as 9 different sword paths hidden within it. If I use what I just figured out, after ending her clash, so John turned and looked back toward Bu Yunseal. That was when she noticed he had been watching her for quite a while. What is that brat trying to pull? Right then, a Jumgang warrior suddenly rushed at him. Bu Yunseal responded instantly and swung his sword. For a split second, everything seemed to freeze. Then 2 cuts opened across the Jumgang warrior's body, and blood sprayed out. Bu Yunseal realized that 2 slashes were his limit for now. So John stared at him, clearly caught off guard. That kid. Did he really grasp one sword 2-strike after seeing it just once? That's the very heart of my Qianba Absolute Saber. Took me 2 whole years to learn it. Bu Yunseal knew he still couldn't bring out anything beyond that, but at least he had understood the principle. Then you're next. This time, I'll watch the deputy leader. Jae-woon had noticed him too. First he copied the squad leader, and now he's aiming for me? The squad leader's Qianba Absolute Saber is a Beast Path saber art. Copying part of that is one thing, but my martial art mixes throwing blades with the long cow sword. There's no way he can reproduce that just by standing there and watching. A moment later, he slid 3 throwing blades between his fingers while keeping his sword ready in the other hand. Jae-woon slashed with one hand and, at the same time, released a throwing blade from the other with flawless precision. He smirked to himself. See that, Bu Yunseal? This is something you'll never copy. But this time Jae-woon was dead wrong. He went stiff when he saw Bu Yunseal with a long wooden staff in one hand while the other still held his sword ready. By then, several GM gang warriors had already closed in around Bu Yunseal from every direction. And then, right in front of them, he repeated the exact move Jae-woon had used only moments before. As enemy after enemy dropped, the color drained from Jae-woon's face. It was the two-handed heart technique, the art of using different martial skills in each hand at the same time. Most people would have only paid attention to the throwing blades. But he didn't get hung up on the weapon. He saw the real core of my martial art. Bu Yunseal looked over the corpses and realized he really had copied the deputy leader's movement. Still, the force behind it was nowhere near enough. This isn't something I can fully grasp that quickly. If I hadn't read those manuals in the archive, I wouldn't have been able to imitate even this much. Bu Yunseal swept his gaze across the battlefield again. Who's next? Before long, he found someone else worth paying attention to. To Bu Yunseal, that man's swordsmanship didn't look flashy at all. But every swing carried an incredible heaviness. And inside it was a massive burst of impact. That force surged forward like a crashing wave and ripped into the enemy. Bu Yunseal couldn't hide his admiration. Who would have guessed such a plain-looking move could hit with power like that? Just watching it probably isn't enough for me to truly understand it. He stood there for a moment, almost in a trance, staring at the fight in front of him. Then Bu Yunseal even crouched beside a corpse to examine it more closely. He actually reached out and touched the wound with his hand, leaving the other man staring at him in total confusion. That guy. What's he even doing out here in the middle of a battlefield? For just a moment, alarm flickered across Bu Yunseal's face. But oddly enough, there was something almost pleased in his expression too. And right then, a man came charging in, aiming to cut him down. Bu Yunseal didn't hesitate. His sword shot forward and pierced straight through the man. The GM gang warrior spat out blood and went rigid, the pain locking his whole body up like dead wood. Then a brutal burst of shock force slammed straight into his stomach. Bu Yunseal's eyes widened for a second, and in that instant, it clicked. So that's how it works. The moment the blade connected, he had driven foot chi into the sword and pushed the impact as far as it could possibly go. After watching everyone he needed to watch, a furious shout suddenly ripped across the battlefield. Nanjia Pavilion, you filthy animals! How dare you do this to us? I'll carve every single one of you to pieces. Jae-woon lifted his head and looked straight toward the figure ahead. The man who had arrived was none other than the Lord of Pongnagak. Power began gathering in the Blade Lord's palm, compressing into a heavy mass of internal energy. Then he roared. A burst of internal force exploded toward them like fireworks going off at point-blank range. Caught by surprise, they had no time to dodge and could only throw up both hands to block it head-on. From that moment on, they became even more cautious of the poison palm technique. So John moved in at once, slipping into the fight and sliding to the side in one clean motion. Then the two of them charged straight at each other, both ready to settle it in a fight to the death. A palm strike burst from the Blade Lord's hand. So John stayed completely calm and answered with a swing of her blade, not a hint of panic on her face. The poisoned palm was sliced apart where it stood. And the cutting force didn't stop there. Kept going and tore right through the Blade Lord's body too. Even then, so John's attention was still on him. Bu Yunseal, you've been watching us this whole battle. And in that short time, you figured out the heart of our martial arts and copied it almost perfectly. I didn't want to believe it. I kept refusing to accept the talent of someone who, until not long ago, knew nothing about martial arts. But there's no denying it now. I have no choice but to acknowledge you. Hearing that, the Blade Lord clenched his teeth so hard they almost ground together. The humiliation cut deep. This bastard is really losing focus while fighting me? Poisoned palm energy gathered once again in the Blade Lord's hand. Don't get carried away. So John pressed her lips together, let out a quiet breath, and warned him. You still haven't understood the gap between us. Have you? He reached out with his bare hand, caught So John's blade, and tried to force it to a stop. Only then did the GM gang warrior truly understand how terrifying his opponent's strength was. So John pushed in again and followed up immediately with another slash. A massive shock came crashing down like a waterfall, and it drove him flat into the ground. So John touched down lightly a moment later. Then she said, the Lord of Pongnagak died by my hand. After they finished off the remaining stragglers, the group headed back to Nanjia Pavilion. Even several days later, Bu Yunseal still hadn't stopped thinking about that battle. A full week had already passed since the merchant guard team completed its mission. Once he returned, He threw himself right back into his martial training. As he walked along the mountain trail, Bu Yunseal quietly turned over everything that had happened. After seeing real masters fight with his own eyes and learning from them up close, he couldn't help wondering where he himself actually stood. Lately, he had been so fixated on absorbing techniques as fast as he could that he realized he barely understood the ranking system of martial artists at all. His internal arts had only recently advanced, so now he needed to sort out the higher realms properly and get them straight in his head. Just then, a familiar voice called out to him. "Long time no see." He greeted the GM Gang Senior, and the man walked over with an easy smile. "I heard about what you pulled off recently." Bu Yunseal still felt deeply grateful toward him. "It's all thanks to your guidance, Senior." The man laughed as he looked at the one he had trained for the past 6 months. The GM Gang Senior seemed to read him right away. "One look at you and I can tell. You came here because you've got questions about internal arts, didn't you?" Bu Yunseal blinked in surprise. "How did you know? Weren't you the one with almost no natural talent to begin with?" The man said. "So it makes sense that you finally hit a wall. Back when I first taught you, I honestly thought it would take you at least 3 years just to reach the 3rd stage." The GM Gang Senior broke into a broad grin. "I really didn't expect my guess to be that far off." Bu Yunseal stayed quiet and listened to every word. "Let me check your pulse first," he said, "and take a look at your internal energy. Your internal power has already passed 1 Hoa gap. The pure Qi formed through earth absorption circulation is now being converted into extreme foot Qi, and that means your Dantian has fully awakened." "So I was right back then," Bu Yunseal thought. The GM Gang Senior didn't waste time. "You came here because you want to understand the martial realms, didn't you? The pinnacle is the realm above first rank, where both the body and internal energy are driven all the way to their limit. Once someone breaks past that limit and touches the far edge of martial arts, that is called the super ultimate realm. And beyond even that lies the supreme heavenly realm. At the supreme heavenly realm, a person can control both body and spirit freely, pushing past the restraints of internal energy and even the natural limits of the body itself." Bu Yunseal froze for a second. "There are realms even beyond that. Please, Senior, tell me more." To reach the true essence of martial arts and step into a state of absolute perfection is called the Vuguk realm. It is said that, in the current age, only 2 people have touched that level, the Murim Alliance leader and the master of the Demon Palace, the pair known as the Orthodox and Unorthodox Heavenly Emperor duo. He couldn't hide the doubt on his face. The Orthodox and Unorthodox Heavenly Emperor duo, the greatest masters of righteousness and evil, those 2 really reached that level? The GM Gang Senior went on. Beneath them are the 3 devils and the 3 venerables, and below them the 4 deities and 7 kings, all said to be masters of the Vuguk realm. Hearing that, Bu Yunseal finally began to understand just how vast the world of martial truth really was. A heavy sense of realization settled in, and with it came the feeling that there was still far too much he didn't know. The GM Gang Senior continued. "And above all of that, the highest realm of all is called the Heavenly Will realm." He explained, "The Heavenly Will realm is where a person perceives the will of heaven itself and becomes one with primordial Qi. In all of martial history, no one has ever truly reached that realm. For someone at your level right now, that's still a story from a world far beyond your reach. As for you, you're currently in the early pinnacle realm, since you've already reached the 3rd stage of the Danchong Heart method. Once you break into the 4th stage, protective body Qi will start forming around you. Only then can you truly be called part of the super ultimate realm. And when you reach the 5th stage, you'll be able to condense internal power and true Qi into visible form, stepping beyond the super ultimate realm." The GM Gang Senior paused for a moment, then continued. "At the 6th stage, your internal power will circulate endlessly and spread through every part of your body. At the 7th stage, you'll cast off the very shackles of the flesh. And at the final 8th stage, you'll borrow the power of great nature itself and gain the ability to interfere with the birth and death of all things." Bu Yunseal asked, truly puzzled, "Interfere with the birth and death of all things?" He honestly couldn't even picture what that was supposed to mean. The GM Gang Senior gave a small, apologetic smile. "I'm afraid I can't explain that very well either. I only made it to the final threshold of the 5th stage myself." But then he smiled and asked, "Still, the fact that you're asking about realms like that, does it mean you've decided to step into the Jianghu?" Bu Yunseal looked caught off guard. "How did you know?" The man answered right away. "Because if that weren't the case, you wouldn't have come all this way just to ask me these kinds of questions." Bu Yunseal admitted it. "After everything I went through with the Merchant Guard team, I realized real combat is the fastest way to grow. That's why I want to leave the mountain and roam the Jianghu." And deep down, he knew something else too. If he wanted any clues about the assassin connected to his grandfather's death, the Jianghu would offer far more answers than staying inside the Demon Palace ever could. The GM Gang Senior smiled when he heard that. Then he reminded him that anyone planning to roam the Jianghu first needed to understand what kind of place it really was. Go find Master Cheol. He'll teach you what you need to know. Bu Yunseal cupped his hands and thanked him. Thank you for your guidance. The man looked at him and gave one last warning. The Jianghu is dangerous, and the storms there can turn without warning. Be careful. Then he called out to him softly. Senior, please stay safe until the day we meet again. Bu Yunseal returned to Wang Gul, already hearing the sharp ring of hammer blows before he even arrived. He stood there watching him, his face calm and unreadable. The hammer kept slamming down against the stone table over and over again. Only after a short while did Wang Gul finally stop and respond. He turned around and asked, What did you come to see me for? Wang Gul set a notebook down on the table in front of him. Bu Yunseal picked it up, clearly confused. What is this? Wang Gul answered, Everything you came here to learn is in there. He carefully flipped through the pages one by one and read what was written inside. Bu Yunseal's eyes widened. This was practically a complete record of the Jianghu, including the traits and information of its sex, the biographies of famous masters, and even detailed notes on the number 18 demonic warriors. The contents were far too deep for an ordinary Wang Gul to know. So how could he possibly know all this? Wang Gul looked at him and said, Read all of it. At the very least, you won't suffer just because you were ignorant. And when you're done, burn it. Bu Yunseal thought to himself that he still had no idea who this man really was. But with an information network like this, maybe it wasn't so hard to understand. With intelligence on this level, it almost stopped feeling strange altogether. Bu Yunseal spoke in a quiet voice. Wang Gul, may I ask you one more thing? Wang Gul said nothing. He just waited for him to continue. Still seated at the table, Wang Gul explained it piece by piece. The man could freely control his bones and muscles to launch upward thrusting sword attacks, and he had enough precision to slice off a moving target's arms without the slightest error. And on top of that, there was the butcher's poison, a lethal toxin that rotted flesh and threw the blood itself into chaos. Bu Yunseal asked to make sure. You mean he also used hidden weapons and silent arts? Wang Gul answered, That's right. Bu Yunseal found that hard to understand. For someone with swordsmanship that terrifying, why would he still rely on hidden weapons and poison? A faint crease formed between his brows, like he had just started to suspect something. Wang Gul continued, Most likely, he's a spy who never intended to reveal his real identity to the martial world. Bu Yunseal asked, Then you mean he might not actually be a master of the demonic path? Wang Gul gave a small nod. Exactly. It's not that he used those methods because he belonged to the demonic path. More likely, he used every trick he could to hide who he really was. Bu Yunseal fell silent for a moment. So the killer might not be some infamous demonic master after all, but an infiltrator hiding behind a face no one knows. Then does that mean I need to investigate righteous figures too, instead of only searching among the demonic path? But if Wang Gul was right, and every clue the man left behind was just part of a disguise, then how was he ever supposed to find him? Wang Gul noticed his expression darken and called out to him. Bu Yunseal, I have a proposal for you. Be back before dusk. You need to come back. Bu Yunseal answered, I want to roam the Jianghu. Danshin looked at him with open curiosity. You suddenly show up here out of nowhere, so what is it this time? Wasn't the merchant guard team experience enough for you already? Bu Yunseal replied, That mission was valuable, but I still feel like I need more real combat if I want to finish my practical martial training as quickly as possible. Danshin awkwardly rested his chin on his hand and said, I get what you mean, but even as deputy chief, I can't just let you leave whenever you feel like it. If you belong to a division or a team in this sect, then to go out into the Jianghu you need permission from your division head or your team leader first. Bu Yunseal continued, I know that. What I want is to join the QSAT team. That answer genuinely shocked Danshin. His face went stiff and he shot to his feet. Where did you hear about that? Bu Yunseal answered honestly. Wang Gul told me. Earlier, he suggested that I join the QSAT team. The QSAT team was the unit that handled assassinations, kidnappings, sabotage, and the theft of important resources. They took on the kind of missions the Demon Palace would never publicly acknowledge. He said it would be a good chance for me to get what I want. With things the way they are now, tracking down the murderer won't be easy. But if I join the QSAT team, the kind of group that moves through the same shadows, I might come across a clue. He also said the missions there are dangerous enough that your life is always at risk, which means I could grow stronger through real combat too. Danshin rejected it immediately. Absolutely not. But Bu Yunseal cut in. I already know what kind of place the QSAT team is. The moment you enter, your existence is erased. And from then on, every mission puts your life on the line. Danshin replied, That's right. The QSAT team handles the dirtiest work of the Demon Palace. Once you enter, you erase your name and affiliation and carry out missions with no support from anyone. It's a place meant for criminals working off their sins, or for people driven there by desperate need for money. You're one of our number 18. Do you really intend to become part of the QSAT team? Bu Yunseal had his reasons. He wanted strength and he wanted it fast. If the road to that strength ran through the QSAT team, then he was ready to throw himself into it. After all, the number 18 are nothing more than tools meant to cut down righteous masters. If the only thing that matters is whether I can swing my blade without hesitation, then the stronger I become, the better. Isn't that true? Danshin had no answer for that. Just as Bu Yunseal said, most of the 10 great demonic gates saw the number 18 as nothing more than disposable tools. But Danshin made one thing clear. Our pavilion is different. From the very beginning, I intended to raise you as my true successor. Those words left Bu Yunseal completely stunned. Then a faint smile touched his face as he replied, I understand exactly what the Deputy Pavilion Master means. But that's exactly why I want to join the QSAT team even more. You still don't understand why? He explained, because from everything I've seen so far, the real nature of Nanjia Pavilion was never about getting stronger while staying safely protected. At that, Danshin fell silent. Then he let out a long breath. Honestly, arguing with you is impossible. In the end, he had no choice but to give in. Fine. But only for 1 year. Bu Yunseal lit up at once. Thank you, sir. Danshin didn't forget to warn him. If you ever feel you've reached the level you were aiming for, leave the QSAT team immediately and come back. Bu Yunseal promised he would remember. I will. Then Danshin added, since you're already set on leaving the mountain, I'll give you something that should help. Right now, your face is too handsome. Stands out far too much. And as the most talked about rookie among the number 18, being able to hide your identity during missions is going to be a major advantage. Leaving Nanjia Pavilion behind, Bu Yunseal slipped into the busy streets and disappeared into the flow of the crowd. Before long, he arrived at Dongting Lake. As he moved along the road, Bu Yunseal suddenly stopped in his tracks. His face no longer looked quite the same as before. On the way here, people had kept glancing at him and whispering to each other, and Bu Yunseal remembered that clearly. That was why, just before leaving, he used the face-switching bone-change art the deputy had taught him. He lifted his gaze to the building ahead. This was the Guzzle branch of the QSAT team. Bu Yunseal raised a hand and lightly knocked against the wooden door bar. The door opened, and his eyes quietly swept across the room inside, from the hanging lanterns to the neatly arranged blocks of wood. Then Bu Yunseal stepped in and walked down a corridor with bookshelves lining both sides. He thought to himself, it really does look like some quiet old bookstore. Is this really a QSAT branch? Then a voice called out and politely invited him farther inside. A man rose to his feet and asked, What are you looking for? Sir? Bu Yunseal pulled a book from inside his chest and said, I'm here to sell a book. The man held out his hand and replied, Let me see it. Bu Yunseal handed it over respectfully with both hands. The shopkeeper lowered his eyes and checked the title written across the cover. He paused for a moment, as if weighing its value in silence, then said, This book is rather old. I'm afraid it won't bring much of a price, Bu Yunseal said. Then how about trading it for another book instead? What do you think? The shopkeeper turned and called for someone named Mon. A young man came running out at once. Apprentice, the shopkeeper said, Take our guest inside so he can look through the ancient books. Mon cheerfully took the lead. Please come this way. He led Bu Yunseal into a room, carefully shut the door behind them, and only then turned around to face him. That was when he finally introduced himself. I'm Mon, the one in charge of communications here. Right away, Bu Yunseal could feel the entire atmosphere had changed. Mon continued, For convenience, QSAT members usually address each other by code name. From here on, your code name will be number 18. Pick a mission from the book, and I'll explain the details for you. Bu Yunseal flipped through the notebook. This one, Zhang Mission 3rd posting. Reward, 500 niang of silver. Steal the Bosan incense and Gaijian Jiren Goji oxen. Bu Yunseal asked, What does posting mean? Mon explained that it referred to how many times the mission had been put out. Either 3 people had already failed it or no one had taken it for a long time, so it had been issued again for the 3rd time. Bu Yunseal quickly understood. Most of the jobs were escort robberies, treasure theft, or the spreading of false information. None of that meant much to him. What I need are real fights, the kind that can harden me and make me stronger. There's got to be something like that in here. Then his eyes stopped on a single page. 9th posting. You'll grade, 9th posting. Reward, 3,000 niang of silver. Secretly eliminate Sukjong, deputy hallmaster of the Blood In Cult's soul-seizing hall. Mon quickly warned him not to even think about taking that one. Bu Yunseal looked up, surprised. Why not? Mon explained that QSAT missions were divided into 4 ranks, Bing and Ding, with the upper ranks being far more difficult. From rank it and above, those jobs were usually meant for veterans with more than 3 years of service. Those top-ranked missions were reserved for the strongest experts and assigned directly, not freely chosen. So among the mission's members could pick for themselves, rank it was the highest and hardest. Sukjong had been known across the Jianghu as a master for more than 10 years. He had already survived repeated assassination attempts, so there was no way a simple sneak attack would be enough to kill him. That was exactly why the reward had climbed as high as 3,000 niang. The moment Bu Yunseal heard that, he knew this was the kind of mission he had been looking for. A slow grin spread across his face. Mon frowned in confusion and glanced at him again. Bu Yunseal closed the notebook and said, "Then I'll take this one." Didn't he hear anything I just said? With half-baked assassination skills, there's no way he can kill that man. Bu Yunseal tucked the notebook back into his chest and thought, it's fine. Wang Gul's book has information on Sukjong too. This mission isn't impossible. Mon stole another glance at him and thought, this guy, I warned him because I thought he might be someone special, but in the end, he's just a dramatic brat. In the end, Mon only let out a quiet sigh and chose not to interfere any further. Then he reached for the lantern cord and said, the robes and tools you'll need for the mission are over on this side. He gave the cord a sharp pull, and right away, a hidden door slid open from the wall. The man brought Bu Yunseal inside. Along the walls, all kinds of weapons had been laid out in rows. He looked around for a bit, then finally picked out a set of gear and dragged it over. A pack of clothes and a sword were tossed down on the floor like they meant nothing. Bu Yunseal clicked his tongue to himself. It was obvious this was all old junk. Then again, why would they waste decent equipment on someone they figured would be dead soon anyway? Still, none of that really mattered. Before long, the result would make everything clear. He picked up the items, then quietly said his goodbye. See you later. With that, the man walked out, leaving Bu Yunseal alone in the room. A faint uneasiness crept over him, and he let out another slow breath. Not long after that, the shopkeeper returned and asked how things had gone. The man just flicked his hand like it was nothing. For his very first mission, he picked the hardest one there was. We're probably never seeing him again. When the shopkeeper asked what mission he had taken, the man said he'd gone after Sukjong, the master of the Blood In Cult. The shopkeeper stiffened. What? Sukjong, the master of the Blood In Cult? Isn't that the same mission even the famous Salvation Squad couldn't pull off? The man gave a mocking snort. Arrogant and stupid. Total waste. That's why I only gave him some worthless leftover gear. The shopkeeper fell silent for a moment, wondering which disciple from the Demon Palace had sent that brat to the Salvation Squad. Either way, he'd probably just end up as another corpse dumped aside by the Blood In Cult. Meanwhile, Bu Yunseal was already heading straight for Blood In Island. The Blood In Cult had risen fast out of the Blood Sect, and now it stood as the strongest demonic force rooted on that lonely island. When the boat finally arrived, he figured that even a place like this had to rely on a steady flow of ships bringing in supplies. The shoreline was packed with people hauling cargo back and forth. Shouts were flying everywhere. Over here. Set it down here. What the hell are you doing? Bu Yunseal blended into the crowd without missing a beat and lowered his head. Sorry, it's my first time doing this kind of work. I'll fix it right away. By slipping in aboard a merchant ship loaded with goods, Bu Yunseal managed to get onto Blood In Island. All around him, men were busily moving cargo on and off the vessel. Orders were coming in from every side. Bring that here. Move that out. Someone get over here. A young man named Jae Woon answered right away. Understood. I'm on it. But from a short distance away, someone had been watching him the whole time. Then that person finally called out. Hey you. He turned immediately and answered, yes sir. The instant the other man moved, the watcher's eyes suddenly widened. Before he even had time to process it, a sword was already pressed to his throat. A thin cut opened across his skin, and fresh blood began to slide down. The man kept his eyes on Bu Yunseal's face, studying every reaction. That's the look of someone who doesn't know martial arts at all. Could he really be an infiltrator? Could he really be an infiltrator? A moment later, the sword was withdrawn, and the order came down. Call the doctor. Get him treated. One of the men rushed off at once to fetch a physician. Several others came over and looked him over from all sides. Then they took him to the doctor to have the wound treated. As the doctor stitched his neck with a needle, he cried out, "That hurts. Hold still for a second." Once the bandage was wrapped around his neck, the doctor finished up. There. That should do it. You lost a decent amount of blood, but the cut wasn't deep. I stitched it up cleanly, so in about 7 days you should be completely healed. The patient looked relieved and thanked him right away. Thank you, doctor. Your hands are incredible. That could have turned ugly. What luck. After the patient left, the doctor went back into his room and shut the door behind him. Only then did the truth come out. The doctor was actually Bu Yunseal in disguise. He quietly let out the breath he'd been holding. He had come dangerously close to being exposed, but the calm hands of a skilled doctor naturally drew no suspicion. And for sailors, a physician was exactly the kind of person who could go almost anywhere without much trouble. Using the face-changing and bone-shifting art taught by the deputy pavilion master, along with the technique he had learned from Woomanchong, his disguise had become nearly perfect. He already knew the ship would be leaving the dock at dawn, so no matter what happened, he had to deal with Sukjong tonight. The sun sank lower and lower, washing the island in a dim red glow. Before long, night had completely taken over. Far off in the darkness, the lights from the ship crews flickered faintly. Bu Yunseal picked up his pace. He didn't want to waste even a second, so he kept moving until a building finally appeared ahead of him. At the edge of a cliff, he came to a stop and looked down in silence. So that's the Blood In cult. Bu Yunseal slowly swept his eyes across the defenses below. Several guards had been posted around the area, and every one of them stayed alert with strict discipline. He dug his foot into the ground, took a short running start, and launched himself upward in one clean motion. Not long after, Bu Yunseal dropped from above and landed softly on the roof below. He immediately lowered himself and stayed hidden there, watching the men underneath with careful eyes. Bu Yunseal's gaze tightened and locked onto one spot. The man below giving orders was Sukjong. Good, just keep it that way. Even from this distance, Bu Yunseal could feel the weight of that inner power. No wonder Sukjong had a reputation as a monster. But the more he watched, the more something felt wrong. A man who had lived through 9 assassination attempts should never be showing his inner power that openly. That meant it could be bait, a trap set out on purpose. So Bu Yunseal knew he had to move even more carefully from here. He eased himself down to the ground and slowly checked the area around him, not letting a single detail slip past. Then he followed the route Sukjong had taken. The air was thick with the smell of medicine, and it seemed to lead toward the Blood In cult's hidden medicine vault. He had already heard that the vault was built underground, a place where sound wouldn't carry, and the perfect place to spring an ambush. Then Sukjong suddenly stopped, and Bu Yunseal's chest tightened. Sukjong just stood there, his face completely unreadable. Bu Yunseal pressed himself behind a pillar and didn't even dare let his breathing rise. Only when Sukjong started walking again did Bu Yunseal finally let out a breath. All he could do was hope he hadn't been noticed. Then, keeping his steps silent, he moved down toward the stairs. A room came into view ahead, its door already hanging open. He gently pushed it wider and looked inside. Inside the room, Sukjong was standing in front of a chest. Opening it, Bu Yunseal slowly pulled out his sword. Sukjong's back was completely exposed. If there was ever a chance to end it in one strike, this was it. Then his foot touched one of the floor tiles. The tile sank under him immediately, and Bu Yunseal knew at once something was wrong. In the very next second, hidden darts poured down from above. He kicked back and barely escaped in time. The trap had already gone off. Sukjong didn't even bother turning around. Honestly, all you assassins are pathetic. It's almost funny. Every one of you picks this exact same spot to ambush me, like you all rehearsed it together. You really showed up at the perfect time. Do you know that? Then the chest opened farther, revealing a severed head inside. At the same time, Sukjong moved like he was about to draw his sword. I even left one empty space in there, just enough for your head too. Sukjong sounded almost entertained, like he was genuinely enjoying the shock on his target's face. You people always do the same thing. You sneak in on a supply ship, wait for your opening, and then try to kill me here. That's exactly why I had all these traps built into this room. Idiots. They just keep dying to the same trick. Bu Yunseal bitterly realized this was one of the Salvation Squad's biggest flaws. Their agents carried out missions without even knowing who the others were. Maybe that kept things secret, but it also meant no one shared information. And because of that, they all ended up walking into the same trap and dying for it. Sukjong tossed his sword aside like he wasn't impressed at all. So this time they sent me some young brat. Someone like you isn't even worth using my pet fighters on. Then he grabbed the sword behind him and charged forward without hesitation. Once I cut off your arms and legs, I'll take my time listening to you scream in despair. But Bu Yunsil didn't waver in the slightest. A failed assassination wasn't enough to shake him, because from the very beginning what he really wanted was a fight to the death. A moment later, their swords slammed into each other. Steel flashed, and sparks snapped through the air. At that point, Sukjong could no longer treat him like some ordinary opponent. With a sharp twist of his blade, he knocked Bu Yunsil backward. Sukjong made his judgment instantly. This brat has serious inner power. And that swordsmanship. This isn't the style of some common assassin. Now this is interesting. So you came here using the Black Tsu blade technique. Bu Yunsil steadied himself at once, settling into his stance and bracing for the next exchange. His blade slashed through the force riding behind Sukjong's attack. Bu Yunsil's thoughts moved fast. The sword form itself was simple. If he stayed calm, he should have been able to turn it aside. But he realized that too soon because the next strike still tore into him. Bu Yunsil's eyes widened. What? I definitely blocked that. Sukjong only came on harder. What's wrong? You can't even defend yourself? He kept pressing in, driving one attack after another straight at Bu Yunsil. For the moment, all Bu Yunsil could do was grit his teeth and keep blocking with his sword. Even so, something about it felt deeply wrong. He had clearly seen an opening, and yet Sukjong's attacks weren't aiming for those weak points at all. If Sukjong wasn't planning to kill him right away, then that gave Bu Yunsil an opening. His feet shifted and he drove straight in. On the surface, it looked reckless, but that wasn't it at all. He was charging forward to figure out the secret behind those strange sword strikes. Inside that sealed chamber, the sound of steel crashing against steel rang out hard, bouncing painfully off the walls. Sukjong let out a mocking little laugh. Not bad. You've got guts. Then his voice turned cold. Try blocking this. Left upper severing stroke. Bu Yunsil kept his focus razor sharp, watching the next move his opponent was about to unleash. In the blink of an eye, Sukjong had already closed the distance again. Bu Yunsil pulled back immediately. The path of the strike shifted so fast it was nearly impossible to track. And then it clicked. So that's what it is. Was this a kind of deceptive technique, one built around tiny motions that misled the eye? The moment he grasped that much, Bu Yunsil had already found the answer he needed. Instead of panicking, he slowly closed his eyes and steadied himself. Sukjong had no idea what he was doing and sneered at him. So you got lucky enough to realize my technique uses feints. But closing your eyes won't help you dodge it. Bu Yunsil was sure of it. No, it would. Even with his eyes shut, he could still pick up every movement Sukjong made, because he had the wild beast way. Even Sukjong's slow, measured steps came through clearly to him, like he could see them with his eyes open. From that point on, every attack Sukjong sent at him was broken apart one after another. Sukjong's expression changed on the spot. This bastard. How is he breaking my feint technique while leaving himself wide open? And in that same moment, Bu Yunsil turned the tide and struck back. His eyes were still closed, and yet every gap in Sukjong's defense was clear to him. Sukjong was forced back. For a brief second, the two of them paused and held their distance. Then Bu Yunsil rushed in. Even the hidden darts falling from above were sliced apart by the blade as he advanced. The sight of Bu Yunsil charging straight at him made Sukjong stiffen. Only Bu Yunsil understood it. But by then, Sukjong had already made two fatal mistakes he could never take back. First, he had given Bu Yunsil enough time to figure out how the technique worked. Bu Yunsil raised his sword. Then, with one clean downward slash, he brought it down. And the second mistake was even worse. Sukjong's own arrogance had made him drop both his footwork and his guard. Sukjong froze in horror. In a moment like this, the force blasted him backward. Bu Yunsil caught that opening instantly and lunged after him without hesitation. Sukjong yanked out a whistle. At this rate, things were getting dangerous. He needed to call the men outside. Just as he started to bring it to his lips, there was no chance Bu Yunsil was going to let that happen. A single thrust shot forward and drove straight through Sukjong's chest. Blood spilled from his mouth as he coughed. So this is how I lose. To some assassin nobody even knows? Bu Yunsil pulled his sword free, and fresh blood sprayed out in all directions. The whistle slipped from Sukjong's hand, and before long, the floor beneath him was soaked red. Even at the very end, Bu Yunsil didn't let his guard down. No matter how powerful a master might be, once carelessness sets in, death is never far behind. After that, Bu Yunsil left at once and began his retreat. Back at the old bookshop, where everything was quiet again, the shopkeeper was leisurely sipping tea when someone suddenly rushed in, breathing hard, with urgent news. He looked up and said, "Ma Woon, what's got you in such a hurry?" The messenger answered right away. Haven't you heard? Sukjong is dead. The moment he heard that, the shopkeeper visibly jolted. The story spread fast and quickly turned into the biggest rumor around. Sukjong, the Black Snake Sword, had died inside the Blood In cult. Not from a clean assassination, but after being brought down in a sudden clash during an opening in combat. Some even said his prized sword had been found shattered by a heavy blade. A swordsman who had roamed the martial world for 10 long years. So who could possibly have taken down a man like that? And the very man everyone was whispering about, Bu Yunsil, had already made it back. The shopkeeper hurried outside to meet him. Please come in, sir. You've returned much sooner than expected. He stepped forward politely and led the way. Please, this way. As soon as they got inside and the door closed, the shopkeeper quickly leaned in. Did you really kill Sukjong? Is that rumor actually true? He kept turning it over in his head. But it still didn't add up to him. How could something like that even happen? Then he caught himself and stopped. No, that's not something I should be asking. Panda only handles assignments. I thought you knew better than to pry beyond that. The man immediately looked embarrassed. Yes, you're right. I understand. I won't ask anything else. The reward is 3,000 niang. I'll pay it in banknotes and your next mission will come in 3 days. That's all you need to know. He handed a thick stack of banknotes over to Bu Yunsil, while keeping one note back in his own hand. The other man called after him. There's still one more note. Bu Yunsil answered without even pausing. Keep it. Buy yourself a drink. Farewell. The two men could only stand there staring, mouths half open, as Bu Yunsil disappeared into the distance. Ma Wun fumed. That bastard. I've been disguised as some useless little clerk, and he really took me for one. The shopkeeper beside him burst out laughing. Just where did that monster even come from? Then Ma Wun turned, still confused. Big brother. The shopkeeper then gave his order. From now on, make sure number 18 only gets missions worth 5 loads or more. If Panda's name reaches the higher-ups, our brothers might finally get out of this cursed pit. 6 months passed, and on the noisy, crowded streets, Ma Wun greeted him warmly the moment he showed up. Well, look who's here. The two of them hurried out to welcome him. The pillar of our Aekiang branch, number 18, has arrived. This time we've got a major mission waiting for you. Thanks to you, even the bookshop's been doing great. Bu Yunsil understood right away. He was here for another assignment. But from the look of it, the man clearly had more to say. So Bu Yunsil stayed silent and simply waited for the shopkeeper to continue. The shopkeeper got right to it. Number 18, lately the higher-ups have taken a strong interest in your skills. Because of that, a direct order has come down from above just for you. Bu Yunsil gave him a look that clearly asked for the details. The answer came back. You're to escort a VIP around Aekiang. Bu Yunsil turned like he was about to leave right then and there. I refuse. Ma Wun hurriedly cut in, wait, and caught his sleeve before trying to talk him down. This mission pays at the level of an armor contract. Money alone is 10,000 niang a day. Bu Yunsil answered evenly, you already know I have no use for money. The shopkeeper kept pressing. Of course I know that. You only take missions that involve killing. But think this through. Like I said, this order came directly from above. If you refuse, it won't stop at simple humiliation. This whole Aekiang branch could be erased. Inside, he cursed the stubborn fool. For a brief moment, he really did want to draw his blade and take the man's head on the spot. Then the shopkeeper offered a condition. If you accept this mission, the branch will provide your equipment, and every piece of intelligence we gather will be passed to you as well. Will that do? Bu Yunsil asked. How long will that intelligence support continue? The man blinked. What do you mean, how long? We're from the same house. You know that. Bu Yunsil answered, fine. Understood. But remember this. Only this once. The door slammed shut behind them, and Bu Yunsil walked out. Ma Wun immediately exploded. Seriously? Has Big Brother lost his mind? Handing over all our intelligence like that? We're not his private spy network. The shopkeeper answered, quiet down and watch. Once this mission is over, we may finally be able to return to the Demon Palace. Ma Wun could barely believe what he was hearing. Is that actually true? The other man didn't explain any further. The details are confidential, but the person he's escorting this time is no ordinary guest. Elsewhere, the room was packed with guests. Cups were raised high, and wine was poured back and forth across the table. Bu Yunsil had come there to carry out the mission. As he approached the table, he gave his report. I am number 18, a 9th-rank slaughter member of the Aekiang branch. I've come to take charge of the escort assignment. The young woman looked him over and asked, So you're the warrior assigned to escort us? The man sitting across from her ground his teeth and snapped in annoyance. I told you already. I don't need any guards. The young woman introduced herself. I'm Danso, okay, and this is... Before she could finish, the man cut in on his own. I am Wu Moonhuang. Bu Yunseal quietly took in the scene before him. Inwardly, he sized it up. A young woman sitting in a high-end tavern, with a table covered in the finest dishes, and beside her, a master of unclear background calling himself Wu Moonhuang. Just from one glance, it was obvious they had both money and status. Wu Moonhuang spoke in a cold warning. As long as I'm here, you won't need to do a thing. Stay out of sight. And don't even think about interfering with Sooke's outing. Even Bu Yunseal had to admit it when he felt that crushing pressure. He really does carry an intimidating presence. Can someone really create that kind of pressure with chi alone? Dan Sooke stood up at once and came to his defense. Uncle, why are you trying to scare away the man who came here to help us? Then she turned back to him. Are you all right? She gave a calm little smile and explained. Please forgive him. My uncle is a man of considerable standing, and he's been away from the Jianghu for a very long time. That was exactly why everyone in her household worried so much, but he simply thumped his chest and reassured her. What's there to worry about? So okay, just trust your uncle. Bu Yunseal understood right away. So he really was a master from the older generation. But after staying away from the Jianghu for that long, his sense for danger had probably gone dull. And in unfamiliar territory, that made him even more vulnerable. Honam was a place where countless factions crossed paths and collided. Bu Yunseal's job here was simple. Make sure nothing happened to them. Dan Sooke looked at him with curiosity. But number 18, that name is pretty unusual. He answered plainly. Members of the Ninth Slaughter don't use personal names. Number 18 is just the title I was given within the squad. She asked politely, then would it be all right if I called you Mr. Ho? Call me whatever you like. Miss. Dan Sooke smiled. Then Mr. Ho it is. As she said that, her hand slowly rose. That's why you're wearing a fake face, isn't it? Her fingers brushed Bu Yunseal's face, and for the first time in a long while, he was genuinely caught off guard. No one had ever noticed before. Dan Sooke smiled brightly. I just notice certain things better than most people. The way your facial muscles move is just a little unnatural. Bu Yunseal turned his face away. For her to notice something that subtle, she was definitely no ordinary woman. In fact, she might be far more important than he first thought. But what she said next surprised him even more. Dan Sooke cheerfully said, All right then, Mr. Ho. After we finish eating, I want to go ride a boat. Bu Yunseal cut in immediately. Wait. His eyes sharpened toward one side of the room. Something felt very wrong. Everyone in the tavern was still repeating the exact same stories they had been telling when he first came in. That meant there was a very good chance the entire tavern had already been swapped out with assassins sent for this mission. As night settled over the place, the atmosphere inside the inn suddenly grew heavy. The red lanterns hanging overhead now looked less like decoration and more like a warning that blood was about to spill. Bu Yunseal narrowed his eyes and said nothing. On the surface, the tavern looked normal. But underneath that, killing intent was spreading through every corner. It turned out every person in the room, from the servers to the drunken, laughing customers, was an assassin in disguise. The only table that was truly normal was theirs. Sharp indeed. Luckily, Bu Yunseal had taken a seat in the shadows, which shielded the group from any surprise attack coming from behind. He stayed calm and watched, waiting for the hidden killers to make their move. While Bu Yunseal worked out how to deal with the hidden weapons, Wu Moonhuang brushed right past him. The old man was far too proud to concern himself with tricks like that. Wu Moonhuang let out a contemptuous sneer, like he was more than enough to wipe out this whole nest of insects by himself. Bu Yunseal sighed inwardly. The man was being far too reckless. At that moment, one assassin finally lost patience and charged first. Bu Yunseal started to draw his sword, but Wu Moonhuang moved even faster than he expected. The old man roared in anger, calling the assassins nothing but worthless shrimps. The force packed into that shout made the whole place tremble and stopped them cold. The assassins froze for a few seconds, shaken that their presence had been exposed so quickly. In an instant, the ambush they had prepared so carefully was falling apart. Realizing there was no point hiding anymore, their leader ordered everyone to attack at once. A dark wave of killers came rushing in from every direction toward Wu Moonhuang. Wu Moonhuang only gave a cold snort as powerful chi gathered into his hands. His eyes were full of contempt, like he couldn't believe anyone this pathetic dared challenge him. Then he unleashed a terrifying palm strike straight into the lead assassin's chest. The man didn't even have time to react before he was blasted away with a scream. The impact ripped through the center of the inn with a thunderous crash. His strength was the real thing. No wonder Wu Moonhuang had been acting so confidently. While Wu Moonhuang tore through the attackers, Bu Yunseal stayed cool and never left Dan Sooke's side. His attention remained fixed on the hidden weapons still flying at them. From above, the inn must have looked like a battlefield already torn to pieces. Even Bu Yunseal found himself quietly measuring Wu Moonhuang's strength. There was no question about it. The old man was a terrifying master. One assassin cried out in despair that only 3 of them were left. In an instant, the pride of hunters had turned into naked fear. Even so, they were bound to their mission. Grinding their teeth, they charged again, their loud shouts sounding less like courage and more like desperate attempts to force themselves forward. Wu Moonhuang stood right in the middle of the encirclement without moving, empty-handed while blades flashed all around him. He laughed loudly, mocking just how weak they were, then decided to end it once and for all. Martial energy surged into both his palms, swelling larger and larger like it was about to explode. Then a truly devastating blast erupted inside the inn and swept through everything in its path. Deep cracks raced across the wooden floor as smoke and dust burst into the air. A strike like that should have been enough to wipe out every unlucky assassin around him. Wu Moonhuang slammed the assassins up into the ceiling and ended the ambush in the blink of an eye. But Bu Yunseal didn't believe it was over. The killing intent around the inn was still far too dense. Dan Sooke trembled as she hid behind Bu Yunseal, obviously terrified. But he had no time to calm her down, because he had already sensed something even more dangerous close by. Bu Yunseal focused completely and slipped around the strange attacks coming out of the darkness. Flashes of light were still bursting through the inn, proof that the fight was far from finished, and with a faint frown, he said the real show wasn't over yet. He quickly swept away the hidden weapons raining down toward Dan Sooke. In a stern voice, he told Dan Sooke not to move more than 3 steps away from him. In chaos like this, one careless moment was enough for someone to get crushed. Dan Sooke could only murmur that she understood, her face still pale with shock. And honestly, it was no surprise. Assassins had come at them from every direction. Bu Yunseal kept moving, darting left and right as his sharp eyes tracked every tiny motion the enemy made. Even while dealing with the attackers, Bu Yunseal kept checking on Dan Sooke. He knew that right now, protecting her mattered more than anything else. Then a fierce punch exploded outward, sending a shockwave tearing through the air around them. Wu Moonhuang stood right in the middle of the blood-soaked battlefield, looking down at the assassins scattered across the ground. In his eyes, they were just pests, too worthless to even take seriously. Once the fighting died down, the old man hurried over to check on Dan Sooke. But thanks to Bu Yunseal staying sharp the whole time, she had made it through without a single injury. Dan Sooke gave a quiet nod of thanks and made sure to mention Bu Yunseal's help. If he had not stepped in when he did, things could have turned out far worse. Hearing that, Wu Moonhuang let out a cold snort. He shot Bu Yunseal a look full of jealousy and disdain, then flatly said there was nothing to thank that brat for. To him, the whole thing was absurd. A moment later, the old man turned on Bu Yunseal and started pressing him about his real intentions. In his mind, Bu Yunseal had stepped in more to flaunt his martial arts than to genuinely protect her. Wu Moonhuang's face tightened with open irritation. He was the kind of hard-headed old man who believed in no one but himself, and winning him over was never going to happen easily. The mood between them turned tense in an instant as they faced each other head-on. Even with the old man clearly trying to bait him, Bu Yunseal stayed composed and refused to take the bait. There was a dangerous spark in Wu Moonhuang's eyes, like he might erupt at any second. And with the group already in danger, that overblown pride was becoming a serious problem. As they looked over the scene, they found one assassin already dead from poison needles. The second Bu Yunseal saw that, he understood what it meant. These were not random thugs. They were trained killers sent to finish the job no matter what. The 3 of them stood there in the ruined room without saying a word, while the thick smell of blood hung heavy in the air. After seeing the fight with his own eyes, Bu Yunseal quietly reevaluated Wu Moonhuang. The old man had not been all talk. His martial arts were unquestionably at the highest level. Wu Moonhuang casually suggested they head back and rest, as if the fight they had just survived had been nothing more than a little warm-up. His smug attitude never slipped for even a second. But Bu Yunseal did not relax. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became that something worse was coming. The instincts he had built through experience would not let him brush this off so easily. He quickly warned them that returning to the Dan family residence right now would be dangerous. Their whereabouts had already been exposed, and the enemy was most likely waiting there to strike again. Wu Moonhuang scoffed at the idea of hiding. To him, Bu Yunseal's warning sounded like cowardice. Sneaking around was something he believed only the weak would do, never someone like him. He boldly declared that even if a whole swarm of mosquitoes came at him, they still would not be able to lay a hand on him. Watching the two of them clash like this, Dan Sooke could only stand there in a daze. More than anyone, she knew that if they kept moving around this openly, their enemies would find them again sooner or later. Bu Yunseal suggested they disguise themselves, hoping it might at least lower the risk. But Wu Moonhuang rejected it immediately, saying tricks like that were for rats, not for him. Bu Yunseal let out a quiet breath. He could already tell words were not going to change the old man's mind. So instead, he decided he would stay close and protect the young lady himself. As they moved, Bu Yunseal kept scanning every corner around them, and that bad feeling still would not go away. While they walked, Bu Yunseal quietly told Dan Sooke to stay behind him no matter what. He was sure the assassin's true target was the frail young woman, not the others. Inwardly, he thought that if the enemy really chose to attack them at the residence, that might actually work in his favor. It would be the perfect chance to wipe them out all at once. His power was no longer what it used to be, and that change suited him better now. Hearing Bu Yunseal's steady voice, Dan Sooke gave a faint smile behind her veil, small and quiet, but filled with trust. With someone that dependable standing guard over her, she finally felt a little safer. Before long, they reached the great Dan family mansion beneath the night sky. Under the pale moonlight, the massive estate stood in silence, giving off a strange and eerie presence. They crossed the courtyard at an even pace, but Bu Yunseal never let his guard down. The silence was too deep. Every step felt tense, like he was walking straight into a trap. And just as he expected, assassins started appearing from the darkness like restless spirits. The first one dropped from the rooftop, and in that instant the real ambush began. Wu Moonhuang ground his teeth, his face twisting with savage excitement at the sight of enemies coming straight to him. Even now, the old man still had not grasped just how serious the situation had become. He lunged forward like a tiger and started tearing into the assassins with brutal strikes, not hesitating for even a moment. He sprang high into the air, leaving Bu Yunseal below to guard Dan Sooke. And at that same moment, one assassin shouted a warning that an even bigger trap had already been set in motion. The clash exploded so fast that no ordinary eye could keep up with the flashing blades. Then a terrifying shockwave burst outward and tore through everything in its path in an instant. After Wu Moonhuang unleashed that massive strike, dust and smoke swallowed the entire courtyard, throwing the whole scene into chaos. Wu Moonhuang dropped back down into the wreckage and smugly declared that everything was still under control. Even then, his pride did not crack. He still had no idea the real disaster was only starting. But Bu Yunseal cut right through that confidence with a sharp warning. He could already sense far deadlier presences closing in on them from all sides. The moment Wu Moonhuang saw it, he stopped cold. His eyes widened as something unbelievable unfolded right in front of him, and the arrogance he had been clinging to finally began to break. Hundreds, maybe even thousands, of assassins dressed in black started pouring down from above and rising up from below. In the blink of an eye, the group found itself surrounded by a true army. Sweat started pouring down Wu Moonhuang's face as he stammered in disbelief. Faced with that overwhelming tide of enemies, every trace of his earlier arrogance disappeared. Bu Yunseal tightened his grip on his sword and stepped in front of the shaking Dan Sooke. Right away, he understood this assassination attempt was on a scale far beyond what they had imagined. Dan Sooke stood frozen where she was, her eyes filled with despair. Just how important was her identity for the enemy to send an entire force like this just to kill her? Up in the trees, fierce wind tore through the branches, whipping the leaves into a violent tremble. Then Wu Moonhuang's rough, heavy hand clamped down on one assassin's head and slammed him into the ground hard enough to crack the roof tiles beneath him. By now, after fighting for so long, there was no telling how many assassin bodies had piled up around them. Wu Moonhuang was furious. His eyes nearly rolled white as he threw his head back and roared into the sky. No matter how many he killed, more kept coming, and that endless flood of enemies drove his rage even higher. Wu Moonhuang glanced to the side and frowned hard. There were simply too many of them, easily 3 or 4 times the number they had faced back at the restaurant. And even worse, these were not ordinary assassins. Every one of them was a trained martial artist, moving with polished swordsmanship. What kind of people would send fighters like that after them? When 3 assassins with swords rushed him at once, Wu Moonhuang thrust both palms forward and released a powerful palm strike. The force blasted ahead and caught 2 of them in midair, but only those 2 were hit. The third assassin slipped around behind him and closed the distance in a flash. At first, it looked like he was going straight for Wu Moonhuang. But instead, he planted a hand on Wu Munwang's shoulder, used it like a stepping point, and kicked himself backward. That sudden shove into his shoulder made Wu Munhuang pitch forward slightly. The color drained from his face, and he cried out in alarm. Ah, damn it, Dan So-okay. And just like Wu Munhuang feared, the assassin had already broken past him and gone straight for Dan So-okay. His sword drove forward without hesitation. Dan So-okay froze on the spot, both hands locked against her chest, unable to do anything at all. Then in the very next instant, several pale arcs of sword energy ripped through the air out of nowhere, and blood burst across the scene. A man appeared directly beneath the assassin and stepped in front of Dan So-okay. With one clean stroke, he cut off the assassin's limbs so fast the man could not even process what had happened. Through the dark spray of blood, Bu Yunseal's cold face and sharp eyes came into view, and just looking at him was enough to send a chill down the spine. Bu Yunseal flicked the blood from his blade, closed his eyes for the briefest moment, then moved into place in front of Dan So-okay like a wall. Dan So-okay stood there in shock for a second, then slowly pressed a hand to her chest and stepped closer behind him. In a small trembling voice, she murmured, Thank you, sir." Bu Yunseal did not answer. He only opened his eyes slightly and looked ahead, where Wu Munhuang was still struggling against a flood of assassins swarming in like ants. Bu Yunseal could already see it. Wu Munhuang was running out of steam. No matter how strong a man was, it was nearly impossible to handle internal energy properly while fighting and protecting someone at the same time. Against numbers like this, even he would eventually be dragged down. Up ahead, Wu Munhuang suddenly slammed his left foot into the ground, forcing himself to hold his stance. He rooted himself in place and fired off 2 heavy punches back to back, crashing them into 2 assassins' chests and sending both men flying. But after those 2 brutal strikes, the strain finally showed. Wu Munhuang bent forward and sucked in rough breaths, his body clearly nearing its limit. Before he could catch his breath, something in front of him made his eyes snap wide open. More assassins were rushing in from the distance like a black tide. So many they blurred together, impossible to count. But then, all at once, part of that wave suddenly stopped. Several assassins froze where they stood, as if their bodies had turned to stone, shock flashing across their faces. Wu Munhuang frowned, irritated and confused. Were they really sending in even more after all of this? It's not that I can't handle them, but fighting like this while constantly shielding Dan So-okay is another matter entirely. Behind him, Bu Yunseal's sword flashed once more, and another assassin sprayed blood into the air. Wu Munhuang shot a glance back and shouted, "Hey, kid, take Dan So-okay and get out first. I'll hold them off here myself. Go, now." Bu Yunseal turned toward him and answered calmly, "They've most likely already sealed off the area. Splitting up now would only make things more dangerous. It's safer if we stay together. In about an hour, the Manor's masters should be here to support us. We just have to hold out until then." But Wu Munhuang would not accept that. He straightened himself, and when he spoke to Bu Yunseal again, his voice had lost its arrogance. This time it sounded almost humble. "I'm asking you sincerely. Please do as I say." Hearing that, Bu Yunseal went quiet. He did not answer right away. He just stood there for a moment, weighing everything in his head. A few seconds later, he suddenly slid his sword back into its sheath. The moment she saw that, Dan So-okay called out in alarm, "Wait, you can't leave the old man here alone." Bu Yunseal gave her no answer. He turned, raised the sheathed sword in his left hand toward her, and said, "Forgive my rudeness for a moment." Not understanding him at all, Dan So-okay instinctively reached out with both hands to steady the sword and let out a confused, "Huh?" Then before she could react, Bu Yunseal slipped his arms under her and lifted her into his arms. Startled, she clutched the sword tightly, her eyes widening as a small gasp escaped her lips. Ahead of them, Wu Munhuang saw the plan had been decided and turned back toward the enemy. Qi gathered in his right hand like burning flame, and with his brows drawn tight, he stared at the assassins and declared, "I'll rip open a path in blood." With that, he drove a palm strike out with his left arm. Several assassins were hurled aside, others blasted up into the air, and their formation split open at once. The opening was there. Bu Yunseal immediately threw a glance toward Wu Munhuang. Wu Munhuang looked back at him and shouted, his voice sharp with urgency, "Go, quickly." With Dan So-okay in his arms, Bu Yunseal burst forward from behind and shot past Wu Munhuang. As he passed, the hat Dan So-okay had been wearing the whole time slipped free and dropped to the ground in front of the old man. Dan So-okay said nothing after that. She only held the sword tightly and silently left herself in Bu Yunseal's care. The assassins spotted Bu Yunseal carrying Dan So-okay away and immediately shouted, One of them is getting away. Don't let them escape. Holding Dan So-okay alone in his arms, Bu Yunsil tore straight through the assassins as he ran, muttering to himself that there was no need for fancy footwork now. Only one thing mattered. He just had to move faster than everyone else. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Bu Yunsil's body blurred like a flash of light, and in the blink of an eye, he shot high into the air. For a second, the sight almost felt unreal, like something out of a wandering martial arts tale. Bu Yunsil held Dan So-okay close against his chest as they rose into the night, with the stars and a thin crescent moon hanging above them. It was a breathtaking sight. After dropping from the air and landing for only a heartbeat, Bu Yunsil kicked off again and launched himself even farther ahead. One group of assassins stayed behind to keep Wu Moonhuang pinned down, while another unit waiting outside immediately gave chase. Their shouts rang out as they ordered the others to stop Bu Yunsil and Dan So-okay at once. Bu Yunsil glanced back once and thought, so they had men waiting outside the manor too. They really committed an enormous force to this. But right after that, Bu Yunsil's figure shifted. In a single blink, he vanished from sight, and the scene jumped to the patrol unit's branch office. Inside, the place was as still and quiet as any other normal evening. Then all of a sudden, a dark figure burst in, kicked the outer door wide open, and charged straight inside. Like always, Sang Riang started to greet the visitor. But the instant he turned and saw Bu Yunsil carrying a girl in his arms, he gave a startled snort, broke into a sweat, and immediately realized something serious had happened. Even so, Sang Riang quickly blurted out in disbelief, "Hey, what happened?" Bu Yunsil set Dan So-okay down, turned to the bookshop owner and said, "Lend me the secret room for a moment." Sang Riang and Jin Seol still had no idea what was going on. The moment they saw Dan So-okay with Bu Yunsil, both of them blurted out at the same time, "Huh? What?" The two of them stared wide-eyed as Bu Yunsil led Dan So-okay farther inside, and some dark misunderstanding probably flashed through their minds. But Bu Yunsil had no time to explain any of it. As he guided her in, he said, "I mean the secret chamber in the private room. There's no time." After that, Bu Yunsil led Dan So-okay deeper into the patrol unit. His left hand held her left hand, and with his right he shoved the door open. Dan So-okay followed close behind, nervous and timid, but doing everything she could not to fall back. When he reached the lantern, Bu Yunsil extended his hand, grabbed the hidden mechanism underneath it, and pulled it down hard. At once, a hidden door in the inner wall slowly opened, and Dan So-okay could only stare at it in amazement. After leading her inside, Bu Yunsil placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "Miss, please stay in here." Flustered and anxious, Dan So-okay turned toward him and softly called out, "Mr. Oh." Right then, Sang Riang and Jin Seol rushed in from outside, stunned as they asked, "Hey, what's going on now?" Bu Yunsil turned slightly, looked at the two of them and said, "From this moment on, both of you patrol around this old bookshop. If any assassins show up, kill every last one." The assassins were already closing in, spreading through the area like creeping mist and tightening the net around their target bit by bit. "Your lives are on the line here," he said. His eyes burned red as he looked at Sang Riang and Jin Seol. Then he coldly added, "Be ready to die." The instant those words landed, all the color drained from Sang Riang's face. Jin Seol looked no better. He just stood there stunned, mouth slightly open, with no words coming out. Bu Yunsil had just warned the two of them that what was coming would be a fight where life and death would be decided in a heartbeat. The room turned heavy. Sang Riang and the bookshop owner could only stand there frozen, staring at him with parted lips. It took them a moment to pull themselves together. Then Sang Riang let out a quiet breath, gave a light smile, and asked almost casually, "So this is a death match, huh?" The next second, both of them lit up with killing intent. Sang Riang pulled out two short, sharp weapons shaped like pens, while Jin Seol gripped a pair of sickles linked by long chains. Sang Riang laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha! Come on, brother. We've got our own necks to save too." Jin Seol grinned right back, excitement rising in his eyes as he answered, "Fine with me. It's been a long time since I got blood on my hands like this." But after putting on those eager, murderous looks, the two suddenly turned shy around Dan So-okay and dipped their heads a little. "Ah, miss, forgive us for greeting you so late." Then Jin Seol, standing beside Sang Riang, added, "We are Sang Riang and Jin Seol of the Aekiang branch. You may not know us, miss, but we have known of you for a long time." Hearing that, Dan So-okay smiled warmly, her eyes narrowing with recognition. "I remember. Aren't you two the famous Gong clan twin demons?" Standing nearby, Bu Yunsil glanced at her for a moment, quietly wondering just who she really was for them to treat her with that much respect. Dan Sooke rested a hand over her heart and looked at Sang Riang and Jin Seol with bright eyes. Then she said, I heard the two of you were transferred out of the Demon Palace. If you return safely this time, I'll personally report your merit to my father. That one sentence hit them like a fortune falling from the sky. Both of their faces lit up at once, and their eyes widened with joy. Truly, miss? Watching them react like that, Bu Yunseal was caught off guard and thought to himself, so they really are the Gong clan twin demons, Sang Riang and Jin Seol. They had once been high-ranking masters who served as guardians. But according to rumor, they were demoted after accidentally killing a demon palace spy who had infiltrated their sect. After that, they were sent here to make up for it. At once, Sang Riang sprang up like a kid about to be handed candy and shouted, Come on, brother, let's go tear apart those filthy dogs waiting outside. Jin Seol spun one end of his chain sickles through the air as he followed after Sang Riang. Then he turned back, still fired up, and called out, Big brother, before we go, let me say this. Miss, please stay hidden here for now. Bu Yunseal watched the two of them with a slightly awkward look, unsure if they were childish by nature or just worked up for the fight. Behind him, Dan Sooke smiled with narrowed eyes and gave them a small wave. After the two of them left, Bu Yunseal tilted his head slightly, glanced back at Dan Sooke, and said, Then I'll step outside now. Until I open this door again, do not come out no matter what happens. Just then, Bu Yunseal paused when Dan Sooke suddenly called out, 18th, sir. There was a faint trace of regret in her shining eyes, but she still held a soft smile. It almost looked like she had already accepted death. One hand resting over her chest, Dan Sooke gently said, It feels like this place may soon become my grave. Bu Yunseal turned slightly toward the door and answered in a low, steady voice, You will not die. Those few words left Dan Sooke standing there in silence, unable to say anything back. Then he continued, No matter what happens, I won't leave you to face the unknown alone. The words were short, but the weight behind them was real. Dan Sooke's eyes widened, and little by little, they began to glisten. A moment later, her gaze softened and filled with emotion. She looked at his back standing in front of her and smiled faintly, her heart moving in a way it never had before. Suddenly, Dan Sooke hurried forward and called out, 18th, sir. There's something I need to tell you. She reached out and gently caught the left sleeve of his clothes. Then, lowering her voice shyly, she said, If something goes wrong, please remember this. She leaned in and brought her lips softly near his ear, making Bu Yunseal pause for a brief second. He glanced back over his shoulder, and a faint flush rose to his face. Dan Sooke whispered softly into his ear, Actually, my surname isn't so. It's Dan. My real name is Dan Sooke. The moment she revealed her true identity, Bu Yunseal was visibly taken aback, and his thoughts sank deeper at once. If she belongs to the Dan family, then that means she is the treasured daughter of the chief of the Jipma department, the man who commands the military force of the Demon Palace. And on top of that, because of her exceptional intelligence, the Elder Council had already marked her as the next chief strategist of the Demon Palace. If that was true, then this attack made perfect sense. She had most likely been dragged right into the brutal power struggle inside the Demon Palace. Thinking that over, Bu Yunseal turned to her and said, So you're from the Jipma department. Dan Sooke gently squeezed his hand, then looked up at him with hopeful eyes and asked, 18th, sir. What is your name? Will you tell me? Faced with her beauty, her sincerity, and that earnest gaze, Bu Yunseal suddenly felt a little awkward. He looked at her in silence for a moment, thinking it over, but in the end he still chose not to tell her. He turned away and answered in a cold voice, Later. Startled and then disappointed, Dan Sooke asked, Even now, at a time like this, you still can't tell me? At that, Bu Yunseal's tone softened just a little as he replied, When this is all over, then I'll tell you. With that, Bu Yunseal stepped forward and walked away, leaving Dan Sooke standing there, watching his back. Dan Sooke's expression brightened right away. Her face filled with quiet hope as she softly said, You promised me. The moment he stepped out of the secret room, the wall slid shut behind him with a solid thud, leaving no sign that any hidden chamber had ever been there. Bu Yunseal shifted his right foot slightly to the side and began to step forward. He walked over to the lantern whose cord controlled the hidden door. Still wondering why someone of such high status would care about the name of a low-ranking patrol unit man like him, Bu Yunseal coldly drew his sword and swept it across in a single horizontal slash. In the same instant, the lantern hanging on the wall was cut clean in half, and its lower piece dropped to the floor. Looking at the split lantern, Bu Yunseal muttered that the mechanism for the door and the secret chamber had now been destroyed. But with his sharpened senses, along with the instincts he had honed through the wild beast techniques of Nanjia Pavilion. He could already feel the disturbances outside. Quietly, he remarked that they were arriving faster than expected. Turning his eyes toward the wooden door ahead, Bu Yunseal let out a low sigh and murmured that the two men outside would not be enough to hold them off by themselves. Right then, a voice drifted in from outside. If you run now, you may still live. You're still young. There's no need to throw your life away in a place like this. Faced with that threat, Bu Yunseal did not panic or hesitate at all. Instead, a faint cold smile touched his lips as he replied, "Assassins only speak under one condition, and that is when they aren't sure they can win." After Bu Yunseal gave that answer, a strange silence settled outside the room. A few seconds later, the person outside finally shouted back in anger, "Arrogant brat." Immediately after that, countless thin, straight sword marks spread across the wooden door, each one as fine as thread. The door exploded apart, and a group of black-clad masked men rushed in, every one of them gripping a weapon and radiating killing intent. Their leader roared, "We will erase your existence from this world." Bu Yunseal stayed right where he was, his body lowered slightly. One hand held the sword hilt, the other lifted the scabbard high, and his cold eyes locked onto the assassins in front of him. Bu Yunseal's first slash sent blood flying, and one assassin's arm was cut clean off, dropping uselessly to the ground. Then came the second slash. The very assassin who had just lost his arm was cut clean through the waist. Without giving them even a second to recover, Bu Yunseal drove forward again and crashed into the assassins before they could rebuild their formation. The fight had reached its most vicious point. Bu Yunseal stood there alone against wave after wave of assassins pouring in like ants, and with every collision, blood and severed limbs flew through the air. The whole room had turned into a slaughterhouse. In the middle of that carnage, time itself seemed to blur. Then at last, a cold blade came into view. Blood ran down its edge, gathered at the tip and began to fall. One drop hung there for a moment, almost as if time had slowed, catching the lamplight and gleaming with an eerie shine. Then that single drop finally fell and landed right on the forehead of a motionless assassin lying on the ground. His eyes rolled white. Loose pages drifted through the air. Bu Yunseal had taken a few cuts, but nothing serious. He stood there with one hand on his sword hilt and the other on the scabbard, breathing hard from the strain, his cold eyes lowered toward the dead assassin at his feet. The floor was buried under assassin corpses, most of them hacked apart. Bu Yunseal really had stood against an entire swarm on his own and lived through it. Then came the silence. In that room thick with the metallic stink of blood, Bu Yunseal stayed where he was and dragged in slow, heavy breaths. Enemy blood was smeared across his face, and sweat ran down his cheeks. Letting out a tired breath, he muttered, "Damn. They just keep coming." Still staring at the dark doorway ahead, Bu Yunseal spoke in a low voice. "Did you really think we'd killed them all?" The moment he said it, another figure stepped out of the darkness. Calmly, the newcomer said, "So you noticed I was here. I'll give you that much." The figure walked forward, stepping down onto a yellow-covered book, and asked, "Where exactly did someone like you come from? If I had known someone like you was here, I would have changed the plan long ago." Hearing that, Bu Yunseal's eyes sharpened. He had only joined the patrol unit 6 months ago. Had the plot to kill Dan Sooke really been set up that far in advance? The stranger raised a hand slightly and added, "There's still time for you to step away. Move just one step aside, and you won't be harmed." The newcomer wore a mask and at first glance almost looked like a woman. One curled hand carried an icy chill around it as the figure went on. "And I'm not saying this because I'm unsure I can win." Even after hearing that, Bu Yunseal kept his sword raised high, brows drawn tight, eyes fixed coldly on the assassin. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. If things had gotten this far, then Sang Riang and Jin Seol were probably already fighting outside. The assassin stepped right up in front of Bu Yunseal and said, "Hey, I don't have much time. Move aside now, and I'll leave you a way to live." A few streaks of enemy blood still marked Bu Yunseal's face. He stared back without the slightest trace of fear. He said nothing at first. Then his grip tightened on the hilt, and in a rough voice, he growled, "Don't even think about it. Take even half another step." As he spoke, a fierce killing aura burst out from Bu Yunseal, making it clear he was no one to take lightly. That pressure stirred the assassin's hair. The masked figure let out a soft chuckle, almost impressed by how deep Bu Yunseal's internal power ran. The assassin tightened the grip on the sword hilt and said in a low voice, "What a waste. I was willing to show you one last bit of mercy." Then the assassin raised the sword in front of the body, supporting both ends of the blade with both hands as a chilling sword aura spread from it. Looking at the weapon, the figure said, I'll let you move first. Seeing that stance, that blade, and the pressure rolling off it, Bu Yunseal thought to himself, the sword form is strange. And more than that, it cleanly separates offense and defense through initiative. This wasn't some ordinary assassin. This was someone far above the level of common killers. Why would someone like that take part in a fight like this? Even as that thought passed through his mind, Bu Yunseal tightened his grip on both sword and scabbard, then launched himself at the assassin with everything he had. This time, he was completely serious. As Bu Yunseal lunged, his body blurred like a shadow, his eyes flashed pale, and behind him, it almost looked like a white phantom had risen up like a war god. At first glance, the path of his sword looked simple, but in truth it had been refined to an astonishing degree. But suddenly, Bu Yunseal's eyes widened. His body faltered for a split second, and something strange flashed across his face. In his vision, it was as if a massive wave had appeared. And that was exactly how it felt. In front of him, a giant sea surge seemed to come rolling in, overwhelming and unstoppable, crashing toward his much smaller frame. Then, in the very next instant, the assassin was already standing right in front of him. That enormous wave-like force had all been drawn into the assassin's sword. Bu Yunseal lifted his eyes, and the shadow of the descending blade fell across his face. In that instant, he thought in shock, a heavy sword. Terrifying. If I try to block this head-on, my sword will shatter instantly. Unless I were using a heavy sword too, there's no way I can risk meeting it directly. Realizing that, Bu Yunseal gritted his teeth and drove his right arm forward, swinging his sword out at once. Bu Yunseal's slender blade swept lightly through the air and only brushed the very tip of the assassin's heavy sword. Two sparks burst out bright and sharp, and yet somehow, that tiny touch knocked the heavy blade off its line. Because of that, Bu Yunseal's body tilted slightly to the right, while the assassin's heavy sword twisted off course and slammed into the ground beside Bu Yunseal's left foot. Seeing that, the assassin was genuinely shaken. The masked figure's eyes widened as the voice rang out, "You broke my sword move. So you really do have skill." But the assassin didn't stop for even a breath. Pressing in again, the figure swung the sword and fired a streak of blade chi at Bu Yunseal, shouting, "That only proves you still can't stop me." The first streak of sword chi came flying at him, and Bu Yunseal leaned left to avoid it. But the second strike followed too fast to dodge. With no other choice, Bu Yunseal raised his sword in front of him and blocked it head-on, straining against the force. His brows locked tight. Fixing his eyes on the assassin, Bu Yunseal thought, he has no idea I can use a heavy sword too. Right now, he only sees someone with decent internal power. The moment he gets careless and throws out his strongest move, that'll be my opening. Once he settled on that, Bu Yunseal suddenly stepped back and opened some distance between them. The instant his feet touched down and he regained his balance, Bu Yunseal glanced at the sword lodged in the assassin's back. The corpse near his feet sagged downward. Seeing Bu Yunseal fall back like that, the assassin sneered and said, "All you do is dodge and deflect without striking back. So you're just trying to stall. Pathetic." With that, the assassin's figure flickered and left behind nothing but a dark afterimage as the body shot away in an instant. For a moment, it looked like the assassin had turned into a beam of light, launching off the ground, kicking off the wall and soaring high into the air. Suspended overhead, the assassin gripped the heavy sword's hilt with both hands. Sword aura spread outward like a vast ocean crashing forward, and the figure roared, "If you're really that capable, then try neutralizing this." From below, Bu Yunseal felt as if the whole sea were pressing down on him. He couldn't move. All he could do was watch the enemy come crashing in. But even though it looked like Bu Yunseal was cornered, he had actually been waiting for this exact instant to make his real move. His eyes widened as they locked onto the assassin, and one thought flashed through his mind. Now, his left hand released the scabbard and shot downward toward the sword buried in the assassin's back on the floor. At that moment, the deputy squad leader's technique flashed through his mind, and under his breath, he murmured the principle of splitting and distracting with one arm. Then, with his own sword still gripped in his right hand, he drove that arm straight back to build momentum. The image of the squad leader swinging a heavy sword in the earlier battle crossed his mind, and he muttered that his other hand would use the heavenly tyrant blade's final method. Without even a flicker of hesitation, Bu Yunseal hurled himself straight into the torrent of sword aura crashing toward him like a raging sea. This time, there would be no more evasion. Two swords together would become a heavy sword, and Bu Yunseal chose to meet power with power. The instant the weapons crashed together, it felt like even the space around them caved inward, as though anyone standing nearby would have been thrown away by the impact alone. The assassin's gaze hardened. A strike powered by almost his full strength had actually been met head-on by the man standing in front of him. Both of them clenched their jaws. Just as Bu Yunsil expected, taking that blow directly pushed him right to the edge. Then a violent blast exploded between them, and both figures were hurled backward like shadows snapping apart. The sword in Bu Yunsil's hand shattered into fragments. He was blasted back, hit the ground hard, and skidded across the floor. The assassin was forced back too, though he came out better. His feet stayed under him, and only the shock of the collision drove him backward. The assassin frowned, stared at Bu Yunsil and said in disbelief, "You bastard. You can use a heavy sword too?" Then the exchange replayed itself in his mind, and he finally understood. Bu Yunsil had deliberately drawn out an opening for that clash. If Bu Yunsil hadn't answered with a heavy sword counter in that instant, the one who might have lost would have been me. With that realization, the assassin leveled his sword at Bu Yunsil and coldly said, "I can't let you live." Meanwhile, Bu Yunsil had nearly emptied himself in that full-force collision. And worse still, both swords had broken, leaving him holding nothing but hilts. A sharp, freezing sword aura spilled out. The assassin glared at Bu Yunsil and shouted, "Die!" But suddenly, the assassin's eyes flew wide in horror. A terrifying pressure came rushing in from nowhere, and a cold chill shot straight down his spine. Sweat burst across his skin, and the veins in his face stood out. Frowning, he glanced over his shoulder, but there was nothing there. Even so, the pressure didn't disappear, and in shock he muttered, "This aura." When he looked farther into the distance, the presence felt strangely familiar. A curse slipped through his mind. Damn it, did Wu Moonhuang come back? Then his eyes snapped back to Bu Yunsil, and his thoughts raced again. No, not now, brat. This is someone I can't be sure I can beat. In my current state, taking that fight is too much. At that moment, Bu Yunsil staggered and forced himself back upright, gripping the broken sword hilt in his right hand, still ready to fight to the death if he had to. Seeing his prey right there in front of him, nearly finished, yet still being unable to strike, made the assassin grind his teeth in frustration. After weighing it over and over and deciding he couldn't risk it, he sheathed his sword and turned away. "You're lucky to still be alive. I'll come collect that life another time." Bu Yunsil pushed himself to his feet, watched the assassin's back as he retreated, and said, "That's what I was going to say to you." Hearing that, the assassin burned with resentment. A bitter scoff rose in his throat, but in the end, he still chose to leave. As he was going, his face briefly appeared again at the doorway. He looked back at Bu Yunsil and shot back, "Then I'll wait and see." With that, he turned once more and disappeared. His hair flicked past the doorway, and then he was gone from the bookstore. Alone in the room, Bu Yunsil stayed tense and motionless, still wary that the assassin might suddenly come back. Even that brief opening had carried a pressure so terrifying it still lingered in his mind. But after forcing himself to hang on for just a few more seconds, his body finally gave out. Bu Yunsil staggered and collapsed from exhaustion. He dropped limp onto the floor, and the broken sword slipped from his hand. Even then, his thoughts kept turning. Had that man been hiding his true strength the entire time? His eyes slowly lost focus, and a faint smile touched his lips. This had been the fiercest fight yet. Silence settled over the room again. No sound at all. Just Bu Yunsil lying there among the scattered assassin corpses. Then all at once, the room shook violently as the stone door to the hidden chamber began to open. Dan Sooke rushed out from inside, panic written all over her face, and shouted, "Mr. Ho, are you all right? This is all my fault. You ended up like this because of me." She ran over, dropped to her knees beside Bu Yunsil and cried out, "You can't die." In a hoarse voice, he answered, "Didn't I tell you to come out only when I called for you?" Tears streamed down her face as Dan Sooke sobbed and choked out, "But I was too worried about you, Mr. Ho." Seeing her like that stirred something inside Bu Yunsil. Her tears kept falling, and some of them landed on his face. Then Bu Yunsil pressed his lips together and hesitated, almost like he wasn't sure whether he should say what was on his mind. Suddenly, his quiet, steady voice cut through Dan Sooke's sobbing. "Bu Yunsil, isn't that what you wanted to know? My name, Bu Yunsil, that's my name." There, in that room thick with the smell of blood, he finally told Dan Sooke his real name, Bu Yunsil. His disguise had come undone in the aftermath of the fight, but his eyes were still as sharp as ever. Dan Sooke stared at the man who had just saved her life, as if she still couldn't fully take in the name and face now in front of her. Then a bright smile spread across her face, and she quietly promised herself that she would carve that name deep into her heart. Dan Sooke looked straight at Bu Yunsil's true face, her eyes full of admiration. Bu Yunsil thought to himself that maybe sheer exhaustion had broken the disguise technique, making him reveal this secret without meaning to. He asked her to help him sit up, because by now his strength was almost completely gone. Right at that moment, Wu Moonhuang burst through the door, shouting Dan Sooke's name in alarm. But the instant he saw what was inside, he froze in place. Dozens of elite assassins were lying across the floor as corpses, and for a moment, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The men who came with him were just as stunned. The whole room looked less like a shop and more like a graveyard. They scattered at once, sweeping through every corner and patch of darkness to make sure no enemies were still lurking nearby. As Bu Yunseal carefully treated his injuries, Wu Moonhuang kept his eyes fixed on him the entire time. Dan Sooke raised her hand and gave a small wave, letting everyone know she was safe. She said it plainly. The only reason she had made it out alive was because of the man they called number 18. The reinforcements came rushing in, shouting as they arrived, but one look around told them they were already too late. Sang Riang quickly explained that they had tried to seal off the road, but even so, a few of the attackers had still slipped through. But the second his eyes landed on the piles of dead assassins around them, his voice cut off on the spot. Before long, whispers started spreading through the group as people wondered what kind of madman would dare launch an attack like this. With a grave look settling over his face, Wu Moonhuang slowly walked up to Bu Yunseal. He gave a faint nod, silently recognizing that the man in front of him had survived a fight beyond anything ordinary. Bu Yunseal answered with only a few words, saying he had merely done what he was supposed to do. Then, right in front of everyone, Wu Moonhuang suddenly dropped to both knees. He bowed his head deeply and offered a heartfelt apology for looking down on a true master and mistreating him for so long. He admitted that his own arrogance had blinded him, and said he did not even know how to repay the man who had saved the young lady's life. Bu Yunseal took the apology in silence, his face calm, giving away nothing. Even Dan Sooke looked stunned seeing her proud uncle lower himself that far. Bu Yunseal pushed himself back up despite the pain running through his body. He had no intention of leaving an elder kneeling in front of him. Without saying much, he extended his hand, clearly meaning to pull Wu Moonhuang back to his feet. Wu Moonhuang looked at that hand, and in that brief moment, the respect inside him deepened even more. To himself, he thought that Bu Yunseal was not just powerful in martial arts. He was a man of real character too. At the same time, the subordinates reported that the assassins had wiped away every clue, leaving nothing behind that could reveal what sect they belonged to. Wu Moonhuang ground his teeth and vowed that the moment he got back to headquarters, he would find their hideouts and destroy them all. Not far away, Bu Yunseal stared off into the distance, blood still drying on his face. He could sense it. Another wave of killing intent was already moving in the dark, like a fresh storm ready to crash down on the martial world. As the light faded and evening sank into a bleak dusk, the group began getting ready to move out. People hurried to pack everything onto the carriages, eager to leave that blood-stained ground behind. Dan Sooke climbed into the carriage, bringing an end to a terrible day filled with fear and unexpected twists. Through the narrow carriage window, she looked back at Bu Yunseal one last time, like she was trying to hold onto that image for as long as she could. She waved to him and reminded him that they still had to meet again someday. Bu Yunseal said nothing. He just stood there under the lantern light, watching her carriage roll away. And when the sound of the horses finally faded into the distance, Yunseal was left standing there with renewed determination and fresh plans for the harsh path ahead. The story then moved to the Blood-in cult, an assassin group wrapped in a dark, suffocating atmosphere. A fist slammed against the table, and an angry voice exploded through the room. "You dared to fail the assassination of the sect master's daughter?" The leader of the Blood-in cult was beside himself with rage. He had sent out his best squad and they had still failed. He clicked his tongue, irritated beyond words, clearly never expecting that even the plan to draw Wu Moonhuang away would collapse. Just then, a sudden disturbance outside made one of the henchmen stiffen and turn toward the sound. A man who appeared to be the sect's steward quickly rushed out to check what was going on. But in the very next instant, a shadow swept by, and a severed head hit the floor. The leader shot up in shock and fury. "You bastard! So this is how you're severing ties?" Blood sprayed across the room. It was obvious now. The mastermind had started cleaning house, erasing every trace in silence. Elsewhere, the rushed footsteps of guards from the demon palace echoed sharply through the halls. Following their master's orders, the troops moved immediately to uncover where the Blood-in cult had really come from. They stopped in front of the great hall, where an overwhelming pressure was pouring out from within. One soldier dropped to his knees at once and, trembling from head to toe, began giving his report. Seated on the throne was Dan Wulhan, master of the House of Demon Gathering. His voice turned cold and sharp as he asked, You're saying not even one was captured alive? The soldier shakily replied that by the time they arrived, every assassin had already been killed. Under their master's stare, the entire hall fell into a dreadful silence, so heavy no one dared breathe. Dan Wulhan stroked his beard without speaking. The moment he learned his daughter had been attacked, he had already set his full intelligence network into motion. In his eyes, a group like the Blood-Ean cult would never have dared provoke the House of Demon Gathering unless someone powerful was backing them. His grip tightened on the armrest. Someone was clearly controlling everything from the shadows, while mercilessly cutting down every underling tied to the plot. His eyes burned with anger as he ordered his men to hunt down the one hiding behind it all. Then his tone softened a little as he asked how Dan Sooke was doing. The subordinate quickly reported that the young lady was unharmed, though she would not stop talking about the warrior who had saved her life. Back in her room, Dan Sooke was animatedly telling her maid everything that had happened, and it was plain to see just how strongly Bu Yunseal had stayed on her mind. Dan Wulhan muttered to himself, "Number 18 of the 9 killings team? No, you're saying his name is Bu Yunseal?" Standing alone before the wind sweeping across the balcony, the master of the House of Demon Gathering quietly vowed to remember the name Bu Yunseal.